A very good evening to you and welcome to TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel for the start of our coverage of the T20 series between the West Indies and England. The sides have just completed a 50-over series and now it is the shortest form. 5 matches, 2 in Barbados and then 3 in St Lucia. It's the same young England squad, but Jos Buttler is back. How much of a difference will the captain make? Well, we will find out here on TalkSport 2. Let's get straight over to the toss. Ian Bishop is the man on duty.
Torrential downpour of yesterday evening, and now we have for this opener number 3 playing number 4 on the ICC rankings. Rovman Powell is the captain of the West Indies. Jos Buttler is here with us, captaining England, and Sir Richie Richardson is the match referee. Rovman's got the coin.
Heads.
This is the call, and heads it is.
I will bowl first.
Jos, you've won the toss. I'll just push you back just a little bit. Some separation is always good. What are you going to do and why?
We're going to bowl first. Just feel like there may be a bit of an advantage to chase, knowing what the score is. Obviously, a lot of rain yesterday, so maybe a bit of moisture early on.
It's over 4 months since you last played. How does it feel to be back?
Yeah, obviously it feels great. Got to try and remember what to do, all these little things, all these interviews and things. But yeah, just really excited to get back in the middle and play some cricket.
And your team for today, I suppose, is it an easier question to ask you who you've left out?
Yeah, I got to try and remember. Jofra's missing. Who else is missing? I can't. Easier for me to name the team, to be honest. The bowlers are Overton, Topley, Mahmood. So they're the guys playing today. And yeah, the usual top 7.
All right, and Phil Salt is the man appointed to be with the gloves. How much are you looking forward to being in the outfield?
Yeah, looking forward to it. Obviously a different viewpoint. Another thing taken off my plate so I can really focus on the captaincy and being close to the bowlers.
And what were you asking and expecting of this team for this series?
Yeah, just a really exciting opportunity, to be honest, up against a fantastic West Indies side with a lot of experience in T20 cricket, and expect some fun games and take them on.
All the best to you.
Thank you.
Rovman? Having to bat first, how do you feel?
Yeah, I think it's a case of whether you bat or bowl first, you got to do it well. But having said that, if we have won the toss, we would have done the same thing as England.
It wasn't that long ago, Coach Darren Sammy talked about being so good, which you have been in these bilateral series. What have you set yourself as a target for this series?
I think it's just a case of us keep on improving. Years gone by, we were just trying to compete as a West Indies team. Now we're looking to beat people in bilateral series. And then when you get the confidence from beating people in bilateral series, when those major tournaments come around, the team is in a good spirit.
Are you prepared to name your 11, or is it easier for you to say who you've left out?
It's easier to name the 11. It's a normal West Indies team, 2 all-rounders, Shepherd Russell, 2 spinners, Akil Hussain and Godakish Moti, Shamar Joseph round off the bowling department. And from a batting standpoint, it's nice to see Hetmyer back. He will bat at number 4 for us.
That is very, very good, Rovman. All the best to you and your team today.
Thanks a lot.
Right, just a reminder of what has happened out here. Bright sunshine. It is absolutely lovely here. England have won the toss. They'll be bowling first.
Thank you very much, Bish. So there's the first part of proceedings. So let me give you that England team. Phil Salt and Will Jacks will be opening the batting. Jos Buttler, therefore, is going at 3. Jos Buttler playing as captain and batter, not wicketkeeper, so Phil Salt keeps the gloves. Liam Livingstone is at 4, Jacob Bethel at 5, Sam Curran at 6, Dan Mosley at 7 makes his debut today, Jamie Overton at 8, Adil Rashid at 9, Saqib Mahmood at 10, Reece Topley at 11. So as mentioned by Jos Buttler, Jofra Archer doesn't play, along with Michael Pepper, Rayan Ahmed, Jeffrey Chauhan and John Turner. And the West Indies 11, this won't be in batting order. Brandon King, Evan Lewis, although those 2 will open. Rovman Powell, Shafane Rutherford, Romario Shepherd, Akil Hussain, Andre Russell, Gudakesh Moti, Shimron Hetmyer and Shamar Joseph. So Shea Hope, Matthew Ford, Terence Hines and Roston Chase are the men to miss out for the West Indies. Now, you may have just caught at the start of the toss there, Ian Bishop making reference to the rain. It absolutely belted it down in Barbados yesterday. So we need to get some local knowledge about how things are today. Ian Bishop said it's looking an awful lot better. Well, our commentary team today includes Barry Wilkinson and Roland Butcher in Barbados for us. King of Barbados, Barry Wilkinson, how are you, my friend?
I'm sitting on the throne, and I must tell you from this vantage point and position, it's not looking too great at the moment. Ian did say that things are looking better, but I'm beginning to see an accumulation of clouds. If you look at the forecast, it says that from 4 p.m. local time, we're supposed to be getting some rain, and that might just happen. So stay tuned for a possible interruption, but we'll wait to see if that really materializes. It's been what I would consider a very wet 24 hours in Barbados. The last 2 days, it has belted. You said it correctly. I've never seen rain like that, not even when we had a hurricane. You get a lot of wind, but with the amount of rain we had severe flooding in several parts of Barbados yesterday. In fact, last night, Brian Lara had a big event where he launched the England Chronicles, his book, and it was interrupted, I would say, by some bad weather. That event, of course, is on stream. You can go on stream and have a look at it. But the rain really fell all night, and it was not just a little bit of rain, it was a lot. So that might have affected perhaps some of the turnout that he got, even if it was a successful launch of his book, The England Chronicles, here in Barbados. Roland Butcher was there last night, and he enjoyed it. And I think that when you look at this game here today, Roland, and the weather and the impact it has had, obviously whoever won the toss would have done what Josh Butler did, and that is to take first ball.
Yes, and good afternoon to you, Barry, and all of our listeners. Yes, looking forward to this game. The rain was torrential yesterday. Never had any doubt whatsoever that once the rain stopped, that player would start on time. As you know, the drainage here at Kensington Oval since 2007 World Cup really has been world class. Looking down at the ground, there's a little bit of sand in certain areas in front of us, but this, from the last game, was almost in that condition. But yes, the team that won the toss definitely would have inserted the opposition. And Robin Powell said exactly the same thing, that if he'd won the toss, he would have asked England to bat, simply because that downpour, which lasted for about 6 hours last night, as you said, we were at the Lara's event, and stopped a lot of people from coming. We couldn't leave if we wanted to. There was so much rain.
That was your excuse, at least, yeah, Roland.
Yes, but that downpour was such.
And his wife wasn't there, so he had a great excuse. Well, so, honey, I can't come home, it's raining.
No, my wife wasn't there, but my wife left Kensington Oval to go home the same time that I left here to go to the Lara's event, which is probably less than a mile away. And she took 3.5 hours to get home.
I don't doubt that.
In Barbados, can you imagine?
I don't doubt that.
But because of that rain, it meant that these covers would have stayed on for a very long time. And there's possibly some moisture in the pitch. Obviously, we'll find out once we get into the action. But the weather right now is fine. It's lovely. It's sunny. There's some worrying signs of where to our right over the St. George Valley, where the rain tends to come from. There's some dark clouds in that area. But hopefully, they will continue on its way. But at the moment, no problems in terms of play.
That's fantastic news, boys. Right, since we were last with you, obviously we've had the fallout to the fallout, if you like. Alzarri Joseph storming off during the one-day international. Now, the squad has been named for this T20 series, and officially Matthew Ford is included, while Alzarri Joseph is sitting out for 2 matches for suspension for his inappropriate behaviour. He's admitted he made a mistake. Boys, what have you made of that decision? And do you expect that as soon as the circus rolls into St. Lucia, Alzarri Joseph will be straight back into the squad once those 2 matches are served?
I think that he got a slap on the wrist. And I was actually writing in the column tomorrow that we have called the Roundtable. I actually said that Cricket West Indies need to really be more consistent with their level of disciplinary actions against players. You had a situation where Hayley Matthews 4 years ago was involved in an incident on the bus of the team bus, and this is women's cricket, of course, but she got banned for 8 matches being involved in something that no one even knows now what actually happened. With Alzarri Joseph, the entire world saw what happened, and they spoke about it after. The captain and the coach spoke about it, so it was not like it was a secret. It was an obvious fallout that was played out publicly, and he gets 2 matches? Are you serious? So the inconsistency of these disciplinary actions is really bad, and I'm just surprised that he's only got a 2-match suspension. Not 100% fine match fee, not a series ban. 2 matches is a real slap on the wrist, and he's got off very soft, I'm afraid.
Yeah, Barry, I think you're right. Very lenient, I think. Alzarri Joseph but find himself very, very lucky, because I felt it would have been easier to have just omitted him from the rest of the whole series, so that he can just go away from the cricket, get his mind together and prepare for coming series. So that plus the loss of match fees, I think, would have been a much more appropriate punishment. But it is what it is. He got the 2 matches. We'll see what happens when we move into the next phase of this competition.
Well, the big hitters,
right,
yes,
Maka.
yeah. So just to say, the big hitters are back for this one. Let's take you through that West Indian squad. Rovman Powell is the captain. Roston Chase, Matthew Ford, Shimron Hetmeyer, Terence Hines is in there. Shea Hope, Akil Hussain, Shamar Joseph, Brandon King, Evan Lewis, Gudakesh Moti, Nicholas Poran, Andre Russell, Shafane Rutherford, Romario Shepherd, and maybe or maybe not Alzarri Joseph. So Nicholas Poran is back in the West Indian squad. He returns after missing the one-day internationals last week, and he has been speaking with TalkSport's Cameron Ponsonby.
Nicholas, you've been away for a month. How was your time off, and what's it like to be back with the group?
I mean, it's been beautiful. It's really important to switch off from the game, and I'm really thankful that I got the opportunity to take some time off from the game. Mental toughness has been going around for a long time now, and it's been challenging, and it's really good that I can get that break and switch off and hopefully be ready for the series.
Today's your 99th T20 for the West Indies. Tomorrow will be your 100th. Just how proud will you be of kind of reaching that landmark?
Yeah, never really thought about it. It's wonderful to obviously play 100 T20 games. That's at the end of my career, when I look back, I could say I really achieved something for myself. But it was a wonderful feeling, just to be in the West Indies colours for so long, representing the people of the Caribbean.
And just finally, yourself is back. Dre Russ is back. Akil Hussain's back. All the heavy hitters are back. It's going to be a full house at the Kensington Oval. It doesn't get much better than this, surely.
Oh, for sure. Kensington has been really good to us in the last few years in the T20 cricket, even ODI cricket as well. The fans are going to come out and support. Kensington Oval is a beautiful atmosphere, and we're going to expect a wonderful game here. So hopefully the big hitters, everyone can come to the party and put on a show tonight.
Nicholas, best of luck.
All right, thanks, bud.
Just to recap for you, England have won the toss. They will bowl. The England side is Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Joss Butler is going to bat at 3, but Phil Salt will be keeping wicket. Liam Livingstone, Jacob Bethel, Sam Curran, Dan Mosley, Jamie Overton, Saqib Mahmood, Adil Rashid, Reece Topley for the West Indies, Brandon King, Evan Lewis, Nicholas Poran, Shimron Hetmeyer, Rovman Powell, Shafane Rutherford, Romario Shepherd, Andre Russell, Akil Hussain, Gudakesh Moti and Shamar Joseph. Those are your teams. Let's get a check on the latest odds with William Hill.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18+, gambleaware.org.
And it's Lee Phelps who's going to be giving us those odds. So, Lee, what have you got on this first T20?
Yeah, it's very, very tight. West Indies 4-5, England evens. It's about as close as you get to a in T20 cricket. Look, we're obviously following win in that final one-dayer. Just looking at a couple of players to watch here. Brandon King, top scorer for West Indies in their last T20 series against Sri Lanka. It also was player of the match, of course, against England on Wednesday. All 3 of his top 3 T20 scores have come across the last 15 months, so he's a player in form. Another man to look out for, though, is Rovman Powell. Averages 61 from 5 T20 innings at the Kensington Oval, and that's way above his total. His average across all his career T20s of 25. As far as England go, well, look, having the main man, the captain, back in the squad is huge, isn't it, in the team? I think Phil Salt's worth a look, though. He hit 57 runs from 24 balls on his T20 debut at this venue in 2022, and also he's got a better average in the Caribbean than he has in his career as well. So I'd be looking at those players. There's a really interesting enhanced odds around Phil Salt. Him to be top England run scorer and England to win was 5-1, now 6-1. So if you're looking at an England win, you don't fancy the even money, then the Phil Salt top England run scorer and England to win double, if you like, enhanced up to 6-1. Al Rashid, top England bowler, was 11-4, now 7-2. And also Liam Livingstone obviously has shone with the bat, top England run scorer, also 6-1 enhanced from 5-1. So there's plenty going on there, but I wouldn't mind looking at the West Indies, the West Indies players. I mean, Brandon King, there's a lot of specials around him. Will he score 25? Yes, 11-10. Will he score 50? Yes, 100-30. Will he score 75? Yes, 9-1. Loads of odds. Can't wait to listen to it.
Lee, thank you very much for joining us with all the news. That is today's odds update with William Hill. It is for over 18s only. BeGambleAware.org.
In the Zone on TalkSport 2 with William Hill. 18 plus gambleaware.org.
Just while we're talking about players you might want to keep an eye on today, just tip you in the direction of Shimron Hetmyer. Now, he's a man who does incredible things and is so destructive, but against England, he doesn't. 6 T20 games he's played against England, 44 runs at an average of 7.3, his best 14. 14, 10, 8, 1 and 2 his scores against England, which is way below what his talent suggests. Is he therefore due? We'll find out over the course of the next couple of hours or so. Right, let's hear from the England squad. Phil Salt has been speaking with TalkSport's Cameron Ponsonby ahead of this one.
Phil, Kensington Oval on a Saturday night, full house, all the heavy hitters for the West Indies back. Surely it doesn't get much better than this.
Doesn't. Hopefully, we're going to put on a bit of a show. Hopefully we start by winning the toss, because we've seen how crucial that is out here. But they're a very, very good side, and it's going to be a good test for us.
You mentioned the toss. We saw the ODI out here on Wednesday or Thursday. I don't want to quite say it was win toss, win game, but it was pretty close to it. Just how crucial is it that the coin lands in England's favour?
Yeah, it's massive out here. I think the two grounds we've played at, I think here's the second strongest record for chasing in world cricket, and I think Antigua's the strongest. So, obviously it is very, very important. But we've still got to go out there, play well, and earn the right.
I know we're moving on to the T20s now, but one word about the ODI series. You said how ahead of that game you wanted to kind of drop the strike rate and pump the average. That's exactly what you did. Just how content and pleased were you with your innings?
I was pleased. I feel like the position I got was to where I was going to pull the trigger. I'd like to have made a few more and got that total even higher than it was. But I think it said a lot about the group. The score we managed to get to from 20 odd for 4. Obviously it wasn't easy at the start, but to get through there and to show the character and the backbone that we did, I think as a group, the learnings that we'll take from that would be really positive.
And now with these 5 T20s ahead, you played unbelievably well in this series last year. Just how much confidence do you take from that performance going into this one?
Yeah, take a bit of confidence, but I think my confidence at this point is down to my preparation and my homework and what I've been doing before. I feel in a good place with that, and I'm hitting the ball well. So hopefully, another good series for us, and hopefully a series win this time.
Phil, best of luck.
Thanks, mate.
Phil Salt in conversation with Cameron Ponsonby earlier on today. So we are about 8 minutes or so away from the first ball. If you are just joining us, if you've been following the football today or something else, you are just joining us, let me keep reminding you what has happened. What has happened is Jos Buttler has won the toss and decided that the West Indies can bat first. The England team, Phil Salt, Will Jacks, Jos Buttler, Liam Livingstone, Jacob Bethel, Sam Curran, Dan Mosley, Jamie Overton, Saqib Mahmood, Adil Rashid and Reece Topley. For the West Indies, it's Brandon King and Evan Lewis who are going to be opening. Nicholas Pooran at 3, Shimron Hetmyer at 4, Rovman Powell at 5, Shafane Rutherford, Andre Russell, Romario Shepherd at 6, 7 and 8. And then it's the bowlers Gudakesh Moti, Akil Hussain and Shamar Joseph. So we've heard from parts of the crew already with Barry Wilkinson and Roland Butcher. Let's bring in 2 more parts of the crew. Jared Kimber is once again with us here on TalkSport 2, as is Alex Tudor joining us back in the comms box. How are you, Tudes?
Very well, good evening everybody. Yeah, I'm okay, all right. Had a school match earlier, but very much looking forward to this. A lot of power on display, so hopefully our listeners will be excited by us, Macca, a little later.
Well, they can be excited by you all they like. Let's get away from that. Right, so to give you an idea on this one, average score batting first on the Kensington Oval, 153, and the average power play 45 for one. Jared Kimber, what are we expecting then from the West Indies when they've got all of these big boppers in their side? Are we thinking they might go north of that?
Well, because there's been a bit of moisture around and the covers and everything else, I've got some friends who've been looking this up who tell me that it might be a slightly slower start, maybe for the first 3 or so overs. We've seen that occasionally from the West Indies, where they will block out for a little while because they're like, well, we can catch up. we'll be okay. So, Barbados, we have seen it, during the World Cup and everything else, not particularly an easy pitch to score on. So it might be a situation where you just try and get yourself set and then you get the big boppers in later.
Worth mentioning, actually, from the World Cup, that the big temporary stand, are they going to do an Old Trafford that the temporary stand remains as a permanent stand? But it's still up there, and there are some people in there already. Tudes, to touch on the England captain, Jos Buttler is back, wasn't able to take part in the ODIs, is here for the T20s, but isn't taking the gloves. He's going to be standing at mid-off, and therefore it's a slightly different thing for him, and batting at 3 as well, as Sultan Jacks open the innings.
Yeah, firstly, happy to have the skipper back. Listen, he's a world-class player. He's that sort of stardust within this batting lineup who has a lot of experience, has a lot of runs, and strikes fear in the opposition. So good to see him back. Listen, I always want, especially in 2020, your best batter should be trying to face as many balls as possible. But you have young lads in Jackson, obviously Phil Salt, that they trust, and they want to see them both at the top of the innings doing what they do. If they're in for a period of time, runs are going to flow very quickly. But as I said, good to have Buttler back. He's not going to have the gloves, which Phil Salt has done a good job, as you say, be at mid-on, mid-off, and we'll just have to see how he is with his fitness. I'm sure that's one thing that we'll be looking at, and how he's moving in and around the crease and when he's in the field. So that will be one to watch.
It feels like this is a way of elongating his England captaincy career, actually, by saying to Phil Salt, look, you take the gloves, you deal with that. Josh, you just concentrate on being the batter and being the captain, because by his own admission, sometimes it does get, there's a lot of things to think about in a T20, and because of the condensed nature of the format, it's all happening really quickly around you as well. So this feels like the sort of move that's been coming for a while. Yeah,
and the thing is, it's not like you're losing too much with him behind the stumps, because we have able people to come in and fill in, and especially with Phil Salt, who's such a dangerous player as well on his day at the top of the order. You're thinking, right, okay, well, we need our skipper in there. He doesn't really need to wear the gloves. He's doing so much with everything else, as you say, thinking. Sometimes when he's keeping, he's got to run back to the bowler and talk about positions. Now he hasn't got that situation. He can be at mid-off, he can have a chat. That's going to be less time, so you're not going to incur any penalties where an extra fielder's going to have to come in at the back end against this dangerous lineup, and we know how explosive they are at the back end. As a bowler, I don't want an extra fielder popping in the 30-yard circle. I want him out on the boundary, maybe in the stand if he can. But it's good to have him back, and as you say, maybe it's a way of lengthening his England career, especially in T20 cricket, where what he loves so much and he does so well.
So, players are out in the middle. I was wondering if we would have more anthems today, with it being the first match of a new series, although we had anthems, of course, in Barbados for the final one-day international. But no, we're going to be straight in with things today, and it's going to be Reece Topley with ball in hand for the first over. It is Evan Lewis and Brandon King once again opening up for the West Indies. Umpiring crew for today. It's an all-West Indian crew, because with T20s, unlike ODIs, you don't have to have the international umpire as well. So it's Leslie Reether and Zahid Basarath standing in the middle. Gregory Brathett is on TV duties. Dayton Butler is our reserve umpire. And Richie Richardson is our match referee. The cool man himself with that purple, wide-brimmed, floppy hat. And it is going to be Reece Topley from the 3W stand end, the far end to the commentary box. Bowling to Brandon King. Everyone just about in place. And we will get going. The question is the first ball going to disappear or not? Are the West Indies going to try and set their stall out early doors? Right. Umpire says let's play, and here comes Topley. It's back of a length, punched off the back foot by King into the offside. Sam Curran will field in the cover, and there is no run.
Yeah, just from that first delivery, as Gerard said at the beginning, it's going to be a little bit stoppy, I think. It doesn't fly through. I know Reece Topley's not quick. He's got good height, good bounce. Just have to be mindful as King here.
Bat raised, he waits for Topley. He's going to bowl left arm over. It's into the pads, knee height, flick through square leg, and it will be a single to Mosley, who is out there at deep backwards square. So the West Indies are underway. Second ball, Jared.
Kind of scooped up a little bit again, wasn't it? It's not coming on. It looks a little bit gluey, perhaps, Jude.
Yeah, it just looks a bit stoppy, so they just have to, as I say, just check themselves a little bit within their shots. Normally if it's up, it's off. Just have to be a little bit mindful.
Topley waits. Now they're going to put a slip in for Evan Lewis. So there's a slip, backward point, square cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on. Fine leg is going to a sort of a catching mid-wicket, and a square leg. Evan Lewis taps his bat. Topley is on his way in. It's a short ball that's pulled over mid-wicket, and England have a deep square leg, which is Mosley, and he will do the fielding. And a single taken, so both batters off the mark with a single. Got to say, both of these two, and these are the kind of stats you get in T20 international cricket. Brandon King averages 29 with the bat, high score of 85 not out, 11 50s, strike rate 135.3. Topley is into King, and he's punching back down the ground to mid-off. Single will be taken, he doubles his score to 2. West Indies 3 without loss. However, Evan Lewis knocked Brandon King into a cocked hat, averaging 29.3, highest of 125 not out, 200s and 11 50s, strike rate of 151.3. But against England, in 2 T20s, Evan Lewis, strike rate 172.7. 2 matches, 57 runs, high score 51 at a strike rate of 172. He's defending Topley on this occasion, can't beat the man at straight mid-wicket, and there is no run.
So what you're telling me, Macca, is like he likes to put bat to ball.
Well, that 51 was made off 28 balls at Chester Street in September, so he was probably trying to keep himself warm as much as anything else. That was back in 2017. He's been playing T20 cricket for a while, and then there was a big gap. He didn't play between October 22 and October 24, Evan Lewis.
They've missed him. He's a class player, really good player. Sort of burst onto the scene, did extremely well. Now I think a bit of injuries, a little bit of loss of form.
Topley to bowl to him once again. Now that's full on off stump, turned on the onside, and it'll be a single to mid-on. End of the first over. 4 without loss on here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Lewis and King both having 2. Interestingly, England only allowed 2 outside the fielding circle at this stage. Both were on the leg side at the end of that first over for Evan Lewis, because I think they thought he was going to try and launch them, Jared.
Yeah, he tries to get inside the ball, doesn't he, and sort of flick it away. He did that on that first one, Jude, the pull shot, where I was like, oh, this could go out the ground. And it just limped out to the sweeper, didn't it? It was like, what's happened here? They've already dipped the ball in water or something. It's gone soft. It just didn't look. It didn't look like it was flying through at all there.
Yeah, he had a lot of time, didn't he? So he sort of got there, got into his position really, really early, and he just kept his arms extended just to make sure he kept it down. As you said, it's not a quick wicket.
Right, it's going to be Saqib Mahmood to bowl the second over, and in he comes, right arm over. It's driven through extra cover, and Josh Buttler, he might be at mid-off, but he can't get around and cut that one off. And it's a boundary from the first ball of the over. West Indies double their score, 8 without loss here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, what we call that is a loosener. You don't really want to have a loosener in T20 cricket, but it's very long in length, and he's jumped on that. Getting a ferocious shot through the covers. Fantastic shot from Evan Lewis. He's on the march.
He is, and the bowler's immediately under pressure. First ball of the over goes for a boundary. Saqib, how does he come back from that? In, right arm over. Oh, it's another full drive ball. This time, Just Buttler can get across and stop it at mid-off. They will take a single, 9 without loss. Lewis has 7. One thing, though, that I do want to bring up, and that is the outfield at the commentary box end is ropey as. An hour or so ago, you could actually look down on it, and it was like there's a grid. So apparently the government had an event here, which I think had a stage, and obviously with all the rain recently as well, it's not helped, but it's pockmarked, and you can actually see it then as Just Buttler was running for that ball out to the boundary. He wasn't that sure of his footing. Saqib is in once again. Brandon King's going to work it through the leg side. It'll be a single to deep square leg. 10 without loss after 9 deliveries. But yeah, that might just be one to keep an eye on. So it's not the greatest and not the most level to start with. And then we had all the water yesterday with this 6-hour downpour. It's not going to be great underfoot. So they might get the odd little bobble.
Even the wicket looks, the 2 balls he pitched up were fine. The minute he went into the wicket at all, it just stopped again. And, they've got a long on here.
Saqib goes in and bowls right arm over. It is turned wide of mid-wicket. Long on, who is Liam Livingston, will do the fielding. Single taken, 11 without loss.
Back of the outfield looking a little bit. So at Kim Bolton, where we are, we have a massive fireworks display, and my cricket outfield gets absolutely roasted. We have like 10,000 people turn up, and the next day I don't like coming in at all. It's just ruined my outfield, but obviously they're happy because they make a lot of money.
And it pays your enormous salary, so every cloud and all that. In the sunshine in Barbados, Saqib Mahmood is going to go in for the 5th ball. Brandon King comes down the pitch and slaps it straight to Overton at short extra cover. England have a breakthrough. Brandon King felt he'd got to go. Will go after it. Unfortunately, he goes back to the pavilion. He's made 3 from 5 deliveries. West Indies 11 for 1.
Yeah, it's just not come on. He's given himself a little bit of room outside leg side. And you felt he's absolutely levered it. But any time the ball goes in the air towards Jamie Overton, he's going to catch it. He's got absolute bucket hands. And it was an easy catch, really, sort of mid-drift. Brandon King has to depart for 3 from 5 balls faced. West Indies 11 for 1.
Again, it's almost like a squash ball at this stage, the way it's coming off the bat early on. We're hoping it evens out a little bit. Nicholas Puran is coming out to bat now, but just coming on that little bit slow. And that was dug into the pitch maybe just a little bit more. He made it into a full ball because he ran down at it, Tudes, but it wasn't particularly full there.
So it is Nicholas Puran in T20 International number 99. He's made 13 50s in this form of the game. His highest score is 98. Strike rate of 138.4. And he comes out to the middle. Didn't play in the West Indies series in Sri Lanka, was given that off. So his last games were the home matches against South Africa, which were back in August, when he made 165 not out, 19 and 35. Left-hander. Well, England have stationed a very close mid-wicket, 2 pitches away. So that's one for the clip off the toes to him. Saqib is on his way in to bowl, and it's very full in towards the base of middle stump. Puran plays it back down the pitch. 2 overs gone then here on TalkSport 2. West Indies put into bat by England, 11 for 1. Lewis has 8. Puran yet to get off the mark.
Yeah, good ball from Saqib just to finish off there. Full, quick, just under a shade under 142 Ks per hour. And you say getting that wicket early of Brandon King. He's been dangerous, so good to see him on an England perspective, see him depart. But Puran, I do like watching Puran. He's an elegant player, destructive. He's been in good form, sought after around the world in franchise cricket, and England want to see the back of him.
Well, it's probably a good job I'm on commentary then, because I don't know, I've lost count how many times I've seen Nicholas Pooran play. He's never got any runs when I'm on commentary. He finds bizarre and interesting ways of getting out. So, keep your fingers crossed if you're an England fan. Topley to start the third over, and he's going very full, and Evan Lewis will work it through the leg side out to mid-wicket, and they will take a single.
They seem to be bowling very full to Evan Lewis on a wicket that doesn't seem to suit that at the moment. So I think we've seen a couple of half volleys to him. I think that's a second Yorker or attempted Yorker we've seen against him so far. So it's a bit odd. I get it. They came in with the plan. I think once I would have had a look at this wicket, though, Tudes, I would have been like, I'll just go back to the top of off. If he wants to swing the big shot to the leg side, let him do that, because there's a very big chance he'll hit it straight up in the air.
100%. Sometimes as bowlers you try and overthink things. Sometimes you just got to play the conditions. And as I said, I just think banging away, just that sort of waist height, the wicket will do the rest. I think, as you said, as long as you mix up your pace as well, because obviously the wicket's not coming on, so you don't want to be predictable. But I think the wicket will help you a little bit. The ball's new, the lacquer's still on it, and you're thinking it should go through, but it's just stopping if you're bowling that sort of hitting the top of the stickers, as we say, the splice of the bat.
Topley to Pooran then, left arm over, little bit of swing on that one. Pooran has nothing to do with it. It's through to Phil Salt behind the stumps, and there is no run.
It's just gentle, isn't it? It's just gentle, little bit of shape away from the left-hand batter. Just gentle, but obviously while the ball's new, you do want to keep it up to see if there's any purchase. It doesn't last for long.
It's weird though, that's the first one we've really seen swing, and it's in the third over.
Yeah. In he comes once again. There's a slip in place. Pooran comes down the pitch and, doesn't time it at all to Livingston at mid-on. Sort of inside half of the bat, no timing, and it gets to mid-on, and they can't take a run there. He sort of didn't time it so badly they could nick a single. It still got to Livingston fairly quickly, but with very little timing at all.
I think that's going to be the issue. I think to start off with, I think you're going to have to give yourself time. I don't think we're going to see the 50 off 20 balls or so. I think someone's going to have to dig in, get used to the wicket, and as Gerard said, at the maybe back end, the last 5 overs, you say, I can catch up.
Topley goes in, goes to the short one, gloved down the leg side. Salt can't get there to take the catch. Will run back about 25 metres to pull the ball in, and gets it to Will Jacks, who has stationed himself by the stumps at the keeper's end. So a single is taken. Now, very interestingly, again, we're talking about the wet outfield. As we now just see the replay again, you can see the marks that Phil Salt is leaving in the turf as he's running after that one. That does give the impression that it is still pretty wet. And as Barry Wilkinson was telling us earlier, away to the right-hand side from the commentary box window, there are some clouds starting to develop. There is the possibility of more rain today. Topley goes in. Oh, my goodness. Lewis has aimed an enormous shot into the leg side, got himself in a tangle. It takes him on the body and drops down at his feet. No run.
I mean, that was, again, just the last 2 balls have hit the surface and just absolutely stopped.
Established. Can we move on to front on, please?
Gregory Brathwaite is the man doing the replay duty. So here we get the first look.
Oh, that doesn't appear to be any bat involved, but I'd like to use outrage to confirm.
I mean, it's so close to pitching on leg, and if it pitches on leg, it straightens and hits
the
leg,
flat
doesn't
line,
it? But does it pitch on leg?
Bat and ball. Can we move on to ball tracking when
Okay, so we've established that there's no bat involved, and now we get the business part.
Oh! It's pitching outside leg. Thank you. I'm going to go back to Leslie on field.
Okay, so
Leslie, I'm going to ask you to stay with your original not out decision. You're on screen now. You can make your signal.
So about a third of the ball pitched in the little blue stripe area, but it has to be more than 50% of the ball. So that's not enough to get the decision, but because it is umpire's call, England don't lose the review.
It's always important, isn't it? It's that call, isn't it? It's the umpire's call initially. Because if umpire had given him out, I mean, obviously it's pitching outside, so it would have mattered, but if it pitches outside, it just needs to nick it, doesn't it, for it to be out.
Saqib for the second ball of the over. He goes in full. Lewis has hit this into the leg side, but he's picked out the fielder. Bethel takes the catch at deep square leg. And England have removed both of these two dangerous opening batters. Brandon King for 3, and now Evan Lewis goes for 13. And it's 18 for 2 in the fourth over here on TalkSport 2.
Yeah, another big wicket. Saki with the 2 wickets that's gone so far. He's just not connected with that. He's dragged it. He's trying to hit that over mid-wicket. He's dragged it to Jacob Bethel, who's a fantastic fielder. Once you saw him coming in, you're thinking, yeah, he's going to have to depart. Catching it low down, sort of bootlaces, ankle height. And a dangerous Evan Lewis has to depart for 13. West Indies 18 for 2.
Exactly what we were saying before. You hit this pitch a little bit. You give yourself a chance when they're sort of trying to hit, with the bottom hand, because the ball's just sticking in the surface, and he's just sort of, dog kicked this a little one, hasn't he? He's not got it as good as he wanted, and that's kind of how we thought he might go out. But there's a lot of batting talent in the middle at the moment.
There is. Shimron Hetmyer strides out to the middle. I mentioned his record against England is not great, so that'll give England some hope, but he's done it all around the world, as has his mate at the other end. I mean, this is serious talent. Purran and Hetmyer. What it does do, of course, is it gives England 2 left-handers to work at for a little bit, which...
Well, they had one. They had that a minute ago.
Yes.
It's already gone. It gives them more left-handers to...
But they've got shot at the right-handing option for the time being, which did make me wonder if they would potentially send Rovman Powell in, but he obviously wants to come in that one place for that. He said at the toss, Hetmyer's going to bat at 4, but I just wanted to keep the left-right thing going. But anyway, that's by the by. Sakib's got 2 for 7. That's all that matters. He's on his way to Hetmyer. In past the umpire, over the wicket, Edgson caught behind! I said Hetmyer hasn't got a great record against England. That's the first baller. 18 for 3. Caught behind. Sakib has got 3 for 7.
That's just a beautiful delivery. Where a left-hander most probably does not want the ball first up. Just angling across. He's just gone to play a forward defence, but with an angled face. Well, not really. It was just a good ball. Just nips away ever so gently. Hetmyer sort of chases it a little bit, as you would do first up at your first ball. And Shimron Hetmyer, with all the talent, has to depart for a golden duck. Shakib on a hat-trick and is on absolute fire.
That was probably the first normal decision dismissal we've seen. The other 2 have been sort of this weird wicket we've been talking about. That was just a caught by. I was almost shocked back when he just edged that behind. Shouldn't he be caught at mid-off or mid-on playing a shot? But Rovman Powell has come out, again, very highly paid player who's done it all around the world. He's a right-hander though, Macca, so no good for you. But not when he was expecting to come in a couple of balls into the game.
Well, I did say, should he have been coming into bat with 3.2 overs down? He's coming into bat with 3.3 overs down. So, swings and roundabouts. Well, Sakib Mahmood is on an absolute tear-up at the moment. His best return in this form of the game is 3 for 33. It's going to take something horrible to happen if he's not going to be getting his best T20 figures today, and one more wicket will guarantee that. Can he get the hat-trick? Can he get the West Indian captain to be the hat-trick? Now, England don't have a slip in place for him. What they've got is a mid-wicket and a square leg well in front on the catch for the flick off the toes. Here we go then. Sakib on the hat-trick ball. Running in. Ball's right arm over its full, and Rovman Powell just comes forward and plays it quietly into the offside. Sam Curran fields cover, throws at the non-striker's end. No hat-trick, but at 18 for 3, Joss Buttler and England will be absolutely delighted with this, Jude.
Yeah, 100%, Macca, and dangerous players as well. King, Lewis, as you say, the dangerous Shimron Hetmyer, all departed, all to Shakib. Bowled well. Little bit of shape away from the left-hander.
Sakib comes in once again. Oh, that's the inside half of Rovman Powell's bat. He's got no idea where that's gone. And the answer is, Adil Rashid has fielded it 10 metres behind square on the leg side. He takes a single to get off the mark. But just a little bit of uncertainty in his mind.
Yeah, he's bowling well, bowling some good rhythm. Listen, getting 3 wickets, your tail's going to be up. Looks like he's approaching a wicket nice. That ball just under 138 Ks. So he's bowling with decent pace. The line's good though, what I like, Mac. He's not giving his batsmen any room whatsoever. As you say, you want to be nice and tight, bowling at the stumps. If the ball doesn't swing, you hit.
Saqib for the final ball of the over. It's leg side-ish. Pooran flicks it. Deep backward square. 1 bounce 4. First bad ball of the over. 23 for 3 the West Indies after 2 overs from either end, so 4 in total. 5 for Pooran. Powell has 1, and you are listening to TalkSport 2. First wickets for Saqib Mahmood against the West Indies in Barbados. It's his 4th game here for England against the West Indies. 0 for 24, 0 for 45, 0 for 27. He's managed to get through that in 1 over.
He's enjoying Barbados. He had gone out there. He was on the same flight as I was, and I was like, "What are you doing out here so early?" He goes, "Choose, I can't be warming up in England. I wanted to get out there early," and his good friend Archer had sorted out some practice for him at Franklin Stevenson's and a few other places. Wanted to get out there and get amongst it, and he's looking like he's paying off at the minute.
There is some rain in the air, by the way, just blowing in on the wind. We've still got sun as Topley comes in, and now that is guided by Rothman Powell through about 3rd slip along the floor for 4 runs. It was sort of a late dab. It's 27 for 3, the West Indies. It's a slightly bizarre situation in the fact that huge great chunks of the sky are blue and the sun out, but the rain is being blown in almost on the wind. So we should be all right for the time being.
So frustrating as a bowler. He's bowled a fantastic delivery there, Reece Topley. Just angling away from the right-hand Powell. But as you've got no slips at this stage of the game.
Topley comes in, bowls, takes Rothman Powell on the pad. Topley will field in his follow-through, and there is no run, 27 for 3.
Quite a bit of rain here too. Sorry, were you pointing out, Jude?
No, I was just going to say, the rain might be speeding up the wicket a little bit. Just juicing it up a little bit.
Well, it is interesting that we have seen a couple of edges now, whereas before, because you said, oh, they've got no slips in, but it's not as if they're not on top. It's just that they don't think the ball's going to go there, right? And suddenly, you might be right, it's just getting through a little bit quicker.
Topley is on his way for the 3rd ball of the over. Oh, he's fallen over. It's been pulled into the leg side by Powell. Has he got enough legs on it? Yes! All the way for 6. It gets up into that wind, and the breeze does the rest. He didn't get all of that by a great big distance, but he got enough of it to be wind assisted. It's gone for 6, and now Reece Topley, I mentioned that he'd gone down in a heat. Looks like he's gone over on his ankle, and he's still down. Oh, we're just seeing the replay in the foothold. He slipped, and it probably didn't affect the delivery as much. Reece Topley is rolling around, lying on the floor. There is going to be a stoppage here because the medics are going to need to treat him. He's now sitting back up, but for a man who's had the injury problems that he's had in recent times, this is not good. Immediately, he was grabbing his right knee.
So his foot lands on the crease and skids out about, what, 1.5 inches sideways, doesn't it, Jude? It's not a normal thing to see. I think his spikes just didn't get stuck in the surface.
Yeah, I think that could be because of the rain that's coming down. As he got into that foothold, his foot just slipped, went out, sort of angled. So imagine as a left-hander, his right foot's landing and it's sort of pointing towards fine leg. And it slipped. He didn't mean to bowl that ball. And he dragged it short. Rothman Powell, and I'll talk about that in a minute, about, a miscued shot. You're thinking, it could hold out. And it's not that big a boundary, and he's hit it for 6.
It did look like he was going to get caught for a minute, didn't it?
It did. But this is worrying signs, as Mac has rightly said. With the injury record he's had, you don't want to see this. He's worked so hard to get back in, and he does well, and then these injuries just keep coming up for him, and there's not much he could have done about that, but it looks like it's absolutely lashing down in a minute.
So I was just about to say, we talked about the fact that actually there was a reasonable amount coming down, but the umpires have said, no, we'll carry on playing. Then a player goes down, slipping, gets hurt. You're thinking, well, the umpires are going to be thinking, well, look, we don't want anyone else getting hurt. They're probably going to go off anyway, and now we've got a heavier shower coming down. They're definitely going off. So the players have left the field for the time being, hopefully only for a short delay. We've had 4.5 overs. The West Indies 33 for 3. Although the direction that the weather is coming from, there are some dark clouds building. If you weren't with us at the start of the broadcast this evening here on TalkSport 2 or on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel, you may not be aware, but yesterday evening in Barbados they had an absolute monstrous storm, about 6 hours of rain. It was basically a year's worth of rain in one evening. So it's taken a heck of an effort to get the game on. Kensington Oval does drain well anyway, but it's not great, and so more rain coming down. It was forecast there are potential thunderstorms. Hey, look, when it's 31 degrees, the heat builds up during the day. Quite often you get that sort of downpour in the evening just as a release. Let's hope it's a short, sharp shower, and we'll be back on shortly. So, recap where we are then. England winning the toss, putting the West Indies in. West Indies opening with Brandon King and Evan Lewis. King, the first man dismissed, caught by Overton at short extra cover off the bowling of Saqib. Out for 3 from 5 deliveries, 11 for 1 after 11 deliveries of the innings. Evan Lewis, the second man out, caught by Bethel at deep square leg off the bowling of Saqib. He made 13 from 10 deliveries. That was 18 for 2 after 3 overs and 2 balls. And Shimron Hetmeyer getting a first baller, a genuine outside edge, nick through to the keeper. Phil Salt taking the catch. So 18 for 3 after 3 overs and 3 balls. And Poran and Hetmeyer, the 2 men there, not out at the moment. Rodman Powell has got 11 from 5. Nicholas Poran 5 from 6. And we're 33 for 3 halfway through the 5th. The ground staff have brought out the one big sheet that covers the central playing area, and that's all at the moment. So I'm kind of taking that as a good sign, in the fact that they haven't felt the need to wheel out a whole lot more, because when they start doing that, then you start getting worried. So hopefully we're not going to be too far away. But we've just been talking about Saqib Mahmood here, Alex Tudor. What a brilliant start for him, not only for this match, but also for the series. Jofra Archer not in the side today. And here's Saqib, bang, right, you're going to be the quick man today, go out there. What a start. 2 overs, 3 for 12.
Yeah, thanks very much. As you say, it's about taking your opportunities, isn't it? You talk about, you got Archer, you got young Turner, who they think highly of as well. So when you get that opportunity, I always say make sure you're ready. And then, as I said, he got out there early to the West Indies, a couple of weeks before the series even started. He wanted to be ready, acclimatised, get used to conditions. And then when that chance comes, when you get the nod from Trescothick, Butler, Salt, whoever's the skipper at the time, Liam Livingstone, you take that opportunity. You don't want anyone else to have it. And he's come on a wicket where, as we've said, it's not quick. But if you get the ball in the right area, batsmen at this level in T20 cricket are going to make mistakes because they're coming after you. So just get the ball in an area more often than not. You've got 24 balls if you're not bowling your extra deliveries to do your thing, and to be 3 for 6 off his 2 overs, Macca, is a fantastic start. He'll be wanting this weather to blow over so he can get out there and turn that to 4 wickets, 5 wickets, and really put England into a fantastic position in this first game in Barbados.
To be on a hat-trick. Only one man has taken a T20 international hat-trick for England, and that was Chris Jordan on this ground against the USA in the World Cup in June. So to even be on a hat-trick it is a great thing for him. Just come back to that in a second, because what I can tell you at the moment is the 4th umpire always goes and stands out with an umbrella just to keep an eye on things out in the middle. The grounds crew are coming from their huts away on the right-hand side of the ground from the comms box end, and they are now reappearing, and I'm hoping they're making their way towards the middle to remove that sheeting.
Is the umbrella for the massive sun that seems to be on the ground at the moment? Because it's kind of weird to be looking at a rain delay where you're just like, I hope everyone's got their sunscreen on. It looks quite bright there.
Listen, as fast as the rain comes in, as fast as it blows away, trust me, it's a little shower just to keep the vegetation out there growing and everything like that. Keep everyone happy, everyone a little bit chilled, who might be sunbathing on the beach. And we'll get the sun out and we'll get the cricket on, and hopefully we'll get to hear a fantastic game.
Don't worry, everybody. The rope's out. So don't worry. I've never quite got the rope. If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's two little sort of almost like golf carts that are towing a bit of boundary rope that's about 20-25 metres long between the pair of them. And all they do is basically drive it around the outfield to remove the water on the top of the surface. But unless the water is absorbed by the rope, all that happens is it gets knocked up into the air and then lands back where it was. And the rope isn't going to absorb the water because rope doesn't do that. So I've never quite got the logic of the rope.
It's just one of those things. It's always happened, so they'll continue to do it until someone else finds something else to do, isn't it? It's a little bit of a nonsense, isn't it? Just to take off that. So it's like a bit like with if it's dewy, isn't it? And they send it round, but as you say, they're just moving it somewhere else, really. As you say, the sun's going to burn that off, and hopefully we'll get out there and Saqib, and hopefully Topley's okay. We do hope, we do hope that's not too serious. But with him clutching his knee, he might have just twisted something. If that's the case, maybe it might be something that they might be able to tape up. Worst case scenario, but hopefully he's okay and he's not looking at any long-term injuries.
My favourite method of drying an outfield was also in the West Indies, actually. I think in 2003, when we did the tour there, we went to Guyana for the first one-day international of a series, and the day before the game, the ground, the old border ground, which, for those of you who don't know, is below sea level, which is always a problem when you get water because it ain't going anywhere, and Guyana as a city is below sea level. So they have a bunch of canals effectively all around, and they can open the sluice gates to get the water in and out. Well, the day before the game, the water was knee-high on the outfield.
Sluice gates?
Yeah.
Okay.
The water was knee-high on the outfield, and the next day they'd managed, through opening these various gates or whatever, to get the water away, but it was still too wet. So they got the Guyanese Air Force to bring a helicopter to the ground, and it was basically buzzing 10 foot above the square to dry out the surrounding area so we could get a game on. And we did get a game on, and England won as Chris Reed, I think, was batting at 8 or 9 that day, and went in, and I think he got about 40 or 50 odd off very few balls, and just kept whacking the bowlers back over their head into the pavilion, and it was just an incredible game. The stories that Harmy and Goffey have since told me about what happened the day before, I can't actually tell you on air. So
you're saying the helicopter worked better than the hand fans they took out for the Afghanistan-New Zealand game?
Who'd have thunk it?
Do you remember that? Did you see? It was like they got them out of their hotels and they were bringing it down. It didn't dry out anything. But yeah, look, I mean, in the Caribbean, didn't they light a pitch on fire at one stage? So, look, various things have been tried. Can I tell you about a Super 50 game?
Yes, please do.
Me and 12 other people watched. It was Windward versus Leeward Islands. I forget the names. They've got nicknames, those teams anymore, but I don't know. And they were playing, and it was such a turgid game. Jewel Andrew, who I think was in the ODI
yes,
squad.
he was.
I think at one stage, Tudesy, was something like 13 off 40 balls or something. It was just... It was an unplayable wicket. Kavim Hodge, not really a specialist bowler, had about 4 for 10, I think, at one stage. Just ragging sideways. And there was a guy for Windward Islands called Jamal Hamilton, who actually starts to make some runs and gets them up. And he gets himself into the 90s, but they keep losing wickets all the way through. And he gets to 95. They bring on Shamar Springer, young, good West Indian bowler, but a quick. And so he's thinking, well, I can hit the quicks. Clearly I can't hit the spinners because these wickets are... So I'll have a go at the quick. So he tries to bring up his 100 with a 6. 9 wickets down. All right, so he's got, I think it was O'Shane Thomas at the other end. Big fella, fast bowler. So 9 wickets down, he's like, great, I've got the quick, I'll do a big swing here, and he creams a pull shot. And on the boundary, there is this huge diving mid-air save. It's one of the best saves I've ever seen, but he drops the catch, the guy on the boundary. But then he sees it's about to go over for 6 again, so he saves it twice, but the ball comes back in, right? And there's no run. They don't even take a run because the number 11's at the other end. But Jamar's looking at this going, you've got to be kidding. Like, he's basically saved my 100 twice off one ball there. And it was a beautiful shot. Ball comes in, ball comes back. Next ball, he takes a single because it's the end of the over. He gets to the other end, gets a wide one outside of stump. This time he's thinking, I'm on 95 now. I'll pick up my a boundary here. Take myself to 99. Slices it straight to the fielder, who drops a sitter at backward point. Breaks his finger, goes off the field. So Jamal Hamilton's now. He's still on 96, and he's looking around. He's thinking to himself, "Geez, what am I going to do here?" So he starts really starting to slog everything everywhere. Can't get anything away. There's no runs because they don't want O'Shane Thomas back on strike. Finally, he nails one back down the ground, and the bowler sticks his hand out, gets a fingertip on it, and O'Shane Thomas is just watching the whole thing happen in slow motion and just watches himself get run out. I'm not even sure he put his bat back. It was literally like, oh, he's hit that hard. Oh, that's hit his fingers. Oh, was I supposed to do something here? And poor Jamal Hamilton ended up on 96, not out. It was fingertips on every... He sent one guy to hospital with a broken finger. He's got another guy with two of the greatest saves of all time. And then he starts saying, are we sure it's out? And like O'Shane Thomas is still standing out of his ground going, what's happened here, everyone? Anyway, it's a great moment. They broadcast all the, if you're ever in the gym and you're bored, you want to watch something while you're on they broadcast all the Super 50 games. Some funny stuff happens in those games. They're worth watching.
We are still awaiting the word from the middle. The umpires are out there while the rope is going around. So hopefully they'll be pretty satisfied with what they are seeing at the moment, and we'll get a resumption in the next few minutes. We haven't heard anything official from the England camp yet regarding Reece Topley, so hopefully we'll get some news out of them. I'll tell you what, we were going to change the commentary teams over in 3 balls time anyway. Let's do that now. Let's bring in Barry Wilkinson and Roland Butcher, and they can take you through the next period and hopefully bring us some news of when we're going to resume. And when we do resume, they will pick up the commentary for you. So, gentlemen, over to you.
Thank you so much. And like you correctly said, I really don't like to see the rope along with this cart on the field, because all they're doing to me, Roland, they're leaving mud marks. You look at the entire circle. Mud marks now all over the ground, and it looks quite ugly, I must tell you. There's been so much water in Barbados over the last 24 hours, and even though the surface was covered, which meant that the pitch is protected, the entire Kensington Oval was not. Kensington has a fantastic drainage, Roland, but the amount of water that fell, I don't care how much drainage you've got, this outfield took a battering. And you can still see that even though a lot of rain has not fallen in the last half an hour, you can still see the effects of all of the wet outfield with the truck and the cart going around, leaving these mud marks.
Yes, Barry, you're absolutely right. I mean, the drainage here is fantastic since 2007, when it was all redone for the 2007 World Cup. It's been excellent. I think the problem today, particularly with all that rain we had yesterday, Barry, is that there's certain parts of this field that's in pretty poor condition at the moment, particularly right in front of our commentary position here. The legacy of an event that took part that was here before the ODI matches. And as a result, when we look down here, it is very patchy. The grass is very thin, and there's lots of sand that's been put down as well. And also on the other side, similarly, I think the problem really is because of this situation here, where the grass is not really knitted together. It's very, very thin. All of that rain, it is still quite soggy at the top. And then, as you said, as the wheels go around with these buggies, particularly here just in front of the scoreboard, where you can see right now they're using some mini soppers, there must be water in that area, and that is quite worrying. The umpires obviously having a discussion in the middle. In terms of weather, game could restart, because even though I'm looking across to the right, said where the rain comes forward, this in Georges Valley, over there it's cloudy, but normally you can see the rain falling there, and that's usually a problem. So that's not a problem right now. So they could start. The only thing is, if the umpires decide that certain areas of this field need to dry a little bit further, they could probably start right now, I would imagine, because the rain was not that heavy. It was just a very short, sharp shower. But the groundsmen have got some work to do, and they're doing it right now.
Yeah, I think we're waiting on the exact ruling of what's just going to be happening. Luckily, when it comes to matches being played at 4 o'clock, and the rain delay has not gone long enough for there to be any deduction of overs, so I can tell you for sure that that's not going to be the case whatever time we resume. It's all a matter of what time we resume, and that is the big question. The sun is back out. That rain has dissipated for the meantime, and I don't think we're going to be seeing that anytime soon again, I hope. But I'm really worried about this outfield. And the pitch, Roland, this pitch has been slow. Very, very slow. Look at the dismissals. Besides Hetmar, you look at the dismissal of Brandon King, and you look at the dismissal of Evan Lewis. Those deliveries just did not come on.
Yes, absolutely. It's very slow, and you can understand that because it spent all that time yesterday and certainly the early part of the day on the cover. So the pitch is perhaps not as hard as they would like it to be, and it has shown exactly that way when it's played. As you said, apart from a couple of deliveries, the first ball was a pretty full half volley which was crashed through the offside by Lewis for 4. But I think generally the batters have found it quite difficult to time the ball, and that's simply because of the slowness of the pitch. Brandon King, obviously came down the wicket, and you've been looking to hit that ball through extra cover, and the ball ended up hitting high on the bat and just really lobbing to cover. And Lewis himself, that ball really didn't come on. He just picked it up to deep square leg. Hetmeyer was a reasonable delivery simply because the area was good, perhaps a little bit wide, and he ended up fending at it. But obviously England have made a very good start in these conditions, and that's exactly what they wanted. They won the toss, and the reason they put West Indies into bat is because they believe that they could do something in the early exchanges.
Yeah, and they have done that. We've seen Mahmood bowl really good lines, really good lengths. He's hit his traps, and he's been asking the question, and he's got the reward. How good is he bowled?
Yeah, he's bowled well. Listen, it's about taking the opportunity. I mean, he's been on the sidelines for a while. The last time he was here in the West Indies, I think it was his first tour, and I was quite impressed with him, actually. He did quite well, but as a result, he had some injuries. He's had to fight his way back, so he would be chomping at the bits. I think it's also helpful to have this slowest pitch here where you can't really hit through the line of the ball. And, the first 3 batters for West Indies are players who like to hit through the line of the ball. Even Puran, obviously, he likes to do that as well. So this pitch has really helped him. I'm a little bit worried what's going on in front of me here, Barry, because it looks more like a jigsaw puzzle here now down in front of the covering position.
I wish I could. I really wish I could put my eyes and for radio to see, because what we're seeing in front of us here now is a whole bunch of sawdust being put on the outfield, and it has got the ground at Kensington looking like a second 11 field. Play park.
Yes, and Cameron has got his camera, so
Cameron's got his camera.
You'll be able to see it soon.
So tune into Talk Sport socials, and you'll be able to see what we're talking about, because I've never seen Kensington looking so ragged. That's the best word to describe it.
Absolutely, and as I said, this is the area of concern right now, and it clearly is an area of concern for the umpires, because one of the umpires is standing out there.
Is that Gregory Baffett?
Looks like Gregory, just watching what they're actually doing and instructing them what to do, because this area here is very patchy, as it was patchy to start with, and now, as you can see, there's lots of sand or drain agent being put in the area.
Well, yeah, look, that just goes to show how much rain we've really had yesterday. Brian Lowry's event that we keep telling you about was just rained out almost. It was a really good event, but there was so much rain in Barbados. I mean, I've never seen so much rain fall in this little island in a long, long time. Not even during a hurricane. Hurricanes bring the wind, but the rain that we've had, we haven't seen that kind of rain in Barbados in a while.
Yeah, you're right, Barry. I mean, I was with you last night at the event. And,
yeah, just make sure you say at the event, Roland.
Right, sorry, at the major event, of which you were one of the stars at the event, Barry.
It could be some trouble if you leave that sentence unopened or unfinished.
Yes, you spoke about the event before, the Brian Lara book signing. But yes, I mean, the rain it stopped a lot of people from actually getting into the to the ground, and it stopped us from leaving because we couldn't leave anywhere because the rain was so heavy. I've never seen so much rain.
The news just in, Roland. The match will resume in about 13 minutes' time, 5 o'clock local time. So if you're listening, the match will resume at 9 p.m. UK time, 5 p.m. local time. And that's why they are trying to get the outfield with as much sawdust as possible, because the outfield is what is the major concern. The strip is fine.
Barry, they don't use sawdust anymore. That's the ancient thing. These they use drain agent. It's an American thing.
Really?
Yes.
Oh, please forgive me, because I didn't even know that. So it's drying agent that is being used. Looks very much like sawdust, but it's actually drying agent. How good is it, Roland?
It's very good. I mean, listen, they use it in the States, and as you know, when those pitches have been frozen and then they thaw out, particularly so they use it a lot over there, and it's, it gradually came over here probably about 15 years ago, and that's what they use these days.
So the drying agent, you've got everything here at Kensington Oval being utilised, and I think that's really good. You look at the fact that these T20s have come after the ODI series, the West Indies winning the ODI series after losing in Sri Lanka both the ODIs and the T20s. How important was it for them to actually win that T20 series, that ODI series correction, on Wednesday, and to try and start here with a bang?
Yeah, very important, but as I said before, don't read too much into it, because the opposition you play against is also very important. There was a much more sterner test in Sri Lanka, who are an extremely good side. When they're playing at home, lots of quality batters, good spinners. That was a real contest. The games here not of the same quality or the same intensity. Obviously, because England have got a very experimental team in terms of the young players here, but West Indies had to win from a confidence perspective, because it doesn't matter who you beat. Once you win, that gives you confidence. So it was important for them to do that. And out of that, also we saw some good batting performances, particularly by the top four, who I think all made hundreds. So that was a bonus.
It's amazing how many people at the ground are actually watching Liverpool and Aston Villa play. I was surprised by that. I took a walk around just before we came back on, and I just was amazed as to how many people are following the Premiership at the moment. I guess it's because City lost earlier, so the interest now switches to Liverpool with a more of a commanding lead in that top of the table.
Yeah, then that's commanding for now. You and I had this conversation earlier, Barry. Christmas is a long way from here. Before.
You're a Liverpudlian, aren't you?
No, my wife is. So I have to suffer the fact that they're doing so well at the moment. But listen, as you know, football is in the Caribbean. People are very passionate about it, particularly the Premier League, and they all have their own teams. And pity that yours not doing too well.
What do you call Roland? They're in the top five.
Grimsby, wasn't it? Grimsby?
Oh, please. Arsenal has been my team since 1999, and they will remain that. And I think that they're playing tomorrow against Chelsea. Should be a very important game.
It would be, yeah, a good London derby. I think Arsenal at the moment they're in need of a win, because things are not going so well for them.
Defeat and 2 draws. They haven't won in the last.
Yeah,
four games.
I think the fact, as soon as the captain got injured, it seems as if things have gone awry a bit. So they need a good result.
Well, England will want a good result here, and the West Indies will want to start with a very positive result as well. More news coming to hand is 5 o'clock. Of course, 5 p.m. is the new start time, and just about 9 minutes or so. We can also talk a little bit about the ban on Alzarri Joseph. That ban has been well publicised, because many people were looking to see how Cricket West Indies would have handled that incident when he stormed off the field, when he had a go at his coach, he had a go at his captain, and he's been handed just a very soft 2-match ban. Your thoughts on that?
Yeah, as I said before, Barry, yes, I mean, 2 matches, not a huge punishment, for something of that nature. Obviously, it's something seen all over the world, not something to be encouraged. I'm sure Alzarri Joseph, when he looks back, he will say to himself, I'm not very proud of what I did there. And really, hopefully he'll never repeat that again. He's fortunate, obviously, to have only been banned for 2 games and nothing else. So, you know, he got away with it. But at the same time, it was a pretty unsavory thing to happen in front of not just millions around the world, but, you know, your home fans as well, and the opposition fans as well.
Yeah, you don't often see a player getting involved in a spat with his coach during a match. I mean, those things happen every day in every kind of sport. But for it to happen during a match is it's an anomaly, because you would see the captain and a player get away occasionally, but for you to actually openly be disrespectful to your coach is something that you don't often see. And I think that Cricket West Indies should be reprimanded for their decision to only ban Alzari Joseph for 2 games.
Well, I'm not going on that line with Cricket West Indies. I'm sure
they fired you. They fired you a couple of months ago. You've got nothing to lose. Go at them. Come on.
As yourself and Andrew Mason keeps reminding me. But yeah, listen. Most of the West Indies, you know, if you go around the West Indies, people will tell you that he really got away lucky. You know, if you read a lot of the things that people put on Facebook, all the fans, they were looking for a much longer, lengthier ban. They would feel really that, you know, it was just really a tap on the wrist. And it could very well be just a tap on the wrist. As I said, I would have left him out of the entire series. You know, not just to punish him, but to let him just go away, think about it, not have to think about any cricket for a while, and get that out of his mind. But they've gone for the 2 games. You know, we'll see when they get to the next one, whether after this one, whether he will actually get into the team or not.
Yeah, so just a reminder, we're going to be starting in about 6 minutes' time. I think we should see the players begin to assemble. You know, they like to warm up. No word yet on Reece Topley. He had a terrible fall the last ball of that innings, and he actually was holding, he was helped off by 2 players. He was holding his knee, which is not a very good thing. Do you think, Roland, it looked that serious where he could not bowl again in this match? Because we haven't heard anything from the England dressing room. Hearing nothing could mean that he's fine or that he's now being assessed.
Yeah, it didn't look that serious to me, really. I was just wondering whether Reece's pride was hurt more than his actual knee. But, you know, I was just looking at the expression on his face, and it didn't look of one of resignation as to say, look, this is so bad I wouldn't be able to take any further part in the game. I think he was just, you know, okay, it's probably hurting at the time, but I would expect that he would take the field with the team when they come onto the field in the next 5 minutes.
So the atmosphere being kept alive by the DJ and dancing girls on the stage. The England fans are absolutely enjoying themselves, even though the rains came yesterday and today. They have been really out and about in Barbados. If you know the island well, you know the St. Lawrence Gap is a major hub of activity. I know when Andrew McKenna was here the last time, he enjoyed that. And generally, you've got not only the fans around in the South Coast, but they're also on the West Coast, where Rihanna would have had a very plush and posh event to launch her beauty line. And we also had some attending that big event. So it's been happening in Barbados, and it's a hive of activity now with these 2 T20s. Don't forget, they move on to St. Lucia for the matches to continue on Wednesday, and then Saturday and Sunday when the series climaxes next weekend.
Yeah, the fans and the English fans particularly should enjoy themselves. I mean, it's just another day in paradise, and this is paradise. And what I would say, Andrew, Barry, looking around, I think it's a pretty good crowd in, actually.
Very good crowd.
You know, I'm looking down to my left here, and first bit that I see is the Hewitt and Innes stand, and actually the Barbados Royals Girls Cricket Club are in that stand today.
Yes, they are.
All the girls supporting West Indies. Like to say thanks to Cricket West Indies for providing the tickets.
I now see why you didn't have a go at them.
No, I'll have a go at them when I need to. But on this one,
it's all beginning to make sense.
No, I can't have a go at them when they have provided a lot of tickets for the girls to come and watch the cricket. Girls who are passionate about the game of cricket. So, kudos to Cricket West Indies. I will hammer them another time, but you know, today and tomorrow, because they provided tickets for both games, thanks to them. But yes, the crowd is a very good one, and looking around here, the party stand is well paturated. Haynes and Greenwich, obviously the 3W stand, and then even the new grandstand as well. So, yeah, very happy with the crowd.
So, the good news for England is that Reece Topley is fine. Suffered a bit of soreness, but he will be back out. Perhaps that break would have done him good, about half an hour break, just to get that soreness taken care of, and he will resume. So that's good news for England. And he's got just 3 deliveries left, 33 for 3. The West Indies moving quite slowly. We talked about the pitch and looked at why the West Indies perhaps didn't make good use or haven't made good use of this power play. But it's not the kind of pitch that Nicholas Pooran would necessarily enjoy, is it?
Well, he likes the ball coming on. Pooran obviously likes to go on over the top. The similar dismissal that got Evan Lewis. He likes to hit a lot of balls in those areas, picking up from around the leg stump area. And obviously, he'll have to be careful that those balls around the leg side this might stop a little bit, and there's a deep square leg in place. Not easy to score runs, and you must give England credit at the moment, really. I think the bowlers the ball well. They've used the conditions well, and Sakib's last wicket, that one of Hetmyer, was a genuine wicket. Batsman didn't give his wicket away. It was, just in the area that he's got to play at, gets an outside edge. But, there's still a long way to go in this game. England made an excellent start. West Indies have got to look and try and recover from this position.
So the umpires are back out, the England players are back out, and in a minute we should be seeing the West Indies batsmen come down the Garfield Silvers Pavilion. Here they come now to somewhat of a rousing welcome as they'll continue on 33 for 3. We're in the 5th over where Reece Topley is bowling. We've got the 2 Ps, Powell and Pooran. One who of course has over 1,500 runs at this level, the other has over 2,500. And they are both a very important partnership and an important cog of the wheel now for the West Indies if they're to get a very sizable and decent total. What is a good total on this surface based on what you've seen so far? What do you reckon is a good total?
Well, if you get 130 at this point, from this point here now, having lost 3 wickets, then you've done well. But West Indies on paper, they've got a pretty long batting tail. If you go as far down as Shepherd, so there's lots of possibilities with the bat. The question really is going to be in the next 5 or 6 overs, can they develop a partnership? If they lose any more wickets, what happens after that?
So Topley to continue to Powell. There's a short third man, there's a backward point, a cover point, a very short extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, straightish mid-wicket, backward square leg on the boundary and a long leg. That's the field. There's also someone running right across the sight screen just as we start. But they're all ready. Here comes Topley now, bowls to Powell, and Powell is driving beautifully in the air, out to the long off area, over long off, it's gone for 6. What a shot! What a way to resume there from Powell, as that one was well pitched up and he just eased on the front foot and he smashed that over long off for 6.
Yeah, not the best delivery there by Topley to start with, but Powell, it was right in the slot and beautifully executed and just kept the shape there. And the ball just sailed over long off for 6, and is that Topley going off the field?
Yeah, so we were talking up Topley in terms of how he was feeling, but he's going off the field. So he's perhaps had enough of that. He hurt his knee, the ball just before the break. Oh my goodness me! Oh my goodness me! Reece Topley has just taken a chair and he smashed it. He's literally smashed it on the staircase. That's going to be a big fine. That's not good at all. Where's his dad? We have to get his dad to comment on that. Here comes, this is going to be Overton to continue. And Overton is bowling a delivery down the leg side, turned into the onside. They thought of a single, decided against it, and there's no run. But Reece Topley has just taken a chair from the security, and while walking up on the staircase, he smashed it to smithereens. Out of frustration, no doubt. But that's going to be a fine, I imagine, I expect.
Yes, and Paul just smashed it over long off.
Well, that was the ball. We were talking about the chair. This one is played back to the bowler. There's no run to end the over. 5 gone, 39 for 3.
Yes, and Paul dealing in sixes at the moment. Obviously the pull 6 and then the straight 6. 39 for 3 off 5. And he's still got a lot of work to do.
So we've had King caught Overton, bowls Sakib 3. Lewis caught Bethel, bowls Sakib 13. And Hetmeyer, one bowler, caught the keeper Salt, bowls Sakib for a duck. Powell 17. Puran has got 5. Puran is on strike now. As Sakib is going to continue, he'll probably bowl his quota out.
Yes, and if you notice,
in fact, he's going to continue. He's
got 2
more.
For Puran, they've got two men out on the leg side. There's a backward square, and then there's also a forward square as well. So the strength area for Puran, obviously that pickup shot.
Here comes Sakib now, bowls to Puran, passes the umpire and bowls to the left-handed Puran, who's pulling in the air. That's gone, high, hard, handsome, 6, over long on. Nicky P, the little pocket rocket from Port of Spain, getting things off and running here at Kensington Oval. 45 for 3.
Yeah, not the best start there for Shakib. Nice and short, and Puran's not going to miss out on that, and just struck it straight back over long on. There's no long on in place. Probably went some 20 yards into the stand.
What a shot that was. Here comes Sakib in again and bowls to Puran, and Puran this time is going for a big swing. He's wrapped in the pad. They're appealing for LBW. I think that might have been high, might have been also, I thought, some bat. Puran is rubbing his thigh pad, so that was indeed very high. So another good decision there by the umpire, I would reckon. They're not going to go upstairs again. They had one wrong before, and they only got 3 seconds left. 2, 1, 0. No chance there of going upstairs. Leg by being signalled. 45 for 3 then, as the West Indies move on from their little disastrous position of 18 for 3.
Yeah, probably a bit high. Would have been in line. Yeah, I think only the height would have saved Puran there. Hit him on the back leg.
Puran has got to still watch it, but it's going to be Sakib now to bowl to Powell, the West Indies captain. So Puran has got 11, Powell's got 17. Here comes Sakib now, bowls to Powell, and Powell this time gets one down the leg side, turns it behind square, past the umpire. They get one, and that's all they'll be. Fielded just about now from Adil Rashid. A very, very poor throw, but just a single to keep the West Indies quiet at 47 for 3 in over number 6.
Yeah, Paul looking very busy. A question for you, Barry. Why do batsmen wear watches sometimes?
To time their shots?
Well, I don't know, but Paul always wears a watch, and I'm just wondering why.
I guess sometimes you just feel comfortable. Sometimes it could be they just like to. Here comes Sakib and bowls, and this one is driven down behind point. This is going to go down to the boundary. It does. 4 more. I didn't think that was going to get to the boundary, but then I recognized there was no one at the backward point area, and he really placed it well rather than hit it with a lot of power. Puran 4 more.
Yeah, beautifully timed shot there. Just really put the face of the bat there, and even though we've had some rain on the outfield, Barry, it hasn't slowed the field down on that side. It's just raced away down to third man. So England having a bit of problem at the moment. That break certainly hasn't done them any good whatsoever.
Surprisingly, the West Indies have come out after the break with like if they got a dote or some kind of shot in their bats or something.
Quickly, in less than an over, they've conceded a 6 and a 4. And now Sakib obviously is changing the direction. He's going to go around the wicket.
Yeah, he's going around the wicket to Puran, who's got 15 now from 9 balls. They both will face 9 balls as he comes in and bowls to Puran. Puran is driving again, over long on. That's even further into the stands. 6 more.
Not the place to bowl to Puran, not just almost a length. It just stood up, not pitched up far enough. And Puran just waiting on the back foot, and he just smashed through the line, off the meat of the bat. He knows once he's made contact that's gone for 6, and it's a big one. So West Indies on fire. And they're 6 over.
Yeah, the West Indies are on fire. And it's Nicholas Pooran, the pocket rocket from Port of Spain. 21 from 10. 57 for 3. And Sakib is now going back over the wicket and comes in and bowls to Pooran. And Pooran is driving out to cover. Can't pass the lovely feeling there of Bethel. And he'll only get a single on that occasion. 22 he has. Is 58 for 3 after 6.
Yeah, very productive over there for the West Indies, and it's clear that they're going to continue obviously going after the bowling, and I think Powell really started it with those 2 sixes, and now Pooran's joined in, and suddenly the pressure now is on England. They're going to have to certainly call for somebody like Adil Rashid now to come in and weave his magic, but 2 players are set at the moment, Pooran on 22 and Powell on 18.
So what will they do? They're going to bring on, like you said, Adil Rashid. And Adil Rashid, the man, of course, who has been pretty successful at this level. The problem that he's going to face is gripping this ball. This ball is going to be somewhat wet, and we haven't even gone into the second innings as yet. So Rashid will be bowling to the left-handed Nicholas Pooran. Pooran on 22, like I said. 58 then for 3. Run rate is 9.6. So here he comes now, Rashid, and comes in and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran is driving down the ground out to the long off area to steal a very easy single. Thought he could have done a bit more of that, Butch. I thought it was a full toss.
Well, he's got to have a look first of all, Barry.
Pooran having a look. Pooran goes helter-skelter before he even walks on the pitch.
Well, he obviously respecting that Rashid is not a bad campaigner. He's played a few games in this version, Rashid, so having a good look at him.
So here comes Adil Rashid now to bowl to Powell, the young Jamaican. Comes in and bowls to Powell, and Powell is going for this. Out to long on, over long on. Caught at long on by the man who has those buckets, Jamie Overton. That one was struck pretty high, and only Overton could have taken that on the long on boundary because it was hit quite high, and he had to jump to get it, and he's a tall man already, and he was able to pluck it out of the air with those buckets of hands. Overton takes the catch, and the Windies slide again to 59 for 4.
Yeah, well, that's what Rashid was brought on to do. That one came off the toe end of the bat, and Overton's taken a very good catch above his head at long on. He's a big tall man, and he's used his height to full effect, having to jump and take it with both hands. Powell would be disappointed because it was pretty much in the slot, but he got it off the bottom of the bat. He goes for 18, and it's 59 for 4.
So the Windies slide again. They were recovering. They were 18 for 3. But this is another slide, and it brings what the man who I consider to be the most reliable in the last 18 months of West Indies cricket in the ODI and T20 formats. It brings Sherfane Rutherford to the crease, who I think has been their best batsman overall in ODIs and T20s.
Yeah, he's had a very good period, Rutherford. Started off in Sri Lanka with some excellent batting, and he needs to do it today because after this it's a bit hit and miss, and he's coming at a time now he's going to have to deal with Rashid to start with. It's not going to be easy at the beginning. Rashid's, as I said, a very, very experienced campaigner.
So here comes Adil Rashid now on balls, and this time Rutherford is looking to turn the ball into the onside. Wants a non-existent single, picked up just about now by the captain, thrown in, and there is no run.
Yeah, just trying to get off the mark there, Rutherford.
Yeah, Rutherford has been having some good scores. He's the top man in Sri Lanka as Adil Rashid bowls again, and this time he's getting a good delivery on the off stump, defends it, plays it back to Rashid, and there's still no run.
Yeah, nicely flighted there, and Rashid looks as if he's enjoying his work at the moment. He's only in his first over, but he's got the vital breakthrough.
Here he comes again and bowls to Rutherford. Rutherford is sweeping and sweeping well. Comes off the bottom edge of the bat, but he'll get a couple of runs. The ball goes down to the boundary, but fielded just about now by Joss Butler. And there is a 2 there, a brace of runs there for Adil Rashid. So, a correction for Sherfane Rutherford.
Yeah, nicely played by Rutherford, pitching outside the leg stump. So all he's done is really helped it. There's a deep square leg, so captain had to run from slip.
Here he comes again and bowls, and this time Rutherford gets a good delivery on the line, the off stump, defends it, plays it back to the offside, and there is no run, over ends. Good over there for England.
Yeah, terrific over there by Rashid, just conceding the 3 runs and also picking up a wicket. So he's done exactly what the captain asked him to do, come in and break this partnership. He's done it, and West Indies have got to start again. But Pooran still very much on the go. He's only faced 12 deliveries for his 23.
So we're going to have another bowling change. It's going to be Mousley, Dan Mousley, who's made his debut today, and I think his parents were in the huddle. I've never seen that before. I've never seen parents in the huddle when they're presented with the hat for your debut.
Well, you've seen it for the first time.
Yes, it's the first time I've ever seen. Has it ever happened? Have you ever seen that before?
No, I haven't. But and I haven't seen that either. First ball either.
First ball swung away over mid-wicket, 6. What a way to start and say to Mosley, welcome to T20 cricket from Nicky P, who's on fire. 29 he's got now with that 6.
Yeah, that's not the welcome that he wants, Mosley, but it was a nice, juicy full toss. And Nicholas Pooran, he's not going to hit that for 4. Not that tight. That's, I think, Barry, you would want to have that delivery first up as well.
Yeah, indeed. Let's see how he's going to correct that. I know he's having some problems gripping the ball. Continues to try to use the surface to just wipe the ball. It's going to be difficult to grip. Here he comes in again now and bowls to Pooran. And Pooran is driving back to him. He feels his own bowling, and that's a much better delivery on the line in the middle of the leg stump.
Yeah, fuller, quicker delivery. I don't think just trying to get it somewhere in that area.
Here he comes in again and bowls. The delivery on the line in the middle stump. Defended, pushed into the covers, and that's a very good delivery again.
Yeah, he's just bowling a little flatter. Not giving Pooran the opportunity to get under him.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Pooran. Pooran is driving straight to cover. Still no run. 3 tidy deliveries after that first one that went for 6.
Nice comeback, good comeback.
Here comes Mosley. Bowls again to Pooran. Pooran is square driving this. He'll get a single. The keeper knocks off the bails. Are they going to go upstairs to that? I doubt it. But just for caution they do. Rutherford was a little lazy running for that single, and Phil Salt just nicked the bails off and has forced umpire Bazaraf to go up the stairs to inquire if that was indeed safe or not.
Yeah, it was an excellent piece of fielding. The ball was going quickly to his right. I'm trying to see who the fielder is there, backward point.
We have umpire's review for run out at the striker's end. Can you give me a best side on shot, please?
Just dived to his right, and so it was a good piece of fielding. I think he should be okay here.
Yeah,
he's grounded.
He's home with change.
Thank you. Satisfied. Decision to the big screen is not.
Change the spear. He's home, so not out. It's the decision there by umpire Gregory Brathwaite. So here comes moves in again and bowls to Rutherford. And Rutherford is going for a big drive. Missed it. Didn't time it at all. And the over ends. Not a bad over. 6 first ball. Then we saw 4 consecutive dots in a single. Well bowled, Mosley, after that 6. 68 for 4 after 8.
Yeah, good comeback there by Mosley. That first ball, obviously a big full toss, which was dispatched into the Asian Gwynedd stand by Pooran. So recovered well. So Pooran's now moved to 30.
Pooran has gone to 30, 68 for 4, and it's going to be Adil Rashid to continue. Here he comes in now, bowls to Pooran, and Pooran this time is turning the ball into the onside out to mid-wicket, and he'll get an easy single. Jacob Bethel is the man there, so 1 more run Pooran goes to 31. And we've got the Jacob Bethel fan club who are in the Greenwich and Haynes stand. They all have got a whole set of flyers. We came to see Jacob Bethel as Rutherford now gets delivered. It's a brilliantly caught that slip. Oh, that's the catch of the century. It was a delivery outside the line of the legs of the off stump, spun back into Rutherford. He was on the back foot, cut it, and it just stuck into the left hand of Butler, who was that slip, and he just took a fantastic reflex catch.
Yeah, excellent catch this by Butler. I'm not sure whether he caught this or this caught him. It was a thick edge, and he just plucked that left hand out, and it went straight in. And Adi Rashid just gives the two fingers up. He knows what an important wicket that was.
So Rutherford gone for 2, Windy 69 for 5. And now I think you're going to see the big man come to the crease. It's going to be Dre Russ.
Yeah, he's got a lot to do. It's not going to be easy for him either. Not the best starter, Andre Russell, particularly when Rashid is doing his stuff. He may well have to look to see if he can play Rashid out and not take too many chances, because he loses a 6 wicket now, and then any total of 140 plus looks out the window. So I think it's important for Dre Russ to just, let Rashid bowl his overs and try to score later on. But Rashid will be looking to pick up another wicket, and all Pooran can do is watch from the other end.
Yeah, well, look, this is trouble for the Windies. 18 for 3, and then a little bit of a recovery to 59 for 5, 59 for 4, now 69 for 5. Now Adil Rashid has got 2. Here he comes in now and bowls to Russell. And Russell is on the front foot and defends, plays the ball straight to the offside, and there's no run.
Yeah, Rashid just veering his pace, giving the ball plenty of air, and he's certainly going to invite Russell to take him on.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Russell, and Russell this time is on the back foot, again playing the ball back to Rashid. Still no run.
Quicker, flatter delivery. Russell's a big man. He's
put on some beef, hasn't he? Here he comes again. Adil Rashid to Russell. Leg spinner. And Russell this time is on the back foot again, just punching it straight to the offside and jogs for a single. So he's off the mark. 70 now for 5. We say the Windies are in trouble, but you look at the situation of the match. 70 for 5 with Pooran and Russell there. You still want to say that this is still pretty good going in terms of the beef of the batting.
Yes, I mean, with these two players at the crease, particularly Pooran, obviously, if Russell gets going, then, the partnership can be quite healthy.
Pooran just whipping this into the onside again for another single to end the over. 9 overs gone then, 71 for 5. Pooran 32, Russell has got 1.
Yeah, terrific bowling again by Rashid. Just showing what he does for England over and over again whenever he's asked to bowl, either to get wickets or to keep it tight. He does it every single game. He's now got 2 for 6. The question is now, is the captain going to give him another over to see whether he can dismiss one of these players? But everything now hangs very much on Pooran, particularly.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of work on the shoulders there for Pooran and Russell. And look who's coming to bowl. It's going to be Jamie Overton. He's bowled a couple of deliveries, but those deliveries bowled were because of Reece Topley going off. So it wasn't his original over, but here's a chance for him to redeem himself and to really get into the thick of things. We've had Topley 2.4, none for 18. Went off very frustrated. He smashed a chair as Overton now comes in and bowls, and this delivery is cut away just for a single out to the backward point area. 71 for 5.
Yeah, just a bit of a loosener there by Overton. And now he gets a chance to bowl at Russell, who obviously has only just come to the crease. So important phase of the game right now for both teams, really. England, if they can pick up another wicket, then they're right in the game. And at the same time, if Russell and Pooran can put together a partnership, then the second half of the innings could be a good one for them.
So here he comes in now and bowls as he passes the umpire and bowls to Russell. And Russell is flicking this down to fine leg. There's a fielder there, so while it went down to the boundary, the fielder easily picks up and throws in for Russell to get another single, 73 for 5.
Russell was shaping to go for the big one and realised the length wasn't there.
Overton, he's a very tall, big man, did quite well in the 100 this year. Jamie Overton. Pooran back on strike on 33. Here comes Overton now and bowls to Pooran, and Pooran is looking to cut again. Doesn't time it, but he'll still get another single. An easy, easy run. The runs have dried up in the last 8 or 9 deliveries for the West Indies.
Yeah, and talking about Overton, he took an excellent catch to get rid of Powell, really, perhaps. Apart from Reece Topley, there weren't too many of the other England players who would have got hand on that, because it was high over his head on the long on boundary because of his height. He was able to take the catch.
Here he comes in on bowls to Russell, who gets a short ball and ducks. This is very strange. A short ball, he ducked onto that one and decided not to take a swing at it. It didn't get up a lot though, however it did.
It didn't really get up that much, but there's still, I saw the umpire still giving one for the over, because Russell was on the front foot, obviously looking for the ball to be pitched up to have a huge swing, and Overton just banged it in and Russell just pulled out of it.
Here he comes in again and bowls to Russell, and Russell gets a short ball. He's swinging this, swats it out to mid wicket into the big party stand for 6.
Yep, second time round. And lots of muscle in that one.
Muscle Russell, you got that right.
Yeah, it wasn't, you wouldn't say it's an authentic hook shot. It was just a swat across the line. And he's a big, strong man with a big bat.
So, 80 for 5. 1 ball left in over number 10. Here comes Overton again to deliver. As he comes in and bowls to Russell, and Russell this time is looking to turn this into the onside. It's a wide given, and that's a sundry that he'll have to deliver again. 81 for 5.
Yeah, slow delivery on the leg side. Russell looking to clip it down to fine leg, but yeah, the crowd's a good one now, Barry. I think.
I think it's about 90% capacity.
Yeah, not a lot of spaces around the ground right now.
Except for the bleachers, of course. Here comes Overton again and bowls to Russell, and Russell is on the front foot, he defends, pushes the ball back to the bowler, and there's no run. The over ends. It's now 81 for 5 after 10. More from Roland, and then we head back to studio.
Yes, and West Indies recovering from that start where Sakib picked up those 3 wickets, and looked as if both Powell and Pooran were going to put things in place there. He went, and now Russell's got to do it with Pooran. Pooran's on 34. He's faced some 21 deliveries. Really striking at 161.9 at the moment, so he's doing a good job. Excellent bowling by Sakib. He's got 3 wickets, and the other 2 wickets by Rashid Sakib. 3 for 30. He's pretty expensive. Going at 10 and over, but Adil Rashid 2 for 6 off his 2. He's done an excellent job, and Reece Topley, who's off the field, 9 for 26.
Thank you very much, gentlemen. Well, we've hit the drinks break, halfway stage of this first innings of this first T20 International here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. The West Indies 81 for 5 after being put into bat. King 3, Lewis 13, Hetmeyer first ball duck, Powell 18, Rutherford 2, the men to be dismissed, 3 to Sakib, 2 to Adil Rashid. But Alex Tudor alongside myself, Andrew McKenna. Undoubtedly the talking point is going to be Reece Topley, the man who slipped as he was delivering the ball, the final delivery before they went off. because of rain. He comes back out, tries to bowl again and clearly isn't right, goes off in a lot of pain, and picks up a plastic chair and destroys it on one of the handles up the stairs into the dressing room. You can understand his frustration, a man who's had so many injuries.
Yeah, I feel for him. There was quite heavy rain at the time when he was bowling. They were trying to get through it as they do in T20 cricket. They're like, we'll just get through it. But his foot landed in a foothole and his foot just slipped. And within doing so, he sort of jarred his knee. He went down holding his knee. And you're thinking the worst. He came out bowling at the side, thinking, I'm going to give it a go. He bowled one ball. We don't know quite what pace he bowled at it, but what happened was Rovman Powell hit him back over his head for 6. And in frustration, he knew that obviously he couldn't continue. And as he went up the stairs, he thought possibly he was auditioning for WWE for a chairs and ladders match.
Rashid is going to bowl the 11th over, goes in and bowls a leg break to Puran, takes him on the thigh pad, goes down to short fine leg, and they'll take a leg bye. 82 for 5.
And he takes it out on the chair, and I totally get his frustration. Listen, I've been there, I've had that many injuries.
We all hate chairs.
Well documented, and obviously he most probably feels his series is finished. He's got a rehab. Is it going to require surgery? He could just feel his pain, bless him.
Andre Russell on strike to Rashid. It's a front of the handball that Russell has just cleared the man at mid-on inside the circle, and they will just complete a single. It's Turner, I think, who's at mid-on. Is it? No. Just.
Did they have 2 fielders almost?
It's Pepper.
It is Pepper.
It is. He's at mid-on, and then there's a sort of cow corner out on the boundary. Pepper was very close to taking the catch. He seemed to stumble a bit as he tried to get up, and then the fielder out in the deep collected the ball in. And Andre Russell only just completed the single, thinking, I think, he was going to be caught and therefore didn't really put much of an effort in.
It's a great effort.
Rashid into, Andre Russell. It's short and wide and down the leg side. And Andre Russell gets up and underneath this, and this lands 15 rows back in the stand. 6, 90 for 5.
Another drop catch in the crowd. Poor effort. But yeah, tremendous striking from Andre Russell, the googly. And he sort of just held up really, gave him enough time, and he just swiveled and hit it sailing into the stands. And the face on the guy who's dropped it, honestly. It's an absolute picture.
It's with quite a lot of pain, I would imagine. That ball was travelling. Rashid goes in, and Andre Russell has smashed him over the leg side again. Over cow corner for 6 more. Back-to-back maximums. Adil Rashid had taken 2 for basically nothing, and in the last 2 balls his fingers have changed to 2 for 20 in 2 overs and 5 deliveries.
He just got both of these wrong. This was short, it didn't get up at all. It just gives him a chance to almost take one of those solar panels down again. It's just poor bowling. He's just got to get this above the eye line, nice and slow, loopy, towards Andre Russell here.
Russell's now got 21 from 10 balls. West Indies 96 for 5. Front of the handball from Rashid, and Russell on this occasion just defends. Bowler will field in his follow through. 11 gone here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. West Indies 96 for 5. By the way, we've just had an official word from the England camp. Reece Topley jarred his knee, is what they were saying. He will not return to the field for the rest of the bowling innings. But interestingly, that they say jarred his knee rather than anything more worrying, I suppose.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I hope it is just a jar. I hope it's not anything serious. The stress that young man has gone through during his career, he shows glimpses of absolute brilliance and what England want with a left arm seamer, with his height, his control. He bowls at the death, and he just has this stop-start career at the minute. So I hope it is just that, and he's able to, with a little bit of rest. But we go back to back, don't we? So
yes.
So maybe miss tomorrow and then possibly third one if everything's okay. Yeah, as I said, wish him the best. I know the frustration. Get that ice on it, get the heat on it afterwards and get it moving and and hopefully it will settle down.
Well, Sam Curran is going to come in and bowl the 12th over. Yeah, you're absolutely right. We're back-to-back Saturday, Sunday, Judes. And then there's 4 days because there's also the travel to St Lucia to take into account. So it's Thursday for game number 3 and then Saturday, Sunday next weekend. So all the matches, by the way, are 8 p.m. UK starts, 4 p.m. West Indian time, so we've not got any of the chopping and changing that we had in the one-days, so they're all getting underway at the same time. It's nice and straightforward. Right, Pooran to face Curran. Well, Curran starts with a short wide ball outside of off stump that he ran his fingers over, and Pooran not able to time that, and it basically goes straight off the bottom end of his bat, straight downward into the turf and dies, no run.
Yeah, it's like he just bowled a cutter, sort of got away with that, but as I said, the nature of the wicket's not quite coming on, so just didn't quite get his timing right there, Pooran.
The rain did seem to help earlier, actually, that it just freshened things up in terms of batting. Curran is in. It's a wide outside off stump again. Pooran throws his hands at that one, gets nothing on it. It's through to Phil Salt behind the stumps. No run again.
Yeah, again, another cutter just running his fingers alongside the ball. Pooran threw the shot early. That ball just under 117 Ks.
We see Pooran do this sometimes. He kind of, teams go wide to him and he misses a couple, and then he just stops and he just starts hitting them over cover for 4 and 6. He just changes where he wants to hit the ball, but at the moment he's playing into Curran's hands a little bit here.
Are we going pace on this time for Curran? No, it's another cutter outside of off stump. Pooran throws his hands to that one, and it will be fielded by Mosley at point, and they will come back for a couple. So Mosley's doing the deep cover duties. 2 taken, takes the West Indies to 98 for 5 halfway through the 12th. Pooran 37 from 26.
As you said, he's got so many hitting zones, Pooran, and he can go over extra cover. And he does like going over extra cover for 6.
I think if he has any issues, Judes, he can premeditate quite a bit. And I think that's what Curran was like. He's going to try and hit me to the leg side, so I just keep it wide. We're just having a couple of looks at this. I think it's okay.
Oh, he's well inside the boundary.
But yeah, so sometimes he does premeditate. But the problem is once he changes that zone on you, like you can't keep bowling wide to him because he'll just hit over cover.
All right, everyone's happy that it was only 2. So Sam Curran will come in for the 4th ball of the over. Now that is a drive ball that he's driven to point. Pepper will do the fielding out there. So Pooran will take a single. Takes him to 38, 99 for 5. And it brings Andre Russell back on strike for the first time this over.
Good field change there. It's a little bit, the last ball was hit finer. And so you move your deep cover to deep point. And I understand that. But it was a good idea because I think with Curran, you can't, at Curran's pace, he's just going to get launched over cover anyway. So you can't actually protect the straighter hit. You're much better off to just say to yourself, look, there's not much we can do here. If he gets it, he gets it. But we don't want him to just slice it to backward point easily because he'll pick up a couple of 4s without even taking a risk.
Andre Russell waits. England are bringing the fielders into the circle on the offside. And Sam Curran goes short ball. Andre Russell backs away, and it actually takes Phil Salt a little bit by surprise, and he doesn't take it cleanly behind the stumps. But it's a dot ball, and it's a nice little wake-up.
Yeah, good delivery, and he does have this in his armoury. Sam Curran, he does have the surprise bumper. That one just under 132, so balls before 119, 117, 121, and then 132. It's good mixing up.
Nice skiddy bumper, that one. 99 for 5 it remains. Sounds a big old bat he's using there, Andre Russell. It's a great Yorker into the toes of the batter. He's ended up on his hands and knees in the crease, having got the inside half of the bat. It goes down to fine leg for a single that brings up the 100, and Andre Russell gets to the non-striker's end and dusts himself off with a great big smile on his face, with Sam Curran joining in as well. The single brings up the 100. It's taken them 12 overs, 100 for 5 for the West Indies here on TalkSport 2.
I was just going to ask you, Chudes, who do you bowl this over? Because Rashid's been on top, and then he had to escape that last over at the end. Do you try another spinner, one of the many younger spinners? Do you try one of the more senior part-time spinners in I mean, they've got about 93 bowling options in this. If I was Butler, I'd bring myself on just for fun.
I mean, does he try Livingston? Possibly, you're not.
Bowl off spin at one end.
It's dangerous, isn't it? You've got
yeah.
Bethel, but you're thinking you're not wanting to bowl him at Puran. I mean, there we go. There you go.
I kind of felt that was the safest option. Maybe I wanted something slightly different.
You want to see some pace?
Well, Liam Livingstone to go in, and Andre Russell has launched him into the offside. He's not got all of it, and he's actually managed to land it between three fielders. Will Jacks, coming in from long off, was the closest to him, and it landed about 4 metres away from him. Well, there you go. Liam Livingstone bowling leg breaks. It was like catnip for Andre Russell. He just had to have a go at it, and he didn't get all of it by quite a long way. Livingstone in for the second ball. Well, that's a good delivery, actually. Pitching middle and leg middle, turning away from the right-hander Russell, and he just drops it onto the offside, plays it respectfully.
But flatter. He wasn't flying that one up. Getting it through.
Livingston in once again. Andre Russell, weight on the back foot, hammers it back past the bowler. That's onto the roof. That's dead gun barrel straight, and it's onto the roof, and that is not coming back unless someone has written the postcode on the ball.
Well, I think that's ended up on Farm Road, and Farm Road's in a different parish in Barbados. That's in St Philip. I reckon the ball's travelling that far. Liam Livingstone has done this to many. But it's hit the solar powers, at the solar panels at the top of the stand. That's a tremendous strike. I want to say the apex distance for that. That is travelled some. It's got airtime, it's got length, distance. What a shot. I mean, that is a seriously high pavilion as well, let me tell you.
I think he telegraphed that a little bit because the previous one was skidded in, and I think Andre Russell's thinking, okay, you get above my eye line, I've got to think here. If you just skid it in, I'm just going to flat bat this. Could have gone the other way. I think England maybe have been a bit unlucky here because Russell probably goes out on that first ball more often than not, and he managed to find the gap. And now you've got the part-timer up against Dre Russ.
Livingston in. It's outside of off stump, floated up. It's hammered into the offside, and he picks out the fielder. And Livingston gets the punch into the air, and Russell is down on his knees, almost in prayer. He's tapping his bat on the crease, going, oh, why did I just do that? He's picked out the man. England have got a massive wicket. That could be the difference between 30 and 40 runs. Caught on the deep cover boundary. England have their man.
I think that's the better option. You either have to get it up high or you have to make him reach for it. And what I like about that delivery from Liam Livingstone is it was out of his natural hitting arc, and so Russell has to try and hit it over cover or extra cover for six. And that's a shot that you almost have to perfect. That isn't a bad shot. For a long period of cricket history, that's a very good shot. The problem is now that you're going to have a fielder out for that in that position, and he's being caught there. But that over could have gone very, very poorly for them. And it's actually the opposite has happened now, too. It's just pulled them right back into this game. I thought maybe when that first one wasn't caught, it could have got very messy. There still could be a 1 for 20 odd run over.
Yeah, you're right. Listen, I just felt like he didn't hit it where he wanted it. I think he wanted to go straight with it. So he wanted to sort of go extra cover with it. And he sort of sliced it. And you're thinking, when he hit it, he's hit it quite well. But he's just not got the distance. And as you said, it was an easy catch out there. And as you say, Liam Livingstone out going for a sixter and for a huge sixter ball before. You'll be happy to see the back end of Dre Russ, because as Andrew says, it's the difference between...
Romario Shepherd is the new man. Oh, he gives out a little bit of air, actually, does Livingstone. Pushed out to deep cover, and they will take a single. 109 for 6. So Russell goes 30 from 17 balls, caught by Dan Mosley. 108 for 6. By the way, 4 sixes in that innings from Andre Russell means he's now hit 89 sixes in T20 internationals. He's hit 63 fours, which is just silly when you think about it.
How many fours did he hit in that innings?
None. 6 or bust, mate. 6 or bust. Right, final ball of the over will be to the lefty Puran. So Livingstone is around the wicket. Oh my goodness, bowling off spin. Now that gripped in the surface and stood up. and that ended up about waist high for Pooran, and he did that thing where you jag your head back as if to say, what the heck happened there? 13 overs gone here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. The West Indies 109 for 6.
I'm just thinking with Dre Russ gone there, as you say, I think it's the difference between maybe an added 30, 40 runs to this West Indian side, because he looked like he was feeling himself. You know, he was like, no boundaries big enough. I'm hitting sixes. I'm going to continue to hit sixes. I'm lining up these bowlers. As you say, England would love to see the back end of him. 6 down, you know, big lad Shepherd's in now. He needs to hang around with Pooran and try and give him the strike as much as possible now.
Well, you say that, but I was really surprised looking at Romario Shepherd's numbers earlier. His best in this is 44 not out, which he made against England. I'll finish that in a second, as Overton will start the new over. Shepherd is across his stumps, hit on the pad, and they will take a leg by, 110 for 6. So his best of 44 not out, at a strike rate of 143.6. That 44 not out against England was here in Barbados against England in January 22. He made 44 off 28 balls. But West Indies actually lost that game by 1 run. He's had 3 scores in the 40s in this form of the game. All of them not outs. 44 not out, 41 not out, and 44 not out. So as well as that one against England, he also had 2 against South Africa. So he is a handy striker of the ball. Pooran has got a short one from Overton and has carved it to cover. And Josh Buttler takes a good tumbling catch going backwards. And Pooran goes for 38 from 29 balls. It's 110 for 7. Now, Pooran's being dragged off here. He's asking about whether Josh Buttler... Think back to the Ashes and Mitchell Starc.
Yep.
Did he fall and ground the ball in his hand and rub the ball along the floor? This is going to go upstairs to Gregory Brathwaite, our TV umpire.
They have started to check for
TV
this as
umpire
well.
to director.
We have one in
We
the
have an umpire
last
review
ODI
for
as
fair
well.
catch. I've checked the bowler's feet. Fair delivery has been established. Can you give me your best footage on the catch, please?
Well, this is almost a West Indies review because Pooran, they can't afford to lose him. But they've persuaded the umpires to check it. So Just Buttler takes it above his head and then is tumbling. He had it in 2 hands.
Ball in the hand.
Ball never touches the floor.
Field is in control of his movement. Satisfied there's no contact between
I don't even know what he may have seen.
Ready to make my decision
he's
to the
seen
big
West
screen.
Indies going down the gurgler. So he's...
I think from his angle, he saw the hands come down low, and it would have been behind a little bit. And I don't think he would have seen the cocked wrist that we got to see, because we were at the striker's end, really, from that camera angle. But it's a smart thing to do, and it's something that batters haven't asked for a long time, and they're asking for now, just to say, can we just have a check on that? This is essentially their last batting pair, Akil Hassan, Shimar Joseph, and Moti. Can hold bats in various ways, but this is where they're going to expect some runs. So they've got a long way to go here. I'm not sure they need to make a lot of runs on this wicket, though, Judes, to cause some issues for England if the pitch doesn't change.
Yeah, as you say, you always want to just get a score on the board, and then, as you say, over to the bowlers. You've seen what's worked, and then you go ahead and do it. But as you say, that shot there, just for me, was the wrong length. He was trying to hit it in the wrong place, just got big on him. Jamie Overton is a tall man. He's always going to extract enough bounce on the wicket, regardless of pace. It's just not the right shot for me at that stage of the game.
Akil Hussain is the new man, left-handed batter. Guides this one down towards third and will get off the mark with a single straight away. 111 for 7, the West Indies, halfway through the 14th over. Akil Hussain's best score in this format of the game, 44 not out, which was actually made against England. Again, in that game in Barbados in January 22, that he basically and Romario Shepherd shared the partnership that got the West Indies so close to winning that game. There's a bit of an outlier, though, because his average in this form of the game is 15.5. But he absolutely, I remember that game well, he pinged it to all parts that day. So 2 new batters at the crease. Shepherd's got 1 from 2 balls face, and he's facing big Jamie Overton. He's whipped that one off of middle stump. Oh, brilliant shots. All along the floor. through backward square leg for 4. England have got 2 fielders out there, one at long leg and one at deep mid-wicket. And it was one of those, they almost looked at each other and went, well, I'm not going to get there. And the other went, well, me neither.
Yeah, Big Shepherd, he's watched that well. It's not got as high as he had thought, so he just swiveled and just watched it extremely well. And hit it down there. Vacant area, 4 runs.
115 for 7. Despite the wickets, West Indies are still going at 8.4 and over. Overton in, bowls a short ball. Shepherd pulls into the leg side. It'll be Mosley's deep square leg who fields, just a single on this occasion. Shepherd goes to 6, 116 for 7. West Indies put into bat in this first T20. King 3, Lewis 13, Pooran 38, Hetmeyer a first ball duck, Powell 18, Rutherford 2, Russell 30. The men dismissed. Overton comes in, bowls full, just outside of off stump. Hussain will just push gently into the offside. England happy with singles at the moment. Throw comes back in. Oh, it was one of those that lands right at the feet of Phil Sultan. He wasn't able to take it cleanly on the half volley, but they're not going to get an extra run from it. So end of the over then, 117 for 7. Shepherd's got 6 from 4. Akeal Hussain 2 from 2 balls faced. So the bowling figures, well, we're not going to see Reece Topley again this innings. 2 overs and 4 balls, 0 for 26. Saqib, 3 overs, 3 for 33. Jamie Overton has bowled 2 overs and the 2 balls finishing Topley's, 1 for 17. Rashid still got an over, 2 for 20 from 3. Mosley, Curran and Livingston all bowling at 1 each so far. Mosley 0 for 7, Curran 0 for 4, Livingston 1 for 9. So still plenty of options for Jos Buttler. And he's going to bowl Adil Rashid's last as the 15th over. The lefty Akeal Hussain is on strike. Rashid's just waiting at the end of his mark till Hussain is ready and spinning himself catches. In he goes, bowls outside of off stump. Hussain pushes to cover and there's no run.
It'd be interesting to see what they do. So first ball they've blocked it, very slow from Adil Rashid. But it'll be very interesting to see if, especially with the left-hander on strike, if he's just going to defend and push.
Rashid in. That's a lower trajectory. It grips quite a long way in the surface, actually. It was quite wide of off stump and then turned back in towards the timbers. Hit straight to extra cover, no run.
That spun quite a long way, actually. And kept a little bit low. Couple we've seen now.
Rashid once again. Straighter, given air, hit on the pad. Rashid is pleading. Umpire raises the finger, LBW. Now Akeal Hussain is going to review that straight away. West Indies have 2 reviews, and it's all about how much did it spin, and is it in the umpire's mind that the previous one spun
TV umpire
big?
to director, we have a player's review for LBW. The original decision on field is out. I've checked the bowler's feet. Fair delivery established. Can we move on to front on, please?
It's spun a very long way, is all I would say. It's pitched on middle. Comes back, should be clipping leg, shouldn't it?
Doesn't appear to be any back.
So don't forget, because it's given out on the field, umpire's call will stay as out. So it's got to miss the stumps because he's not hit it.
Q, there's a clear gap between bat and ball. Satisfied there's no bat. Can we move on to ball tracking when ready?
It's going to be clipping, I reckon. So the important point is the umpire's decision as it
ball
there it comes.
coming up.
Here we go. It's pitched
Pitching
middle.
in line.
It's going to miss.
Impacts in line. And wickets missing. Going to go back to Zaid on field. Zaid, I'm going to ask you to change your decision to not out. You're on screen now.
Big turn. Just got trapped on his crease. Front foot went nowhere. Hit him hard. I feel it was a good call. You said it's turning. And things that you have to register, especially as a left arm spinner as well.
Rashid then goes into ball to Hussain. He's hit him on the back leg this time. And this time, Zahid Basarath raises the finger again. Akeal Hussain has asked Shepherd, should I review this one? And It's been given out, and
TV umpire to director.
Adil Rashid is just saying to Akil, say, trust me, mate, that one's going to be out.
Is out.
Well, it worked once.
Check the front feet.
He is stone dead. Let me tell you, he's gone.
To
middle stump.
Please.
Shane Warne used to say, salmon trout. That has pitched quite a long way outside off stump. It turns
can you just
big.
take that back? Doesn't appear to be any bat involved.
I'm sure the impact is going to be within the line of the stumps.
Just go to Ultra Edge just to confirm that.
So again, the only thing that saves him is if it turns too much.
I don't think it has this time. The other one I thought was always touch and go. I thought it was going to clip, but this one, because it's coming in from outside of stump, it would have to have ragged almost sideways to miss it.
Here we go.
Ultra Edge is coming up.
All right, sorry, no, we're still at Ultra Edge, and trust me.
Yes,
he didn't get close to
no contact between bat and ball.
I reckon it's smashing into the leg stump, I reckon. Not hitting middle. Leg stump.
Here we go.
It's pitching outside off, the impact's in line, and wicket's hitting. I'm going to go back to Zaid on field. Zaid, I'm going to ask you to stay with your original decision. You're on screen.
It just
now.
looked good.
Make your signal.
He wasn't going to get away with that one. He even had a little cheeky grin, Akil was saying, when he asked for that third umpire's decision for the DRS. But second time, unfortunately for Akil was saying, he has to depart for 2. West Indies in big trouble here, 117 for 8, and there's plenty of deliveries left.
So Adil Rashid has 3 for 20 with 2 balls of his spell to go.
He's gone for 3 for 20, and there was 2 back-to-back sixes.
Yes,
was it?
There was back-to-back sixes. Yeah.
You probably edit those out when you're showing your grandkids, don't you?
Gudakesh Moti is the man who makes his way to the middle. It's his 22nd T20 international and only the 9th time he's batted. And he wanders out there with Adil Rashid hunting a 4-fer. And England at the moment are all over the West Indies. Moti takes guard, left-handed, and gets a loopy one from Adil Rashid that he smacked back over the bowler's head and is into the stand for 6. What kind of craziness is this? 123 for 8.
Gudakesh Modi averages 14 in T20 cricket with a strike rate of 118. No one has told him this, Macca. He's just come in. I was just thinking, is he just going to chip it around for a couple of overs and let Shepherd try and have a Shepherd special? Because Shepherd can take 30 off a couple of overs if he needs to. And Gudakesh Modi's like, no, I'm all good here, guys.
Rashid invites him to come down the pitch, gets a full toss, and he's hammered in again! 6 more! Rashid, twice in the spell, gets hit for back-to-back sixes. He's finished with 3 for 32. This one over long off. Rashid takes his cap from the umpire, I think a little bit bemused by what's just happened. Those last 2 deliveries. Gudakesh Moti has got 12 from 2 balls. The West Indies are 129 for 8 after 15 overs. It means Moti's strike rate is 600.
Adil Rashid was actually laughing there as if to go, what has just happened here? So he's been hit for consecutive sixes twice and taken a 3-fer in the middle and ended up with really good figures for a T20 game. This is stupid, the way that West Indies are putting this total up. But Gudakesh Modi, 28, 29-year-old from Guyana, faced a lot of wrist spin in his time. He's like, if you're going to float it up to me, I'm going to have a go here, and good on him.
Well, we're going to share the love. We're going to let Barry Wilkinson and Roland Butcher have some of the fun as they take you through the final 5 overs of this innings.
So the 2 boys from Berbice are bashing it at the oval, and that continues as a flighted delivery is smashed out to the mid-off area. 4 more! And Shepherd and Moti, the 2 Guyanese, are really having a ball and some fun. I can't say the sun, but definitely at Kensington Oval, where the West Indies are trying to recover yet again. Here comes Livingston again in bowls. Shepherd is on the back foot, defends out into the cover area, no run, 133 for 8.
Yeah, Livingston thought about trying to get his hands to that one, but he was struck so powerfully, it's a bit high as well.
Here he comes again and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd this time is driving. Did he drop that? I heard a big kind of edge as that was dropped by the keeper Phil Salt, or was that just a normal dot?
Not much reaction by Livingston, so maybe he didn't touch it.
Here he comes in again and balls to Shepherd. Shepherd on the front foot and defends, gets a single, plays the ball sensibly out into the covers for one. The thing about it is, there's still a lot of cricket left. He's got 4 overs after this.
But not a lot of batters.
But that's why I'm surprised of the approach of Russell and Puran.
Well, obviously it hasn't changed with Moti coming in, because he's faced 2 deliveries, he's hit 2 sixes.
Here he comes in now, Livingston, and balls to Moti. And Moti this time is driving again out to the long off area. That's going to go for 4 more. Well, he should have opened the batting. Guritish Moti, back-to-back sixes and then a flourish in 4. He's looking quite good. He's rushed to 16 from 3. 138 for 8.
Yeah, dealing purely in boundaries, Moti, and still England persisting with the slip.
Here he comes in again and balls to Moti. And Moti this time is getting a wide delivery outside the line, the all-stump for the first wide of the match. Signal wide now by the umpire. And this is what pressure does. 139 for 8 now. Here he comes in again, the off-spinner, around the wicket and balls to Moti. Short ball, turned into the onside, sensibly. They get 1. I think they're going to come back for the second. Yes, they do. A bit of a muff as well there in the field. And the West Indies get 2 more. The crowd are loving every minute of this.
Yes, and the total is 141, so it's not a bad total at this moment. Obviously, wickets, it's important to try and bat out these remaining 4 overs. But at the same time, if both of them are going to continue playing as positive as they are, there's always a chance to get him bowled out as well. But one thing's for sure, Rashid is finished now, so that's important as far as the West Indies are concerned, that he no longer has to bowl any more overs.
Yeah, who will they depend upon? Lowry Stopley, of course, he's off the field.
I would think Curran probably would be
Sam
there.
Curran will be the man, I guess. This has been indeed a very interesting innings. 18 for 3 of the West Indies, 59 for 4, 59 for 5, 100 for 6, 110 for 7, and now 141 for 8. What an innings we've had. And the match is still going. Of course, there was a half-an-hour rain delay. It's now 6 o'clock local time in Barbados. Just tipping 10 in UK. And it's going to be Sam Curran as he comes in now and bowls to Shepherd, who's got 11 from 8 with 4 overs left. The left arm pace of Sam Curran as he comes in now and bowls to Curran. Curran comes in now and bowls to him, and this delivery is outside line, the off-step. Going for a cut, missed, and taken there by the keeper, no run.
Yeah, that one a little bit too close to Shepherd. If he wants to play that shot, probably would have been better served to give himself a little bit of room. There's a short third man, and then there's a backward point on the boundary. I think a little scoop shot here by Shepherd would get him some runs down to fine leg.
Yeah, well, it depends on if he decides to take that risk. Here comes Sam Curran now and bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd this time is driving beautifully, but straight to the fielder at the cover boundary. Would have gone for 4. But instead he has to settle for a single.
Yes, and Curran really is going to aim to bowl full and wide to Shepherd, make him hit through the offside. Can't afford to bowl too straight because he might just get dinked over fine leg. But Moti might just do the same thing as well, because got a similar feel in terms of it looks like Rashid is going back. So he's not going to have a short fine leg. He's going to go back to traditional fine leg, and then there's a deep square on the boundary and a deep mid wicket. So protecting the onside.
Curran now to bowl to Moti, who's got 18 from 4. Moti tails away and smashes this over cover. Is he going to get 4 or 6? He's going to get 4 more. Whoa! What an innings this is from Guritish Moti. We saw the other night the impact that a late innings had for Jofra Archer, who got 38 from 17. And now Moti's playing a similar innings. He's got 22 from 5.
Yeah, terrific play by Moti, but poor cricket there by Curran. And a Yorker. It's got a Yorker would be the ball to bowl. You've got fielders in the deep.
Here comes Sam Curran again and bowls to Moti, and Moti tails away and is driving beautifully through extra cover for 4. Well, that was the best of the shots. It was pitched up, he tailed away a la Brian Lara and smashed it through extra cover. Like if the West Indies needed 4 to win a test match. The 150 comes up as well, and Moti, hear this is not fake radio, he's got 26 from 6.
Yeah, that's a terrific shot. It was ended up being a full toss, really, outside the leg stump, and he smashed it. Attempted Yorker, but turned out to be a full toss. And Moti took full advantage.
This match has really taken some serious turns.
Yeah, I think Curran's got to go full again. He can't afford to bowl short.
Here he comes again and bowls to Moti, and Moti this time tails away again and gets a short wide delivery, signal wide now by the umpire. The runs are continuing to come for the West Indies. If it's not a 4 or 6, it's a sundry, and that's now 151 for 8.
Yes, not the good idea, that ball, because with the offside field set, there's a short third man, there's a backward point. Moti could have easily have just guided that over the slip region. Change in the field, long off goes out, and Rashid comes up into the circle at short fine leg.
Here comes Curran now as he runs in and passes the umpire and bowls to Moti, and Moti this time is going to pull the ball, gets it on the edge, wants a single. The ball has gone to a short third man, and he decides against it because that might have been, I reckon, a suicidal run. A dot ball.
Yeah, a slow ball by Curran there. Moti giving himself some room. Just trying to open up both sides of the pitch. Moti's against Curran, he's favoured the offside, but I think at this late stage he's going to try and to hit on both sides.
Here he comes in again now and bowls to Moti. And Moti taps and waits as Sam Curran comes in, and this delivery he's on driving out to the mid-on. This is good cricket from Moti, just 1 run. There's no need to be quote-unquote licorice. If you've got 4s and 6s, you don't always have to hit everyone for 4-6.
Yes, he's given the innings some impetus because there's 27 off 8. If you take away that 27 runs from that total, doesn't look that impressive, but the 3 overs to go gives West Indies a chance of getting really a reasonable total. The question's going to be later on when they have to feel what conditions are going to be like with the ball in the outfield. That's going to be the consideration.
So Overton now to continue, and he comes in and bowls to Moti, and Moti this time is going for a big drive off the outside edge, down to the boundary, down to third man for more. There's no third man. The short third man is of course up, so therefore once you get down past him, is always going to roll into the boundary, and that was wide. Moti went for it and he slashed it 4 runs.
Yeah, pace off, slow delivery, and it was wide. That was nothing wrong with the slowness of the delivery. It was just the length and the width, and obviously with no third man he gets the thick outside edge, and this is a better field now. Really have a short third man and traditional third man, you can always give up the single to cover.
As he steams in now, runs in and bowls to Moti, and Moti on this occasion is going again. This time he's cutting and cutting well. There's a fielder on the boundary, so just 1 run there for him. But Moti goes now to 32 from 10. What a strike rate.
Yeah, very impressive, and needed as well, because Shepherd's faced 10 balls for his 12, and he'd want to get going. Doesn't have much time, and also just 1 wicket to go. So really Moti has given this innings real impetus.
Still 4 balls left as he comes in and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd this time is getting one down the leg side and flicks it beautifully into the gap through mid wicket for more. Wow, wonderful Windies. The 160 comes up, and who thought they would have gotten to 160 runs? 161 for 8, and all of a sudden Shepherd goes to 16, and the Windies are looking quite good after a stutter throughout the innings.
Yeah, terrific shot there. 2 full, 2 straight, and at this late stage, and is this an indication of what's going to happen later on, Barry? The bowlers having problems holding this ball at this moment in time. What a terrific shot.
Here he comes in now and bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd this time is driving, not timing it. Doesn't get it anywhere but to the bowler, and there's no run.
Yeah, going for the Yorker there, and Shepherd looking to go straight on the ground. And gets it on the bottom edge.
But this innings from Moti has just left everyone speechless, including England. At 110 for 8, they would not have anticipated this kind of resistance to get into 161 without further loss. 44 runs in 20 balls. Here it comes Overton now, bowls to Shepherd again. And Shepherd this time is going for a big slash, straight to backward point. Well fielded there by Sam Curran, and there's no run.
Yeah, just giving some room there. Shepherd trying to open up the offside. Moti just having a chat with Shepherd now to tell him, listen, let me get down that end.
Here he comes again now as he passes the umpire and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd this time is driving in the air out to long on. They should get a couple, or will they just settle for the single? They're just going to stay for one. Moti's onto it. The over ends, 18 gone, and the West Indies are fighting back beautifully from 110 for 8 to 162 without further loss and 2 overs left.
Yeah, very good partnership, much needed. 45 of 22, and will that be a game-changing partnership? We will find out. But what it does say is that suddenly there's a competitive total on the board, and still with 2 overs to go. So if things go really well, you know, could get 30, 40 runs off this over.
This is a big stat. 170 plus totals. Batting first at Kensington in T20s. 11 teams have won, and only once have they been beaten. That's a big stat. So Sakib is with 1 over left. He's going to bowl it, and here he comes in and bowls to Shepherd. As he passes the umpire, bowls to Shepherd. Shepherd is driving firmly out to the long off area for 1, giving Moti the strike.
Yes, good delivery, that full. Not allowing Shepherd to get under it. Brings Moti on strike.
Sakib has bowled really well his first spell. When he was on a hat-trick, he had 2 and 2. Early good spell, but since then it's been all the West Indies. 163 for 8 now. 5 balls left in the over. Moti's on 32 from 10. Here comes Sakib now. Bowls to Moti. And Moti this time tails away and whips us in the air. Out to long on. 1 run. Just 1. 1 bounce to the fielder there. That's young Pepper. Michael Pepper.
Yeah, Moti again timing that one nicely. Didn't get it wide enough. A little bit further towards mid-wicket. Could he easily have picked up a boundary.
Yeah, he's gone to 33. 164. Shepherd back on strike. He's got 18. This is a very, very good position for the West Indies, who were struggling earlier. As Overton bowls, Sakib bowls, and this one is cracked away backward of point. The field is there on the boundary. Just another single. If you have to give England credit for anything in terms of the last 5 overs, even though they've been 4s and 6s, the field placing has been pretty good.
It has, but those 5 overs have certainly hurt them in terms of run scoring, because those 25 balls has yielded some 48 runs. So terrific batting, particularly by Moti, who of late has been pretty impressive with the bat.
Moti's 33 from 11. This is the second time we've really seen him really get the better of the latter part of the innings. In ODI cricket he's done it, but this is the first time really in T20 cricket. His highest score this is in T20s, as Sakib comes in and bowls to him. This time he's going for wide delivery at sideline the off stump. just on the border of being wide, but taken there by the keeper, no run.
Yeah, well ball by Sakib. I think Moti expecting the full straight ball, gave himself room. Shakib just slowed it up a bit and outside the off stump.
I'm just amazed, totally amazed. How could you have a short third man? Third man has to be back. Here he comes in again now, and bowls to Moti, and Moti this time is tailing away and going for a short ball, looking to paddle it over the third man and gets a wide. This is not impressive. There's absolutely no need, if this is the line that you're going to be bowling and the length, that you need to have long on, mid wicket, and a backward square in the boundary. You don't need it. You must have your third man back. Butch.
Well, Barry, at this stage, I'm going to protect my straight boundaries, which is the long off and long on, because I'm going to look at both some full deliveries as well.
It's the square ones I'm worried about. As this delivery is short, goes for the pull, misses, taken by the keeper, no more run.
That's well bowled, slow roll again. Moti just a little too early on that delivery. But what we've seen so far is that Moti has not looked as if he's going to cut. So it's okay to have the short third man because he's not looking to go up and over. And he also hasn't gone the other side and tried to clip it over fine leg. So I'd have no difficulty in those two fielders saving the single. What he has shown is that when it's up, he can go from long on to deep square leg and vice versa on the offside.
Here he comes in again and bowls. At this time, Moti is tailing away and swinging it out to mid-wicket. Chance for a catch, taken at mid-wicket. So Moti and his wonderful innings comes to an end. But no love lost, because that was indeed the impetus that the innings needed. 166 for 9. Moti goes. And the West Indies, still with 1 wicket left, have done much better than they did in the last 5 overs with that wonderful innings from Guritish Moti.
Yeah, batting well, and also very well bowled there by Mahmood. You've got to give him credit for this over in particular. He's come back under a lot of pressure, Moti on fire. And he's been able to keep the lid on and then also pick that wicket up. Now he finishes with 434. So he's done a good job as the last man makes his way to the wicket. And Shamar Joseph, we've seen over the last year that he's no mug with the bat, Shamar Joseph. He hasn't got much time now, but we've seen it particularly in Test cricket that he can handle himself with the bat.
Yeah, he against England in that Test series made some valuable runs. For all of that, his highest score in T20s is 5 not out. So he's got to come and really do something special here, as my good friend Hayden Gill comes to the box. Hello to you, Hayden. But the West Indies have done well. They've done very, very well in the last half an hour. Let's see if they're going to finish just as strong. So here comes Sam Curran now to bowl the final over, and this delivery is short and swung away. 6 over, backward square, 6 runs. Well done, Shepherd. That one went a country mile.
Well, that's very poor bowling by Sam Curran. He's a left-arm medium pacer. To Shepherd, he's got to go wide of the off stump. Shepherd's got to play offside. You've got protection on the offside. You've got a deep cover on the boundary. You've got a long off. Force Shepherd to hit through the offside, cannot bowl leg side. If that's Shepherd's strength, he's going to pick you up every time he moves into his wicket, looking for the ball to be straight or on leg side. And Curran really just gave him exactly what he wanted. He's got to go full and wide.
Amazing. Shepherd's gone to 25. Here comes Curran now and again and bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd is getting a full toss and swings this over cover. 6 more! What a shot! Full toss outside the line of the off stump. There's no one on the cover boundary, and Shepherd smashed that with all the might he had, and his 6 runs, back-to-back 6s, and the Windies continue to look pretty at 178 now for 9.
Yeah, and Curran here under tremendous pressure, asked to bowl his final over, and really that was a gift once more. 2 gifts, leg side, now a full toss outside the off stump. At the moment, Shepherd's just telling him, come on. I don't think Curran is going to enjoy the rest of this over.
So Shepherd has gone to 31 from 18. 4 balls left as he comes in now and bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd this time comes down the pitch and takes a swing. Short ball, missed it, taken by the keeper. He's asking for a wide, but the umpire's telling him that's just one short ball for the over.
Yeah, I don't think Shepherd can ask for the wide.
He wasn't asking for the wide. Like, can I get a wide on that?
But he was. But the fact that you're indicating above the shoulder, you're asking for the wide. But you're the batter.
Or he might just be saying, "Can you please signal that that's one for the over, so I will know I'm not getting another short one." How would Curran respond? Here he comes in and bowls to Shepherd, and Shepherd this time is driving powerfully. He says no. He refuses to single to long on. Is that the right decision?
Well, the few balls remain, and I would say so. He's the man in charge. He's got 31 to his name. Joseph hasn't faced the ball yet, so yeah, fair enough. He's got to take both of these deliveries.
This team is heavily laden with Guyanese. Here comes Sam Kernan again with 2 balls left. 178 for 9 as he comes in and bowls to Shepherd. And Shepherd is driving out to the same area. He's going to push for 2, no doubt here. He takes 1, comes out for the second. The throw comes in. He gets there as well. That's a brace. Good cricket from the Windies, and the crowd are loving this. 180 for 9. Who would have thought? At 18 for 3, 59 for 4. 59 for 5, 110 for 7, 110 for 8. Now the Windies would get all the way to 180 for 9 with 1 ball left.
Yeah, very good back end for the West Indies. Didn't have a great start, but
here comes Curran now to bowl the final ball to Shepherd, and Shepherd this time is hitting this in the air out to the cover area. Is going over the head of cover. 1 bounce, 2 bounces near the boundary. They get 1 and they come out for the second run, and that's going to be it. What a fantastic finish by the West Indies. They rallied England all the way and pushed them to the limit. 182 for 9 in the end, and this total is a good one. A target of 183. England are going to have to bat really well if they want to win this, because the stats here at Kensington, 11 teams making 170 plus first in T20s have won in 12 matches and only lost once.
Yes, that may be the case. Let's look at this. Main score is Puran 38, 30 to Russell and 33 to Morty. Shepherd 35 not out. So some consistency there in the middle order, allowing West Indies to get to 182 for 9. Yes, Barry, I think conditions will have a say in this. I suspect that it's going to be quite hard for the bowlers, and we could be in for quite an entertaining second session.
Yeah, it's going to be entertaining for sure. You look at the pick of the bowlers, no doubt, Saqib Mahmood, 4 for 34. What a wonderful bowling spell from him from 4 overs. 10 dots he had, and very well backed up by Adil Rashid, 3 for 32. 1 apiece to Livingston and Overton, but you have to say that the Windies are the ones who showed and gave them the momentum in the latter part of that innings.
Alex Tudor is alongside myself, Andrew McKenna, in the commentary box as the England batters prepare to come out. But we've got to talk about the West Indies, 69 for 5, and end up posting a total 30 runs above par. You know, England, they were so happy at various points. We could see it as they got together and celebrating wickets, but it's got away from them at the end of that.
Yeah, you would say that, Macca, and as you say, you know, with the big guns gone, so to speak, you know, you've got Puran back in the pavilion, Lewis back in the pavilion, Russell, who was looking dangerous, 33 from 13 balls, and he was raining sixes at that stage. England thinking like, we're going to get them out, you know, bowl them out with overs in hand. But as you say, Gudakesh Moti and Shepherd said, no, we're going to take it deep, we're going to give ourselves a chance. And they just went to town, and there was some poor bowling, to be fair. As you say, it's about that execution. The execution wasn't quite right. And as you say, in this format of the game, if you get it fractionally wrong, you're going to disappear. And you're going to disappear far. And they've given themselves a chance. As you say, they're above par. Their bowlers have now seen how to bowl on this wicket. It's not an easy wicket. You know, timing was hard. Yes, there was 13 sixes. but some of that was bad bowling. I reckon if you bowl on a good length, the wicket will assist you and help you. Sometimes you can overthink it as a bowler and you can try and do too much. It's for these young lads now. Will Jacks not quite hit it off on this tour so far, but we all know how dangerous he is. Dangerous player. And you say Phil Salt coming off some runs in that last ODI will give him some confidence. So we'll just see how they go about it, but it will not be easy. West Indies got a good score. England need to chase down 182.
Yeah, Jackson Salt coming out to the middle. Joss Buttler to bat at 3. Now, Rovman Powell was just having a conversation with Akeal Hussain. Akeal Hussain has taken the new ball before and will do so now. Jared, do you reckon that's a good move? Getting the left arm spinner in straight away?
Yeah, I think this makes sense. And they've got two of them. They've got Moti. So Moti bowls during the middle, and Akeal Hussain will usually bowl up front, maybe one in the middle, and then towards the end if everything's going well. But he doesn't bowl a lot of left arm finger spin at this stage of the innings. He essentially bowls like little in-swingers. And we're seeing Sunil Narine and a few other limited overs left arm finger spinners doing something similar now. So be prepared. What he will try and do is try and cramp them up and try and hit the top of leg stump with this ball that sort of comes back in. So really good bowling from Akeal Hussain. But if he does try and spin it, I still think there's something in this wicket, Tudes, for just genuine spin. I know we saw a couple of sixes as well, but we also saw some wickets.
Yeah, that's right. And as you said, I think the pace that you bowl it, so I think don't just float it up there. I think you bowl it into the surface and it will hold up. That natural, as you said, it's not a quick wicket, so it will hold up in the pitch. So they need to get this right. But Akeal is saying this is what he does, doesn't he, in all franchise cricket. He bowls that first over, sort of just drifts it in, doesn't look to spin it, sort of holds it with a seam up, really, sort of just tailing back in.
Well, he will be bowling to Phil Salt then. So Akeal Hussain will come in, slip in place, 3 or 4 paces, and then goes in and then fires that one in down the leg side, and it's just missed the inside edge of Salt's bat and through to the keeper and no run.
That's the ball I was talking about, Mac.
You've almost described that perfectly before he bowled it.
I mean, the only thing is he probably went too far, Tudes. It swung. It
Some
swung
serious.
a mile.
It's the most swing we've seen all game so far.
Akeal Hussain comes in, left arm around once again, and that one actually grips in the surface. Salt will get that to mid-offer. Andre Russell goes down in instalments, but does actually stop the ball in the end, and they take a single. So England underway. Salt has a single, brings Jacks down on strike. So England needing to score at the outset of this innings 9.2 and over. So basically 1.5 every ball.
He's basically bowled the 2 balls that we talked about there. That faster swinging ball that he likes, but that next one was into the pitch, a little bit slow. Good batting by Salt to wait on it, really, keep his shape, and he timed it well. He just couldn't get it past Andre Russell, who moves a little bit these days like a apartment complex.
Yeah, well, they've rebuilt his knees nowadays, so he can just about move. Right then, Jack's on strike to the left-handed Hussain. He's in, and that's too far down the leg side. Jacks has got all the time in the world to turn that through square leg. Hetmeyer is stationed out there, out on the boundary, and they'll take an easy single. So both batters off the mark. England 2 without loss.
Yeah, he just doesn't want to be predictable, as you say. First ball swung back in, gripped. Second ball, that one swinging back in, just got his line wrong. And Jack's just picking him off quite easily.
Salt now back on strike to Hussain. Again, there's some curve on that one, and then it's Larrup down the pitch. Oh, and Rovman Powell can't stop it at long on the boundary, and it goes for 4. Salt hit that with so much power back over the bowler's head. The captain got round at long on, but wasn't able to keep it on the dance floor, and it goes for 4.
Yeah, he's gone for that sort of seaming delivery that shakes back in. Phil Salt just getting that left leg out of the way, hitting it powerfully down the ground. His hands has got no in there. It's hit him on the shin. And just rolled on.
And he's taken a divot or 2. 6 without loss, England. Salt's got 5 of them. Hussain again goes in and bowls that sort of booming in ducker. Salt plays defensively, and there's no run on this occasion. Phil Salt has 200s in T20 international cricket, both of them against the West Indies, both in the West Indies.
Local boy, isn't he?
Yes. Well, I suppose technically it's a home game, isn't it? Hussain is in once again. Salt from the crease. Plays it back to the bowler in his follow-through. End of the over. 6 from the first over then. Salt, 5 from 5 balls faced. Jacks, 1 from 1. And was that Andre Russell taking the bowling marker from the umpire to bowl, mark out his run-up from the media stand end? Did look like it. So a reminder, 183 the target for England, so 177 more runs, 114 balls to get them. 5 matches in this T20 International Series. Go again, this time tomorrow, also in Barbados, and then it's on to St Lucia for 3 games, Thursday and then Saturday, Sunday next weekend as well. And all games 4 o'clock Caribbean time, 8 o'clock UK time. So join us on TalkSport 2 or the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Subscribe to the YouTube channel. Makes it nice and easy for you. And Andre Russell indeed is going to bowl the second over of this innings. He starts this one 2 straight on the pads of Will Jacks. It'll go down to short fine leg, and they will take a leg by 7 without loss.
Traditionally not liked the new ball and not really used it all that much. Last couple of years, he started bowling it a little bit more. It's not a heap, but when he has bowled, he's been quite successful with it. First 3 overs of T20 games, he's been averaging 19. So he's taken 9 wickets and gone at 6.5 runs and over. So I would assume it's a lot to do with the fact that Alzari Joseph also isn't available in this game.
Yeah, that could have an effect. Russell runs away from the media stand end, goes in and bowls right arm over, and Salt has punched this over mid-on, and it's going to land in the sandy parts just about 10 metres inside the rope. Moti will go back and pull it in, and they will take a couple, sort of like a 9-iron to the green, that one. It goes for a couple, 9 without loss, England.
Yeah, and that just shows you the pace of the wicket, really. So he sort of gets there quite early, and then he just relies on his bottom hand to get it up and over mid-on, as you say. It's a good shot. Held his shape really well. Didn't try and overhit it. There's not much front arm now from Andre Russ, does he, when he bowls?
It's all shoulder, isn't it?
It's all shoulder, it is, Macca.
Just a fielding change here. Deep points come in, slips come out to short mid-wicket, and long on's gone back.
Yep. Slip, a very short-lived thing. Dre Russ goes in once again. Salters tried to lay into this one, into the offside. He's got underneath it, and the fielder running back. Oh, Rutherford doesn't get near the catch, kicks it towards the boundary by mistake, and then has to get the full-length dive out to prevent it from going for 4, and the batters end up running 3 anyway.
Got a big right boot on it. He's done well in the end there. To be fair.
Was his foot on the ball when his hand was on the ground on the other side?
No, I think he's okay.
No,
I think he's okay. Well,
just getting these in 2s and 3s, like your normal T20 game. Punch it into the outfield.
Russell gave Salt some width there, and he just threw his hands at it and got it 70% of the ways at the boundary. Brings Jacks on strike. He's got 1 from the 2 balls he's faced so far. He's coming across his stumps, working that one to square leg. Comfortable single. He's just going to say, well, thank you very much. I'll let you have the strike, Phil. England 12 without loss, 13 now with that single.
The other weird thing about that is that just before that shot was played, I said he's brought in his deep point, and the next ball he gives too much width. You've just put, you've taken out your slip, you put your slip to short mid wicket, and you've taken your deep point and brought him up. Why give any width at all at that point?
I don't actually think he thinks about it too much. I think he just runs in and bowls. No, I'm serious. I think he just runs in and bowls.
Well, he's doing it again. This one seemed to be a little bit slower and floated up, went very full, was driven by Salt down to Moti at long on, and it's just a single.
It doesn't strike me as he thinks, so as you said, deep points come in, so I'm just going to bowl it a little bit straighter because I don't have the fielder there. He just runs in, and it's just the feel for him. And if it works, it works. If it doesn't...
It was him who changed the field, though. It wasn't the captain. It was him, because I saw him say, no, bring him in, move him over here. So you might still be right, though.
Final ball off the over is shorter and wider. Jacks is almost off his feet as he's throwing his hands at a short, wide one outside of off stump, and it's over cover for 6. 2 overs gone. England 20 without loss, and Russell's over goes for 13.
Case in point. That's what I'm saying. It's like, as you say, it's most probably the worst delivery you can bowl. It's like he's trying to slow a ball. It's short, it's wide. You've got no cover fielder on the boundary. It's an easy shot for Phil Salt to just pick it up and hit it for 4. As I said, I don't think there's too much thinking going on. You might play the game, fielder come in and I'm going to bowl this type of delivery. I think just pure instinct.
I think there is an element of that as well. It's not a good ball, though.
Rank is what it is.
I'm not sure it would have been a good ball with deep point out, if we're being honest.
It had nothing going for it. The technique of it, he fell away. It was like quite a slingy delivery. Wrists weren't behind the ball. It weren't great.
Hawksby and Jacobs play a great game every now and again called Have Another Guess, where Paul comes up with a question that is so completely random and he could basically spend another hour or so guessing whatever. We're going to have a quick game of Have Another Guess. According to Cricinfo, how many different teams has Andre Russell played for? Because I counted them up today because I was. It just looks such a huge list.
I'm going to say 15.
Have another guess.
Oh, come on. 37?
Have another guess.
It's not higher than 37.
You're not a million miles off, is all I'll say. I'm not giving any clues. Akil Hussain, by the way, is going to stay on and bowl the second over while the boys have a think about that.
15 might be just the teams he's played for in the UK.
This year. Hussain, around the wicket, Stolt is basically not moving his feet. That one's all hand-eye coordination, getting it up to Andre Russell at mid-off, and they will take a single. 21 without loss here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Can
you tell us whether it's higher or lower than when he said 30? What did you say?
He said 37.
Higher or lower?
Lower.
32.
Have another guess. Oh. This will keep going for hours, folks. ITV are thinking about commissioning this as a quiz. They broadcast worse, let's be fair. I mean, I can see Bradley Walsh hosting this. Akil Hussain, around the wicket, in. Jacks just waits, plays quietly out on the offside, no run.
34.
Have another guess.
Higher or lower, though? Come on.
This is worse than your dinner. And for those who don't know, his dinner was white rice and a sausage roll.
I want you to put the picture up on social media so people can see it.
I'll be honest, it was quite beige.
And I could tell
translucent.
You, as a West Indian, there was no gravy, man.
No. It was not Bayesian, it was beige. Akil Hussain fires this one down the leg side. Jacks will turn through mid-wicket. Shimron Hetmeyer's out there once again, and they will take a single. 22 without loss, England.
35?
Have another guess. I mean, I think we're basically there now. I mean, surely
36.
Hey! And you've won a week's caravan holiday.
And I'm assuming those are just the top end things. That may not have like his Hong Kong leagues and some of the leagues that aren't scheduled as top end.
Yes. I'll let you have a check on that one yourself. Hussain goes in. Oh my goodness! Salt is just basically trying to muscle that one into the leg side, and with no time, and it goes back to the bowler and his follow through, no run.
I would like to know the basic fee that he's got from those 36 teams as well.
I tell you, I wouldn't mind being his accountant. Oh dear, 10% of that. 22 without loss, England. 2 overs and 4 balls into their reply, trying to make 183. Salt hammers this into the offside. It will only go to Brandon King at extra cover there when there is no run.
I love the field placings here. They've basically got 2 mid-offs. They've got a straight mid-off and then an extra cover, kind of mid-off as well, because that is where you try and hit Akil, and that's what he wants you to do, try force him through that gap.
Final ball of his over. Salt is staying deep in his crease, hammers to mid-on and just clears Rutherford there. It's a 6, but it could have been just as easily out. It cleared him by enough. That's all you can say. You've only got to clear them. And Salt does that after 3 overs. England are 28 without loss.
Yeah, productive area for Phil Salt. Is that long on? Whenever he scores runs, it's a very, very good area for him. Powerfully hit. Like you said, just giving himself time on that back foot. As you said, the odd ball is gripping and holding up. He just backed himself, and as you say, it doesn't matter how far it goes. Same result, 6 runs.
So Salt's got 18 from 12 balls, Jacks 9 from 6. It will be Will Jacks who is on strike, and he will be facing Shamar Joseph. The Andre Russell experiment, what a band they were, lasted 1 over for 13. So, one of the young seamers again. Shamar Joseph, 25 years of age. 10 wickets in this form of the game. And his 9th T20 this one, and he starts down the leg side, and that will be wide. He'll have to bowl that one again, and it's 1 more to the total, 29 without loss.
Shamar Joseph, very young, very raw. His best ball is about as good as anyone in world cricket, and he bowled, I think it was his first over in the IPL was about 13 balls. A few more runs than that as well. It can go either way. Very much a chaos agent as a bowler.
Well, his debut for the West Indies in this form of the game was against South Africa in May of this year, game in Kingston. He is only 25 years of age. He's in. He's got a nice loose action, very smooth. And Jacks is pushing to mid-on, taking a single. He goes to 10. England 30 without loss.
Yeah, he got beautiful snap, beautiful approach, very rhythmical, very smooth. Then he gets to the crease, and that's something I'm always watching, just a few steps before he gets to the umpire, how he attacks that crease. Got good whippage. Whippage? Just making up things now.
I like whippage.
Suppleness of the shoulder. Good rotation, good pace.
He's in once again, and that's a leg side-ish. Salt's going to get up and underneath this one and put it over deep backward square for 6. We've seen a few of those today, in the fact that the bowler just strays a little bit leg side. That one, 142 kilometres an hour. So all Salt is doing is basically getting up and underneath that one and helping it on its way, and he helps it all the way for 6.
Yeah, line was all wrong. It's getting 2 leg side, Phil Salt. Just jumping all over that. Helping it along, don't have to hit it too hard, just a flick of the wrist. That bottom hand just coming round at the end just to give him the pace, and it flew over. 24 from 13.
Yep, lands in the party stand, that one. Joseph is going to come in once again. Salt swings hard into the offside, gets a thick outside half of the bat, and it will land 3 feet inside the rope and go away for a 1 bounce 4. 40 without loss. England, Salt is going at a strike rate of 200, 28 from 40.
Yeah, he's just, he's bowling with pace on the ball, which these England players can have. And all we have to do is just stray in line. Phil Salt had no idea where this was going. He was trying to hit it up and over sort of extra cover, long off, and it flew because of the pace of the delivery, even on this wicket. Went over sort of deep point area. He marches on.
And goes Joseph. That might have been a cutter. That seemed to stand up a little bit in the surface, and Salt's hit that over backward point for 4. Again, gets underneath it, hits it deliberately upwards, and it's another boundary. The 3rd 4 of the England innings. They've hit 3 6s as well. 44 without lossing.
Yeah, bad delivery really. Wrong line, wrong length. Phil Salt, he knows there's no cover over there. All he has to do is get the elevation. Elevation he did. Couple of bounces into the boards. And he puts Shamar Joseph under pressure. His 4 balls going for 16. And England looking dangerous. 44 from 3.4 over, 3.4 overs. I won't get my words out there.
Well, Rovman Powell, the captain's wandered over to have a word with his young bowler. Now he takes his position again on the edge of the mid-off circle, and it's gone in, it's straight, and it's been driven back just past the stumps at the far end. It is a 3rd 4 of the over, a 4th boundary of the over. It's 48 without loss, and Salt's now got 36 from 60.
Yeah, by far the best shot of the innings so far. It's just like facing a bowling machine. That pace, that trajectory from Shamar Joseph. It's not a massive stride, but the straightness of the bat, perfection. Shamar Joseph has to take evasive action. Hit powerfully down the ground. 20 from 5.
Final ball of the over. He goes in. It's short and wide, and Salt slapped that over extra cover off of the back foot. The 50 is up for England. 4 overs to get there. 52 without loss. Salt's got 40 from just 17 balls faced. And this target of 183, which we keep telling you is well above par, is suddenly looking a heck of a lot easier with England going like this.
Yeah, it's a rank delivery from Shamar Joseph. He's so exciting. As you said, everyone could just go and think what he did in Australia and stuff like that. He sort of burst onto the scene. But as Gerard said, he's raw. He's got a lot of pace. He hasn't got a lot of experience at the minute, and the direction's all gone. Phil Salt is a very dangerous player in this format of the game. As you said, he's marched on to 40 from 17 balls, and England in a very healthy and good position, 52 from only 4 overs.
Akeal Hussain's going to bowl his third, which does surprise me a little bit.
Because the other guys have gone for about 100 runs in their 2 overs.
Well, yeah. Hussain is going to bowl around the wicket to Jacks, and Jacks is pushing towards mid-on, and the West Indies won't be able to cut it off. It's Rutherford, who's spent a great deal of this innings so far, scrabbling around on the floor and then pulling his trousers up afterwards. And they'll take a single that takes Jacks to 11, England to 53 without loss, but more importantly, puts Salt back on strike.
Obviously another fielding error, which is not ideal. I think they probably prefer Akeal Hussain bowling to Phil Salt. I think he shows more of his stumps.
Hussain around the wicket to Salt. Salt's hitting hard, beats the first extra cover, can't beat the second, and the throw comes back into the keeper's end. The throw takes Pooran away from the stump, so he flicks the ball back towards the timbers. It hits the stumps, and we're going to get an umpire review to check whether Salt is back or not.
Look, we saw this the other night, just how bad West Indies throw. It's another, okay, if that's a good throw, Phil Salt was out. He ran down the wicket. He was positive there was a run there. Jacks never wanted it and didn't like it at all. And a good throw, strong throw back at the stumps, and he's out. But he's going to make it easy. I don't think anyone's... Are we even getting a third?
No. They made a signal, but then I think they've just said, oh, no, OK, we're pretty convinced he wasn't. So we're not reviewing it. Salt will therefore face Akeal Hussain. Again, it's weight on the back foot. Fielded well at point on this occasion. And Salt can't beat Evan Lewis, and therefore stays on 40 from 19 deliveries. It's hand-eye coordination at the moment. That's well fielded. That's actually past Lewis. He's had to dive almost out towards the boundary to stop it. 1 ... the over so far. In goes Akeal Hussain. Salt aims into the cover region. Again, it's Evan Lewis. And that particular bit of ground that he's diving on is very wet, because his maroon and yellow shirt is now starting to get that sort of muddy brown stain that it's going to take some washing to get it out before tomorrow's game.
It's like he's auditioning to be Superman.
He's doing a decent job. He's saving everything. Saving the world to be a doddle after that. 5th ball of the over. Hussain is in. It's leg stumpish. Salt inside half of the bat onto his pad. No run. Well, this is a brilliant over compared with the last one. 5 deliveries and only a single. 53 without loss England as we come towards the end of the 5th over. Akeal Hussain, big deep breath. Comes in and bowls. Salt chips it into the offside, and it lands just short of extra cover. 2 fielders going for that. Brandon King was the second who stopped it. The catch couldn't be taken. So 5 overs in the book. The target is 183. England are 54 without loss. Will Jacks has got 11, but the vast majority of the heavy lifting has been done by Phil Salt. A brilliant assault from him so far. He's got 41 from 22 as we hand you to Roland Butcher and Barry Wilkinson for the next 5 overs. Well, we will in a minute. What an effort this has been. Now, Gutikesh Moti is going to bowl the 6th over, so we're going to have 2 spinners inside the power play from the West Indies for Barry Wilkinson and Roland Butcher to talk you through.
And it's going to be Moti, like you said, to bowl to Salt. 24 runs off the 4th over, but only 2 off the 5th. So contrasting double overs there. But here comes Moti now, bowling to Salt. Puran still set in the field as Moti comes in and bowls, and Salt tails away and smashes this beautifully over long off for 6. What a shot, Roland Butcher.
Yeah, fantastic shot, and Salt in real form here. He's now raced under 47 and 23, and Barry, I thought towards the end of the West Indies innings, it looked as if the ball started to come on. I think the dew factor has had something to do with that. I casually remarked to you that I don't think this game is over, because I just feel that it's going to be difficult for the bowlers to grip the ball, and the balls just seem to be sliding onto the bat. So positive start here by England, 60 off the first 5.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this time he tails away again and smashes the ball to the mid-off area. No run. I find it very strange that Nicholas Puran is setting the captain and telling him where to go in the field.
Well, yeah, I think the captain relies on the keeper, to particularly the fielders in front of him, to make sure that they're in the right positions.
Here he comes in again and bowls, and this time he comes down the pitch and smashes this over the wicket into the screen. 6 more. What a shot. And it brings up the 50 for Phil Salt. Tremendous knock. The highest scorer individually in this innings and in the match, because the West Indies getting 182 from 9. Their highest score is 38 not out. Salt has come in and has got 53 from 25, and he could have well finished this game quite soon.
Yeah, terrific striking. And what Salt is doing against Moti, he's not committed himself. He's waiting for the ball to be short and looking particularly to just play the ball on the rise. And he hit that one pretty solidly and flat.
How will Moti respond? Here he comes in and bowls to Salt again, and Salt is going for a big swing, goes down to short flying leg. They steal a single and get it quite easily. So 1 more run to take the total now to 67. Jacks has been a real spectator at the other end. He's only got 11 from 8.
Yeah, well, he hasn't faced many deliveries. Salt, he's been a mere spectator, but he wouldn't mind being a spectator if Salt's going to be hitting the ball the way he's been hitting, albeit that Joseph gave him plenty of balls to hit.
Moti again bowls to Salt, and Salt is hitting this in the air, out to long on, over long on, 6 more. Well, this is a real carnage at Kensington. 73 without loss in over number 6. That's how you play the power play. Jacks has got 17, Salt has got 54, and the England fans are loving every minute of this.
Yeah, but we're just sliding onto the bat, and these batters are going to enjoy these conditions, as it's going to be a hard work for the bowlers. As you can see there, Moti's getting the ball wiped by the umpire, so West Indies under a bit of pressure.
Yeah, this is a lot of pressure too. As Moti again bowls, and this one time he's bowled him. Jack's going for a sweep, missed and bowled. Windies have got one.
Yeah, good breakthrough there. Not the best of shots there by Jacks. He just hit the previous delivery down the ground for 6, and on this occasion the ball is a flatter delivery, and he's gone for the sweep shot. Was not the length to be playing the sweep. Moti wouldn't mind, but he's got the breakthrough. 73 for 1.
Well, that was what the West Indies wanted, but England have got it off to a flyer, I've got to tell you. And the target now, they just need 110 more runs. And they've got a lot of time. And coming to the crease, I hate to be a fan, but I think I must be one of the biggest fans of Josh Butler. I think he's just one of the most electrifying T20 cricketers ever. You put him in the category of the Chris Gales and the Kieran Pollards. Butler's just top notch.
Yeah, at his best. We don't know what to expect from Butler now. He hasn't played for a little while. He's coming in at a very important time, but you know, he's got a good start. I mean, he will also try to be positive. You know, he's coming at a time where, as I said, this pitch really isn't gripping. It's just sliding on, so it might give him an opportunity to get himself in.
Yeah, so let's see what's going to happen. Moti's been the hot man, got runs for the Windies, he also got that breakthrough. Salt is on strike now because 6 overs have gone, and it's 73 for 1. So Romario Shepherd now comes in and bowls to Salt. He was about to deliver, but he just was getting his run correct. Umpire Bazarath, of course, son of the Trinidad and Tobago president of the board, Azim Bazarath. His son is out there umpiring. Here he comes in now and bowls to Salt, and Salt goes to pull. This is taken by the keeper, and there's no run.
Yes. Shepherd seemed to have slipped. He's having a look at the footmark there. And that's the sort of thing you will see happening, Barry. I can imagine it's quite greasy underfoot out there for the players, and particularly in that area where the feet's landing. And now some drying agents been taken from end of Russell's run up and being put down on the crease. So yeah, this is going to be the difficulty out there for fielders and bowlers, that this dew factor to go with the soggy areas that were there already is going to be very, very difficult.
Yeah, well, let's see how they're going to solve that. As Shepherd comes in now and bowls to Salt, and Salt is cutting this one, punching it beautifully through cover. He'll get 40. No, he's going to just get a couple. Really good fielding there by Evan Lewis. He's been tremendous out there in the covers. He's really creating a little legacy for himself with a big name. 75 for 1, Salt 56.
Yeah, good diving stop there on the extra cover boundary. Certainly saved a couple of runs.
Yeah, he's been good. Phil Salt, he's still on strike. As Shepherd comes in again and bowls to him. And this time he gets a slow ball that he's hitting in the air. This is a chance for a catch. Dropping short of Russell at mid-off. Just wondering if Russell might have been napping a little bit or waiting for it to come to him. He certainly didn't approach it with any energy. And in the end, he was able to get away with that.
Yeah, I think I wouldn't blame Russell for this. I don't think really he had any chance of getting to this. You know, Salt didn't hit it that well. Had he hit it any better, it would have gone straight to Russell, but the ball was always dying before it got there.
Yeah, so Butler's going to face for the first time Joss Butler. As Shepherd comes in and bowls the first ball to Butler, and Butler's cutting and cutting well. This is going to go down to third man, and he's out. Caught, is he? Oh, he's out caught. What a catch! One-handed catch by Moti, the man of the moment, and possibly, if the Windies were to win, the man of the match. That was a tremendous left-handed catch.
Yes, out of the top draw. I don't think Moti, he surpassed himself here. It wasn't the best delivery, and Butler went for the cut shot, and Moti has pulled something out of the bag here.
Wow! Wow!
Yep, he is happy and delighted. So is everybody in the stadium. What a catch.
That reminded me of the catch that Butler took to dismiss Rutherford, and now Butler's on the receiving end of something pretty special himself.
Yes, and Butler's comeback lasted
one ball.
Just the one ball, so what a catch.
Well, we have a massive turnout here for Jacob Bethel. We've got a crowd and a fan club that says Bajans for Bethel. And he has this opportunity now. He got a duck on his ODI quote-unquote debut in Barbados. But now he comes to the crease with England just sliding a little bit. 76 for 2 with a target of 183. And Jacob Bethel with 3 innings in T20s, a best of 44. He actually only got 2 runs in the next innings, and then they got a duck. So he's only got 46 runs in 3 innings.
It's a good time for him to bat now, just Bethel, really, because he just needs to be calm, just knock it around, allow Salt to be the aggressor. So this is tailor-made for him. He's just nudge it around. He can score later on, but what a catch that by Morty. He will dream about that, not just tonight, but for a very long time.
Oh, for years to come. His kids, his grandkids, traditions of generations of children to dream about that catch to come. That was under the top draw. Very unlucky, Joss Butler. So Bajans for Bethel get a chance to see the boy from Barbados. He must be really nervous out there. Here comes Shepherd to bowl the first ball to Jacob Bethel, and Bethel is getting off the mark quietly out into the forward square region for 1. They were thinking of 2, but that would have been disastrous. So Bethel gets off the mark in Barbados in the international cricket.
Yeah, he'll feel a lot better there.
His mum is in the stand there with the #1 Bethel fan. His dad is having a drink. He's trying to keep cool and keep quiet. So his dad is having a drink, and his mum is saying, come on, show some emotion. He's saying, no, I'm just calm. Let's just be calm. Salt is on strike. Another quote-unquote Bajan. A lot of Bajans in this team. You've got Arch in the squad. You've got Jacob Bethel, and you've got Phil Salt. You've got Butch on the commentary, who played for England.
You've got 2 Butches.
As Shepherd bowls and Salt is cutting well, but straight to the fielder. Rutherford is there, he can't score. Over called, and after 7, England just stuttering a little bit. 77 for 2 with a target of 183.
Yeah, those 2 wickets have just slowed things down a bit. The first one, what a catch that was. Really, he had no right catch in that, Morty. And I guess the fortunate thing for him is that he was on his stronger side. So he just stuck a left hand out, just like Butler did at slip. And the ball stayed in.
So England need 106 more runs off 78 balls. West Indies 182 for 9. Turan making 38. Shepherd 35 not out. Moti 33. Russell 30. It was Sakeed who got 4 for 34, and Rashid got 3 for 32. England off to a great start, but they've lost 2 quick wickets. And they're going to give Shamar Joseph an opportunity now to continue after 24 runs were conceded in his first over. He comes in now to bowl to Jacob Bethel, who's tapping and waiting. And Bethel gets the delivery that's outside line, the off stump, and coming off the inside portion of the mat. Luckily for him, he didn't play on, and there's no run.
Yeah, short and wide, and Bethel looking to just run that down to third man. He's got to beat the third man. He's fairly wide, and he's also got protection, Joseph, on the cover boundary. So he's going to have to be disciplined, very disciplined in his line.
I've got to tell you, I'm feeling some nerves for Jacob Bethel. I'll tell you why in a minute. I'm proud to see him out there. Very, very proud. Here comes Shamar Joseph now again, and bowls to Bethel. And Bethel gets the delivery that is on the line, the all stump, plays it straight to the off side, and there's no run. Jacob Bethel went to school with my first son. So I've known him from the time he was at primary school, from the time he was like 3 years old. I've watched him develop playing cricket, making his debut in under 15 for Barbados and the West Indies when he would have played at the Windward Cricket Club. He played at the Police Sports Club. There was a similar fan club that came to see him there. He didn't score runs that day, but then he scored, I think it was 100
against Jamaica.
100 against Jamaica at the Windward Cricket Ground in St Philip. Yeah. And then I've just watched him blossom as he played in Warwickshire. As this delivery is outside line, the off-step, and cut away beautifully by Bethel, where there's a fielder on the boundary, so he only get 1 for it. But that was a nice looking shot there by the young Jacob Bethel, the 21-year-old from Barbados and Warwickshire.
Yeah, that's a strong area for him. He likes to cut. The ball didn't bounce much, so he was able to get on top of that one. That was the shot that got him out in the last ODI.
Yeah, but this time he kept it on the ground. The last time he uppercut,
But this one was just keeping it a bit low. But yes, listen, I've known this kid for a long time. Don't forget, I was chairman of the Centre of Excellence when he was here at the BCA Centre of Excellence. He came right through the age groups up to that point, and as you know, when he was 13, he was playing in the under 15 and scoring hundreds. So he's had a talent for a long time.
Here he comes in now, and balls to Salt, and Salt is driving in the onside, out to long on for one. Brings Bethel back on strike. Really poor over there by the first over that we saw from Shamar Joseph. What did he do wrong to concede 24?
Well, he bowled too many lengths and width. He was short, he was wide. First of all, Salt picked him up over square leg. Misdirected delivery, then he was under pressure after that. Best shot Salt played was the first one ball that he did get straight, which was a straight drive that went back past him for 4. So that set the tone for what was to happen the rest of the over.
So here he comes in again now, Joseph, and runs in and bowls to Bethel, and Bethel this time is pulling well, but he won't get more than a single as the ball goes to Brandon King at the short mid-on. So Bethel operated in threes, in singles correction, he's got 3. The required run rate 8.47. We've got a good game on our hands here, Butch.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, the game is in the balance. I maintain this is a good pitch to bat on. If I was playing in this game on the batting side, I would fancy myself to win this game because the surface is good. The dew factor is making it and will make it more difficult for the bowling team.
Joseph comes in and bowls to Salt, and Salt is driving, playing the ball down to third man, 4 runs. He got it past the fielder there who was at the backward point almost, and there was also a short third man. He pierced that offside field, and 4 runs to Salt, who's racing now to 62. He's got a penchant for centuries in T20s, and he's getting there quite quickly. He's on 62, 8 gone, 84 for 2.
That's an example of just how good the pitch is right now. The ball is just skidding on, particularly off the faster bowlers. Same thing with the spinners. The ball is skidding on. There's no turn, and bowlers have got a pretty difficult job. There's no question about that. The outfield is, as you can see, it's really darkening, and that's an indication that the dew really is having an effect.
So England need a further 99 more runs from 72 balls, and they have 8 wickets in hand. You would favour them to win this, but cricket is a funny old game. The West Indies had 3 comebacks in their 20 overs, and you never know if England might need a similar kind of favour. So Moti has switched ends. He's now going to be coming from the Joe Garner end, and he'll be bowling to the left-handed Bethel, so lefties all told. And you were talking earlier about batsmen and watches. We also see that Bethel has got on a watch, as this delivery is short and it's cut away straight to the field that cover, no run.
Yeah, I mean, I would imagine that there is some more significance to just it being a watch.
Here comes Moti in again and bowls to Jacob Bethel, and Bethel comes down the pitch and swings. That was an uncharacteristic shot. He got away with it. It went down to the backward square leg boundary, and he's going to get a single, but that was not a convincing shot at all.
Yeah, he's looking to play shots against the spinners. And getting back to the watch thing, Barry, I believe it's probably something scientific.
A lot of the watches now check your heart rate, check your steps and so on, so it's not just a case of looking at the time, because that's readily available if you look up at the clock, but I think sometimes players are also superstitious. That plays a big part. Viv said he never entered the field without chewing gum. Here comes Moti as he bowls to Salt, and Salt this time is paddling this out to short fine leg. Should get 1, they're going to come back for the second and get it quite comfortably too. Picked up just about now there by Shimron Hetmeyer, and 2 runs achieved, 85 for 2. 87 for 2, correction.
Yeah, just a little paddle sweep there by Phil Salt, and looks as if they're going to make an adjustment here, so somebody feel they're going into that short fine leg position, and Is the captain going to leave mid-wicket open? There's no discussion with Morty. No, he's coming across himself and just moving backward point. Rutherford goes into extra cover. And Powell then goes to mid-wicket.
Here he comes in now, balls to Salt, and Salt is swinging this out to mid-wicket. That's gone into the boundary for 4. What a shot from Phil Salt. This is a real assault on the West Indies team. He's got 68 from 34, and the England team are looking good at 91 for 2.
Yeah, Salt reading this one well. It was straight, picked the length, and foot down, open up that front foot. And you saw when that ball hit the outfield, Barry, just how it skidded off. That tells you just what is happening out there.
Here comes Moti in again and bowls to Salt. And Salt on this occasion is driving, giving the strike over to Bethel with a single out to the mid-off, long off area for 1.
Yeah. And Captain and Moti changing the plan. Captain went back over on the offside, so left the mid-wicket area open.
Yep, so Bethel's back on strike. He's got 4 from 7. Here comes Moti now with his left arm spin, and it bowls to Bethel. And Bethel this time is just forcing the ball into the onside, out to the long on for another single to keep the strike. As 9 overs are gone now, it's 93 for 2.
Yeah, another good over that for England. And Moti's now completed his second. And I think West Indies are going to have a little bit of a problem at some point, Barry, with the number of bowlers. They have to especially the medium pacers, and looks like Shepherd is coming into the attack now, and not easy for the faster bowlers on this pitch. I think it's a good surface for batting. Balls coming on nicely because of the dew, and really the bowlers, particularly the faster bowlers, you're gonna have to be spot on. If you don't, you're gonna travel.
So Hussain, Russell, Shamar Joseph, Moti and Shepherd. And they're going to now switch Shepherd from the Joe Garner end to the Malcolm Marshall end. And he'll be bowling to Bethel, who's got 5. Here he comes now. Gets ready to bowl to Jacob Bethel. As he runs in, passes the umpire and bowls to Bethel. And Bethel is driving beautifully down the ground, but there's a fielder there. Actually, he's going to get 4. Whoa, lovely shot. Yeah. And look at the Jacob Bethel fan club. They're going wild in the Greenwich and Haynes stand. Lovely shot for 4.
Yeah, full delivery there by Shepherd, going almost for the Yorker length, but again, it's right in the slot. And Bethel has nailed that one.
Jacob Bethel batting well. He's got 9 from 9, 86 needed now from 65. Still got a good game. He's going to go the distance. It's just 7:15 local time. As he comes in now again and bowls to Bethel around the wicket this time. And Bethel this time is looking to pull. Not there for the shot, but he'll get a single out to the short third man area. So Bethel is in double figures. And back in the day, when you get double figures in cricket, you get your name put in the papers. So well, he's in the papers.
That's with only certain type of journalists.
In the summarized scores, you see if you get 10 or if you get 2 wickets, your name is in the papers.
How standards have fallen. But real exhibition of stroke play this by Phil Salt. He's made himself over the last couple of years a very, very dependable player.
Here he comes in again and bowls a short ball, and this time it was a very good short ball. It's actually single wide. Was that really a wide?
It was a slow short one, and just for height. And I think Salt would be quite happy he didn't get anything on that, because I don't think that ball had enough pace to get it over the third man.
It would have been caught at short third man.
He could have picked up one of those fielders there. The 2 fielders really behind point there.
Here he comes in again as he runs in and passes the umpire and bowls to Salt. And Salt is on driving. He'll push for 2 here. I'm sure he will push for 2. He's going to come back for the second. Picked up just about now from Shamar Joseph. An excellent throw, but he couldn't stop the brace. 2 more runs, 101 for 2.
Yeah, 100 up for England, and just 9.3 overs. So rate 10.63 and only required is 7.81. So right now England are in front of this game. And
here he comes in again now and bowls to Salt. Slow delivery. Salt again reading that and on drive in. Big shot of no. So they settle for the single. Salt goes to 72 from 37. Bethel's got 10 from 10 as the England crowd begin to get their Caroline theme going.
Yeah, right call there by Phil Salt. That one was struck a bit straighter.
Shepherd is not happy with the field. I don't think he's going to explode though on the captain.
He's also decided to go over the wicket.
Yeah, he's going to go over the wicket to Bethel, who's got 10 from 10. Here he comes in now, Shepherd and bowls to Bethel. And Bethel gets a slow delivery that he's caressing beautifully. Oh, that's a lovely shot. It's gone backward of point, piercing that offside field. 4 more to Jacob Bethel.
Yeah, that's beautifully played. He just waited for that one. And it was just short. And all he's got to do just is to guide it. It's slightly slower by Shepherd again. Doesn't try to hit it hard. He just runs it. Placement perfect because there's no third man. There's a short third man and then there's a backward point. And gets himself a boundary.
Oh, I'm getting goosebumps watching Jacob Bethel. This is the closest you get to seeing your son play. I'll tell you that. In terms of knowing him from the time he was an infant to watching him now playing here in Barbados, and you never thought he would be playing for England. My goodness, that's a real turn of events. Here comes Shepherd now as he comes in and bowls to Bethel, and Bethel gets a full delivery. This time he stabs it to cover, can't score. The over ends and it's time for drinks. England well set, 106 for 2 after 10. Bethel has got 14 and 72 to Salt as we head back over to Andrew.
Thank you very much, boys. Right, we're at the halfway mark then. 106 for 2. England are a long way ahead of where the West Indies were at this stage. 81 for 5 they were at the halfway mark, but of course had that late second half of their innings comeback. But with Salt 72 from 37, Bethel 14 from 12. They're in a commanding position, and just to give you an idea, if we went to DLS at the halfway mark, 2 wickets down, you'd need to be 80. So England are 26 ahead of that at the moment. So everything is pointing to it looking good for England. But, of course, wickets will make a difference. England set 183 to win this first T20 international. The first of 5 every ball of the series, of course, coming your way exclusively live here on TalkSport 2, the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. After West Indies were put into bat by England earlier, 182 for 9 they posted, having been 69 for 5 in the 9th over. They managed to get it together thanks to 30 from Andre Russell, 35 not out from 22 balls by Romario Shepherd, and 33 from just 14 from the number 10 Guttikesh Moti. But at the moment it's the Phil Salt show. He's playing absolutely beautifully. 72 not out from 37 balls, 7 fours, 4 sixes. Will Jacks contributed 17 from 10, 2 sixes for him. Jos Buttler got a first ball duck that doesn't even begin to describe what happened, as he was caught on the 3rd boundary by Guttikesh Moti by Romario Shepherd. But it was a brilliant catch. Incredible athleticism to get down there and take a one-handed catch, and then almost slipped over because of the wet outfield, and he still clung on to it. So Jos Buttler gets a first baller on his return to the side. Jacob Bethel currently 14 not out from 12. Alex Tudor is alongside me in the commentary box. Well, we've had 10 overs there. We've seen basically everything, haven't we?
Yeah, we have. Phil Salt has been destructive in the way that he's gone about it. Sort of stand and deliver. To be fair, West Indies haven't bowled well at him. Not executes their plans well. You know, sort of feed him outside off stump when you've not got no boundary riders out there is an easy shot for someone who's so destructive. And then his areas are sort of anywhere from mid-wicket to long on. And when he's hitting boundaries, that's sort of his go-to area, and West Indies are feeding it at the minute. But they're sort of marching on, as you said, they're 20 odd runs in front of DL. And they're looking good. They need some magic, to the West Indies, to get themselves back in this, I think.
Akhil Hussain is going to come in and bowl his final over. He's bowled 3 that have cost 16 so far. He will be bowling to Phil Salt. And Hussain is going to come in and bowl left arm around to Salt, trying to bowl in towards his pads. Salt simply hits all along the floor down to Romario Shepherd at long on, and they will amble a single, 107 for 2.
Be interesting to see what Bethel does here. I know he really likes to hit to the leg side when it comes to left arm finger spinners, but as we've talked about, Akhil Hassan's not quite a normal kind of left arm finger spinner, and he'll be very aware of where Bethel wants to hit him. Probably try and keep it wide, even if he can continue to swing it away or curve it away from him.
Left arm around to the left-hander, and he's very deep in his crease and beaten on the outside edge to the one that just carries on across him. Through to the keeper, no run.
Yeah, just skating through there. It's beating for pace, really. Just trying to punch it through the covers. Good take from Paran behind the stumps.
Hussain is on his way again. Left arm around. Bethel gives himself a little bit more room. Backs away to the leg side. Drives all along the floor out to Shimron Hetmeyer. Single to the total. Bethel goes to 15 from 14 balls, 108 for 2. The target 183 here on TalkSport 2. England supporters in fine voice, you can hear them. There's a lot in town for these games. Akhil Hussain, that's quicker, flatter outside of off stump. And Phil Salt couldn't catch up with that one, and it's into the keeper's gloves almost before the bat had started the swish and the plane down towards the ball. No run. 2 singles from the over. But it means Akhil Hussain has only got 2 deliveries left to bowl in the innings. 0 for 18. He's bowled him brilliantly. He's going to bowl to Phil Salt again. 73 not out. Again in towards the pads. Full. Salt hits to long on. Shepherd is coming off the boundary there, gets it in the air quickly. It's not a great throw, but fortunately there is backup, and it will be just a single. 109 for 2, so 74 now needed from 55 deliveries.
Traditionally, this last ball from the bowler who's bowling well, you just knock it away. Bethel may back away and try and hit this over the offside for 6, or slog sweep it for 6.
Final ball then of Akhil Hussain's evening. As a bowler, at least. He'll have some fielding to do. Stays left arm around to the left-handed Bethel. Takes it off of his legs out to the deep mid-wicket, and they will take a single. Akhil Hussain is therefore done. 11 in the book. 110 for 2 here on TalkSport 2.
Andre Russell's 1 over went for 13. Shima Joseph's 2 overs went for 31. Gudakesh Modi's 2 overs went for 28, and Romario Shepherd's 2 overs went for 17. Akhil Hussain 4 overs, no wickets, none for 20.
He does his job. That's what he does, though, isn't it? On a regular. Obviously, West Indies would have liked him to pick up some wickets in between. I think England have played him well. As you said, you don't, for someone that you will feel who's going to be dangerous within that bowling lineup, just knock it around. As you say, feed off the rest, off the seamers. England are comfortable against them. There's no need to go hard against the spin.
Well, Andre Russell's back for his second over. As I mentioned, the first went for 13. England needs 73 from 54. The big burly man is in. Oh my goodness, Bethel backs away and tries to play a little reverse flick over 4th slip gully area. Doesn't get anything on it, and it's through to the keeper, and there is no run.
He's literally bowled that one with one arm.
And no knees.
Well, carrying that top half, it's got to be hard work, isn't it? I mean, he's a unit. He's Dre Russ.
Big thighs on him as well. He's a powerful man. In he goes and bowls. Again, there's basically no front arm on that whatsoever. Outside of off stump, Bethel's able to guide it to deep backward point, deep third, and they'll take a single, 111 for 2.
He looks like he's bowling his 18th over for the day.
Uphill.
When's the last time he bowled 18 overs?
Wow.
I mean, decades ago. Decades.
When he played, so I remember he came and played West Indies A in England. I reckon he took a 7-wicket haul or a 6-wicket haul, because that's what I first heard about him. I think he made a 60 in one game and then took a 7-wicket haul in the next game, and I was like, who is this guy? They're all bowled as well, I think.
Andre Russell, it's down leg side. Salt helps himself, and it's all the way for 6. It was one of those sort of knee-high, shin-high balls down leg side that we've spoken about a few times in this game, that you just help them on the way. And that's exactly what happened. Over fine leg, away for 6.
I said you don't have to do anything silly, because when the scene comes on, it's going to serve up some licorice all sorts. And that was, I mean, it was a filthy delivery. It was low, it was offline. And for someone who's batting extremely well in Phil Salt, he's now 80 or 41 deliveries. He's not going to miss out on that. You've got fine leg up in the circle as well. It just had nothing going for it.
Andre Russell back in for the 4th ball. Again, he's leg side, and the fine leg is inside the circle. Shamar Joseph doesn't have a price of stopping that. 6 followed by 4. 62 now needed from 50 balls for England. Salt is 84 not out, and he's looking like another 100.
It's good batting, but it's really not good bowling from Andre Russell with all his experience. He's just offline. He's not getting it right. Looks like this second spell's hurting his body. Sort of gingerly going back to his mark. As you say, Phil Salt, 84 or 42, and his job's not done. He's not finished. He wants to turn that into 3 figures, Macca.
Absolutely, as I mentioned before, 200s in this form of the game for England, for Phil Salt, both against the West Indies. This one is in. It's a slower ball, floated in towards the pads, turned through square leg. They will take a single. Salt goes to 85 from just 43 balls. He was basically going at 2 runs a ball. England 122 for 2, and Andre Russell has got 1 ball left with this over that has already gone for 12.
And this is the problem that they have with, you know, you've got no Joseph in the side. You've not really got anyone that's going to give you that consistency, bowling the ball and executing his skills. You know, you're gonna get good deliveries, you're going to get some fast ones, a good odd slower ball, but that consistent line and length you just do not get from this bowling lineup. That's why they didn't have to go really hard against the spin.
To finish the over, Russell is in once again. Well, Bethel is swinging that from round about middle and leg into the leg side. It's a great pick-up by Hetmeyer. They're going to come back from 2 out on the deep mid-wicket boundary. So 2 more to the total, 124 for 2. Bethel's gone to 19. 59 now required for England from 48 balls. We've said a couple of times that there's very little front arm from Andre Russell there, and it's all sort of shoulder. From a technical fast bowling point of view, explain to me the difference that actually having that strong front arm and what that makes, and what's therefore is he losing by not using that?
Well, he's losing pace. I mean, yes, look, he's a big, strong man, so you're relying a lot on your right shoulder, but the amount of stress you're doing that. You know, if you're going about the biomechanics of the body, and I'm not going to bore everyone and send them to sleep on here, but, you know, both arms are connected, so what one arm does, the other one's going to follow. So, as a fast bowler, you always say get your arm up nice and high, but what I'm talking about is get your elbow up. As you drive with the elbow up and through, that's what drives that right shoulder through. So he's losing that straight away, so you're just going on pure strength. And after that, you're going to get wear and tear, you know, to take it easy on your body.
Moti to start a new over. Oh, he's well outside of off stump on that occasion. Salt plays no shot and then immediately looks at the umpire and says, "You are calling that wide, aren't you?" And
it wasn't a wide, though.
Zahid Barisas said, "No, I'm not actually."
It was extraordinary cricket because the batter refused to hit it and the wicketkeeper refused to take it.
Ricocheted off Poran's pads out to point. This is in towards the pads of Salt by Moti. Left arm around and Salt hits out to mid-wicket. Hetmeyer's there. Gets the ball back in the air. Just a single. 58 needed from 46.
If you can think about all the bowlers that bowl fast, you think of Mark Wood, you think of Archer, you think of Shamar Joseph on show today. They all get into a beautiful cold position, that front arm nice and high, and then they drive extremely hard. And that's what gives you that pace. So some people think, oh, you have to be big and strong. No, it's the suppleness of them shoulders, and it's how you use it. It's what you need, really.
Moti, left arm around. Bethel's immediately gone on the reverse. Doesn't get that on it. Takes him on the pad. Rolls out on the offside. No run.
Then there's that brace front leg, getting your hips up and through the ball, through the crease. And that's where that pace comes from. Think of Brett Lee back in the day. Delstein.
Moti down the pitch is Bethel towards him. I think he's got a touch on that and squeezed it past the keeper. If he hadn't got anything on it, he'd have been stumped by about 3 yards. Now the umpire's just said to Bethel, "Did you hit that?" And Bethel went, "Yeah." So he signalled 4 runs. And Bethel then immediately burst into fits of laughter because he's done him. Looking at the replay there, he's not got anything on that, and he's got bonus 4 runs to his name.
And that's a remarkable bit of umpiring. I can't believe. And the umpire, from the minute it happened, was looking at Bethel as if to go, "I hope I can get eye contact here so we can have this conversation."
Moti in. Bethel is down the pitch, takes it off of his pads out to deep, straight mid-wicket. There'll be a single taken there. I can't believe he's got away with that. That's remarkable. Well, look, it was 4 either way, but it just shouldn't be 4 to Jacob Bethel. He should be 20 not out from 21 balls, not 24. Hey, such is the way of the world. 53 needed from 43. Moti, left arm around. If Salt had left that, he might have got a wide, but he didn't. He hits it to backward point. It ends the over. 13 gone. Salt 86 from 46. Bethel 24 from 21. England 130 for 2 here on TalkSport 2 and the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. Need 53 more from 42 balls to go 1-0 up in this series.
They need some wickets. Need them quickly. England are marching on. Salt tremendous in this innings so far. 86 from 46. And Bethel, you would like to come not out. As you say, when you get that opportunity, you need to take it. As you say, 24 doesn't pay the bills. Make sure that's not out at the end, be it 40 odd. Also, obviously, Phil Salt would like to get to the 3 figures, but if Bethel's there at the end, 40 odd not out, all of a sudden, yep, he's had a good day.
Well, absolutely. And then, look, the way Salt must be seeing it like a watermelon. I mean, it must be massive to his eyes at the moment. Just get off strike. Now, someone just getting off is Andre Russell. He's left the pitch. New over from Romario Shepherd. First delivery slapped out by Bethel to the deep cover sweeper, who is Evan Lewis, who is again on his hands and knees because he slipped over on that occasion, but he stops the ball and takes up a great big chunk of turf. 1-3-2 for 2. But Andre Russell leaving the field after that last over, we mentioned that he was finally sort of fully fit again after all of his bumps and bruises and problems, but maybe he is having another issue. Outfield does look pretty heavy. Romario Shepherd outside, well outside of off stump, and Bethel slaps this over extra cover and wide long off, and that'll be 4 runs. England's target is now less than 50. 47 required. They're 136 for 2, and Bethel's got 30 from 23 balls.
And again, it's the seamers. Very inconsistent with their length. It's a slower ball, a cutter trying to go across Bethel. It's got too much width on it, and he's jumped off over it, and he's got, mid-off, up in the circle, extra cover, and it went up and over there. 4 runs, 6 off 2 balls, and as you say, Shepherd under pressure in his third over.
Apologies to the people watching on the TalkSport Cricket YouTube channel. I'm pulling faces there. That was a horrible delivery. Shepherd goes in again. Bethel's hammered this hard. Well fielded by Brandon King at mid-off on this occasion. Diving away to his right-hand side. They will take a single. 137 for 2 are England. 46 needed from 39.
Every game I've commentated in this series, Brandon King has dived on something. It was the helmet last time. This time it was the ball. Break a rib doing that. Oh, well, he's ended up with it almost behind him.
We do say, if use your body, get everything behind it.
Get something behind it.
Doesn't matter.
Used his hand, ricocheted it down, and as he was diving to his right-hand side, his sort of right hip landed on the ball. Salt is 86 not out. Gets the shortest ball from Shepherd, swings it away, and is almost brilliantly caught at deep backward square by Rutherford, but he helps it over the boundary for 6. Salt is 92 not out. England 143 for 2, and it's now 40 needed to win the game.
Again, it's a cutter, it's short, he's latched onto it, it's quite flat, Rutherford's jumped extremely high with both hands above his head to try and take the catch. I think if he held it, the momentum would have taken him over. But again, it's 6 runs. Again, it's a bad delivery. They're just not executing.
Rutherford is watching as Shepherd goes in and bowls. Salt pulls around. It will be straight to Rutherford all along the floor. A nice easy one on this occasion. Single take and Salt's gone to 93.
Just not executing their skills, and this is what this West Indies seaming bowling lineup haven't got. They haven't got that consistency. They haven't got someone who said, yeah, you're going to go Yorkers, or you're going to execute a good bumper, or just good line and length. How many balls have we seen dug in sort of top of off or middle stump, not to give the batters any room? It's wide, it's short. As a captain, you can't set a field for that. It's an absolute nightmare.
1 ball left of this over that's gone for 14. Mario Shepherd's bowled 2 overs and 5 balls, 1 for 31 so far. He's in, bowled over the wicket. Again, he's looking well outside of off stump. He's looking at the Yorker line. Bethel squeezes it down to deep backward point on the boundary. They will take a single to end the over. England now need 38 from 36 with 8 wickets standing. Phil Salt, 93 not out, and he will be on strike as we start this next over here on TalkSport 2. Oh, blimey, they must be confident. They're wheeling out Sweet Caroline.
Be interesting to see if England just try and finish this in a couple of overs now. Because they haven't quite put the foot all the way down. They've just waited for bad balls so far, haven't they?
If the seamers carry on, I think it will. It'd be 3 overs if that.
Yeah. Well, but you know what I mean? They're not going for it.
No. As I said, I don't just feel they feel confident within themselves. I look at this bowling lineup and I'm feeling they don't quite know what they're trying to do. Or they know what they're trying to execute, but they're just not doing it properly. So they're bowling these cutters, but they're bowling it with whip. When they're trying to go full, they're bowling it into the slot and just getting the line wrong. It's, they've got some work to do.
That ball looks very wet too. The umpires were trying to dry that, I think. So.
Yeah. Just having a look at it. They've handed it back to Gudakesh Moti, so he's going to bowl his final over. So the 2 spinners, Akeal Hussain's already bowled out, as we've mentioned, 0 for 20 from his 4, and this is Moti's 4th. He's got 1 for 34. So England, if they want, can almost just prod this one around. Moti will go in. Oh, Bethel has given himself some room outside of leg stump and has got the thick outside part of the bat. It flies over short third and runs away for 4. He goes to 36. England have it less runs now than balls remaining. 34 needed from 35 balls.
Yeah, he just looks like he's struggling to grip it. Moti, obviously he's very wet. And the seam looks really wet, so he's not able to grip it. And it's just flown out. Low full toss. Bethel, it didn't go where it went, but at the end of the day, look in the book, it's 4 runs. And it's the first ball.
And that ball actually rolled through the part of the outfield earlier down beneath the commentary box where they were putting the drying agent on. So if it was a bit wet and a bit muddy before, it's now going to be significantly wetter and significantly muddier.
I wonder if there's an actual damage to it though as well, because the umpires usually don't get that involved with the wet ball. They usually just say, stop getting hit for runs.
Yeah, here's a towel.
But we've seen them try and play with it, and they've just taken the ball off. So there might actually be some damage. We might have a slight delay here. There's something wrong with the seam, I reckon, Jude, by the way the umpire looked at it. Or he asked Jacob Bethel whether they should replace the ball.
Maybe Jacob Bethel is got a Jedi mind tricks. He's saying, we need to change the ball. And the umpires go, I think we might need to change the ball. Yeah. This isn't the cricket ball you're looking for.
Well, listen, it's been beaten quite badly tonight, hasn't it? Around Kensington Oval. Not much has gone right in the second half for the West Indies. All that momentum that they've had at the back end of their innings when they were batting, they've not carried that on into their fielding and their bowling. It's not been good. Execution hasn't been great. James Franklin, who's the bowling coach, he's got some work to do with them on the off days for the seamers to execute their skills better. Could have been way off it tonight.
Well, they've got a grand total of about 20 hours to work on things because, of course, tomorrow is the second game. So they've got no chance to really work on anything. They've then got 3 days once they've travelled to St Lucia. Right, we have changed the ball. Moti's going to go over the wicket to Bethel. Bethel stays deep in the crease and from outside off stump takes it around to, well, deep, wide, mid-on. Rutherford almost trips himself over as he tries to throw that ball back in. The England 150 is up as they take 2. 151 for 2. 14 overs and 2 balls to get there. England now 32 needed from 34. Bethel has 38 from 27. Moti in. That's off middle stump. Bethel's. Let's back out to Rutherford once again. Single taken on this occasion. And Phil Salt, 93 not out, come back on strike.
Probably doesn't matter much for the match situation, but Gudakesh Modi's actually bowling correctly now. Whereas that first ball of the over was an absolute shocker with the wet ball. Happens to everyone. Obviously, professional cricketers spend a lot of time bowling with wet balls in training now, trying to replicate that. And from what I've heard, it still doesn't work in training.
Batter's game.
Salt waits for Moti. It's well outside of off stump. He tries to flay it into the offside. No real timing. It'll bobble down to long off and a single will be taken. Salt goes to 94. England 153 for 2.
Don't know if you guys saw the game in the IPL when CSK were playing and they got behind in a chase, but they didn't have to win the game. They needed a certain amount of runs to go into the playoffs. And it looked like they were going to do it really easy. But MS Dhoni accidentally hit the dewy ball out of the ground.
Moti in, left arm over to Bethel, gets it down to short fine leg, and there's no run. 30 needed from 31 now.
So they had to replace the ball, and so of course the bowler gets a hard ball that was also dry. The first ball he just bowls a beautiful off cutter, and then I don't think they scored another run.
Final ball of his over from Moti. Oh, it's a horrible piece of fielding by the West Indies captain Rovman Powell down at short third. It was an outside edge, and he's made a second hash of it. Just manages to keep it on the dance floor. And how many have they got in the end there? 3. 156 for 2. 15 overs have been bowled. It's 27 needed from 30. That was Fred Carnose for a minute. It's hit basically straight to him. He gets down late, doesn't stop it, chases it back to the boundary edge, kicks it as he's going down to get his hand there and has to stop it centimetres short of the boundary sponge, about 30 metres away from where he should have first picked it up. 156 for 2. Salt 94 not out. Bethel 42 not out. It's 27 from 30. Oh dear, Rovman Powell's got a bit of a face like thunder at the moment. The problem is, he's the captain, so he can't even give a rollicking to the player who's just done it because it's himself. Shamar Joseph is going to bowl the 16th. But not before a long conversation with Brandon King. Joseph he's gone the distance this evening. 2 overs have cost 31. And they're getting long off in place for Bethel. West Indies have got the fielder out there. Short third. As in goes Joseph. Bowls full and straight. Bethel will drive to the aforementioned long off to King. And will take a single. 26 needed from 29 balls. Barry Wilkinson and Roland Butcher will bring it home for you here on TalkSport 2.
Bring it home is correct, and Bethel and Salt, one looking for a half century, the other for a century. The question is who will get there first in terms of the treasured mark. Salt needs 6 and he's on strike. It's 26 more needed from 29, so they've got enough runs to play with. The Shamar Joseph comes in and bowls short and wide, and that's a wide. If Shamar Joseph continues to deliver that, none of them will get a century or half century rolling. They'll get the runs in sundries.
Yeah, very wide, and just as well it was that wide because Salt would have cut that one away for 4. But this really is proving to be a walk in the park for England, Barry, and I think the conditions have had a lot to do with that. This pitch really now has held up very well. It's got better. Ball skidding on nicely, and terrific batting by Phil Salt.
Here he comes in now, and the bowls to Salt, and Salt is driving beautifully, but there's a fielder at the boundary, and they'll just get one out to cover. So that means now that Salt goes to 95.
Yes, and he's got good support by Jacob Bethel. It's 43 and 31. And this partnership, 85 and 54. Very much a match-winning innings. I think West Indies have resigned themselves to the fact that they will end up losing this game, and Powell having a long conversation, and eventually decides to remove the man behind square on the leg side out to deep square leg.
Here he comes in again now, and bowls to Bethel, and Bethel gets a short ball. He's pulling in the air out to the final leg area. That's gone for 6. What a shot there from Bethel, and it gets him ever closer to that treasured landmark of 50. He's on 49, and England now only need 18 more runs to win this encounter.
Yeah, just picked the length there, no great pace, and there was a slow ball by Shamar Joseph, and Bethel very quickly into his position. Safe shot because there's nobody on the long leg area. Even if there was, it wouldn't make any difference. That one hit high up on top of the Garfield Silvers pavilion. So England really look as if, Barry, they're going to win this at a canter.
As I told you, Bethel needs one for half century. Here comes Joseph and bowls to Bethel, who's hitting this in the air out to the mid-wicket area. I think it should be safe because Hetmeyer's chasing it, and he chased that like a man who was 6 or 7 months pregnant. He was so slow. Oh my goodness. And in the end, it's a 50 for Bethel, a well-deserved 50. 17 more needed, and Bethel gets 50 from 33. What a knock.
Yeah, very well played, Jacob Bethel, in front of his home crowd, as you can see. In Barbados, a Barbadian getting a good hand here by all the people in the ground, and he's batted well, supported Phil Salt, and you can say it's a Barbados attack because Salt and Bethel, both Barbadians, have done exceptionally well.
Where was Salt born? And we want to get that corrected. Here comes Joseph now, bowls to Salt, and Salt is driving beautifully into the onside. They get one, they're going to come out for the second. Salt goes to 97 now. This is a real watershed of England batting. Really, really good cricket.
Excellent run in there, and good placement because the field is so well spread that, yeah, they can pick up those 1s and 2s quite easily. So 51 deliveries for his 97 so far. If he gets 100, he deserves 100. He really has played well.
Here he comes in now, and bowls to Salt as he passes the umpire, and Salt gets delivery wide and down the leg side. Another wide signal. This has been a really poor game for Shamar Joseph as well.
It hasn't worked out well for Joseph. He's only into his 3rd over now, so he's really expensive. And in his defence, Barry, and in defence of all the bowlers on this pitch, this second inning is very, very difficult to control the ball. Ball skidding on, it's wet as well.
Here comes Joseph now again, and bowls to Salt, and Salt this time gets a short ball. It is cutting, but straight to the fielder at the cover boundary, and he'll only get one. I was just told that Salt was indeed born in North Wales.
Yep, but he still has Barbadian connections. He'll tell you that he's very Barbadian, and I think he's very proud of that fact.
So you've got England needed just 13 more runs. This game should soon be over, and we get ready for tomorrow. I think the crowd should be just as bubbly tomorrow because the West Indies will need to try and square this tomorrow. They won't want to go to St. Lucia 2 down. England will want to go to St. Lucia 2 up. Speaking of 2 up, Liverpool won 2 up today. as this delivery is swatted down the ground, straight to the mid-off area, and has gone into the boundary for 4. Phil Salt gets 100. A misfield on the boundary, and Salt celebrates in fantastic fashion. What a knock this has been from Phil Salt. Not the first time we've seen him score 100 in the West Indies in T20s. This man has indeed had a fantastic last 18 months of his career, and that's why he's got a big IPL contract to show for it. Phil Salt, 102 from 53 balls. England are almost home.
Yeah, fantastic knock. Yeah, he's had a good last year, as you can say. I mean, last year against the West Indies, he did okay. Again, that was a loose delivery there, but it's a full toss, and the misfield. Salt wouldn't mind that. He goes to 102.
Here he comes in now and balls, and this delivery is short and hit again into the mid-off area, and there is just 1 run, so Salt goes to 103.
There brings Bethel on strike, who's just brought up his 50 here at Kensington Oval, so just 2.18 per over required now, so it's game is all but up. And what rich entertainment, Barry, this crowd has had today. Started with Moti's blast at the end of the innings, and Salt and Jacob Bethel has continued.
Yeah, 8 runs now needed. As Bethel on strike, he's got 50. And this delivery is short and is pulled well.
Toe end.
Actually came on the toe end, so no run there for him.
Yeah, he was hitting that one into the grandstand, just got it on the toe end of the bat, just trickled away from the stumps. I can understand you looking towards the deep mid-wicket area, Barry, because I was looking in that direction as well.
Yeah, you're right. So here comes Shepherd and ball. So this one is hit over the cover area for 6. Inside out. What a shot from Phil Salt.
That's Bethel.
Bethel correction.
Yeah, terrific shot by the left-hander. Just opened up. And it was in the slot outside the off stump. Gave him the opportunity to free his arms. Didn't need a second invitation, and that one sailed into the crowd over by the Hall and Griffith. So, all but over now, Barry Wilkinson.
Yeah, this has been so good. It's really, really good cricket. England must be congratulated, all ends up. What a knock from Jacob Bethel. What a knock from Phil Salt, as this delivery on this occasion is short and is pulled and has gone down to the boundary. Will it get there? No, it won't. They'll come back for the second, however, and that should be it. Yeah, victory, game, set, match, England. What a match. What a partnership between Jacob Bethel and Phil Salt. England win by 8 wickets. No doubt who will be the man of the match. Phil Salt, one of the better T20 knocks you'll ever see. Seen England home. Well done.
Yeah, fantastic shot. Fantastic effort by Phil Salt. 54 deliveries for his 103. Really has set the tone for a very good England victory, and backed up by Jacob Bethel's 36 ball 58. So really, I think England just got home here with 3 overs and 1 ball to spare. Comprehensive victory. Just looking at those bowling figures, don't look for very good reading, and really apart from Hussein's 4 for 20, and Moti 2 for 27 off his two overs for 27, and really Joseph, Moti and Shepherd all very expensive going into all 3 went for 45, and just the one of them bowled 4 overs. So very, very good win by England, and I would say on the face of it, Barry Wilkinson thoroughly deserved.
Thoroughly deserved, and full credit to Phil Salt. He batted well for ball 1, you would have to say, and that innings from Bethel was also pretty crucial. So Salt 103 from 54, Bethel 58 from 36, England by 8 wickets. Congratulations to them. They go 1 up in the series, with England and West Indies doing it all again tomorrow, right here at the same place at Kensington Oval.
Yes, and you're absolutely right. Good game. I think the spectators would have really enjoyed this game here. Must say, Barry, the conditions, as Rovman Powell said, if he'd won the toss, he would have asked England to bat. And I think winning the toss was fairly crucial. We saw the pitch being relatively slow to start with, not coming on, but with the advent of some rain and then the dew later on. Excellent match.
So then, Salt 103, Jacks out for 17, ball by Moti, Butler caught Moti, ball Shepherd for duck, Bethel 58 not out, 183 for 2, victory by 8 wickets. Well done, as we tell you that England are looking good, 1-0 up in the series, as we go back to studio for the podcast.
On DAB+, online, via the TalkSport app, and on your smart speaker.
International T20 cricket, live. The West Indies versus England.
That is high, but not far enough. On TalkSport 2.
This is the Following On podcast. We're looking back at England's 8-wicket victory over the West Indies in the first T20 in Barbados. I'm Andrew McKenna. I'm going to be joined by the former England fast bowler Alex Tudor and cricket writer Jared Kimber to go through all of the action. We're going to be discussing a memorable night for the England opener Phil Salt, who scored a magnificent century. We'll also look at where it went so wrong for the West Indies and get reaction from the Kensington Oval. So plenty to come over the next 20 minutes or so. This is Following On. So the first T20 is in the book. England won the toss and asked the West Indies to bat, and when there was 69 for 5 in the 9th over, it looked like this might be a fairly short and fairly routine game of cricket. King dismissed for 3, Lewis 13, Pooran 38, Shimron Hetmyer a first ball duck, Rovman Powell 18, and Shafane Rutherford 2 from 6. However, Andre Russell with 30, Romario Shepherd 35 not out, and Gudakesh Moti 33 from just 14 balls saw the West Indies up to 182 for 9. Sakeem Mahmood took 4 for 34 for England, his best figures in T20 international cricket. There was also 3 wickets for Adil Rashid, his 3 for 20. Jamie Overton 1 for 27. The other bowlers, Dan Mosley 0 for 7, Sam Curran 0 for 31, Liam Livingston 1 for 21. So 183 for the target for England at 9.2 and over to win. Well, Will Jacks, the first man to go, he made 17 from 10 deliveries. When he was dismissed, England was 73 for 1. That was the final ball of the 6th over. Jos Buttler got a first ball duck, when he was brilliantly caught by Moti on the 3rd boundary off of a short wide one from Shepherd. So that was 76 for 2. But Jacob Bethel and Phil Salt saw it home for England. Salt with his 3rd 100 in T20 international cricket against the West Indies as well. 103 from just 54 balls. Jacob Bethel 58 from 36 to be the not-out man. England won with 19 balls to spare. I mean, it really was a game of swings and roundabouts, this one, Alex, because when I say West Indies 69 for 5 in the 9th, we're thinking, well, this could be routine. Then they go and put 182 on the board, remembering that the average score batting first at Barbados is 153, so they were way above par, and then England go out and do that and completely blitz them.
Yeah, it was weird, Macca. It was, England did well at the beginning, getting West Indies in a lot of trouble. As you say, getting rid of Evan Lewis, Pooran, and then you see in the back of Russell, who, as you said, got 33 from 13 deliveries, 30 from 17, sorry. But when he got out, it was like 110 for 7. You're thinking, right, at the back end, England bowl them out. But then with Moti and Shepherd, they came in, gave them that impetus, you know, beat the ball out of the ground, as you're saying, runs above par on this wicket. But with the way, and you would think that should give the West Indies a lot of hope going into the second innings on their bowling and fielding stint, and give them some energy. But the way they went about it wasn't great. Their execution was poor. I don't think they had any really bowling plans. I don't know when they're at the top of their mark what they're trying to execute, because what they did execute was way off what they should have done. Look, listen, yes, the ball was wet and it's hard to grip, but we can't use that as an excuse. It happens a lot now, especially when you play day and night games. Yes, they had a lot of rain, 6 hours of rain, the most rain that they've had in the whole year. Okay, but that's not good enough. You're international cricketers. This opportunity doesn't come around a lot. Franchise cricket, T20, you want to show what you can do, because if you do, everyone's watching, the world's watching, it will hopefully get you another gig somewhere else. And the way that they executed, especially the seamers, was really poor. For me. And, good players are not going to miss out. And Phil Salt, being back in Barbados, he's going to have family and friends there. He went to work and he just took apart their bad balls. And it's good to see young Jacob Bethel. I've seen him in the summer, and I like what I see. So him coming not out is really important, because, as I said, as a young lad, that's now 250s. He got one in an ODI. He's now got one in a T20. And he showed glimpses of what he can become. So it's all good on an England perspective, but the West Indies have... And sometimes, when you have a bad game, Macca, you don't want to wait a couple of days. It's tomorrow. You're doing it again, lads. So put that away. Come again tomorrow. Hopefully no rain about. It'll dry. Come out and execute your skills properly.
Jared, you are an analyst for teams. You look at plans. You look at trends. You look at what... Could you see what the plan was from the West Indies there? Because the highest successful, the key being successful run chase at Barbados prior to this was 172. So England were being asked to make 11 runs more than what has been successfully chased in a game. And they've done it with 19 balls to spare. And to my untrained analyst's eye, if I'm England, I was just thinking to myself, right, well, let's just play out Akeal Hussain, and then we'll just larrup everyone else, because there's going to be something short and wide arriving before too long.
They've got three bowlers who I don't think they can actually trust to put the ball on the line and length. So when you talk from an analyst point of view, it's like, what's the backup plan that they have there? They've got guys like Robin Powell, who I know can bowl a little bit, Shafane Rutherford, obviously, although he went for about 1 million runs in the ODI the other day. But you don't want to have to go to those guys anyway. But they don't have a single seamer that you can just go, I just need you to bowl top of off. I just need you to bowl back of a length now. I just need wide Yorkers, because none of them have that skill set. We know with Andre Russell, he can be explosive and he can take a lot of wickets. He's also one of the most expensive T20 bowlers in the world. Romario Shepherd is the exact same player, except he's probably not quite as good as a bowler or as a batter. And then you got Shamar Joseph. We talked about him when he came on. I said he's like a chaos agent. He could do anything, and he went for 24 or 26 in his first over. He certainly did something there. So it's very hard to do that. I actually think, and this might sound silly now looking at the result, and I think Jude did play a part in it, I think they ended up with enough runs to put pressure on England and to win that game. And in the end, they've gone absolutely nowhere near that, Macca. And it's because they don't have the seamers to be able to do that. Akeal Hussain bowled absolutely beautifully. And to be fair to Moti, other than when the ball got very wet and early on when he was bowling in the power play, he bowled quite good at times as well. But they got a total that they could have defended, but they did not have the bowling lineup to be able to do that. And you do look at this, and there are certain pitches that do suit them. This one, not so much.
Jared, bear with us a second, because Phil Salt is speaking at the player of the match ceremony with Nikhil.
Yeah, I enjoy batting here. It's obviously, I've grown up on these surfaces, so maybe a combination of both.
Nice, man. Tell me about the balance. We saw you in the one-day international innings a couple of days ago. Finding that balance between power and also being smart and the rotation of strike. How have you found that?
Yeah, it's I really enjoyed playing the 50-over cricket and getting into a rhythm with that. But also coming out here tonight, you've got to adjust quickly. It's only a couple of days. One training session, you're straight into a completely different tempo game. So you've got to be really specific, with how you're training and what you do. But no, I'm coping all right.
What have you put into your offside game that has allowed you to be successful through that area this year?
Do you know what? Not a lot this year. I've just sort of been running with a few things, opening my grip up at different times and then closing it back down to access different areas of the ground. And I think that works on these sorts of wickets, so keep running with that. Touch on Jacob Bethel. You batted with him a lot tonight. What talent is he, and what can we expect from him in the future? Yeah, he's a huge talent. Some of the shots that he played there, he's not a 21-year-old lad. If you didn't know how old he was and you saw him playing, you think he's played 100 games already. So, massive feather in our cap to have him in our team, and long may he continue doing that. Where does this one rank in the 3? Number 1. Lovely, man. Well, keep cooking. Phil, well done, and we'll see you tomorrow. Thanks very much.
Phil Salt there, speaking with Nikhil at the presentation ceremony after that 103 from 54 deliveries. Alex Tudor, I mean, it was brutal from Phil Salt. He made the most of it. There were some pretty ordinary deliveries, but 9 4s and 6 6s. I mean, he filled his boots.
He did, and he said he felt comfortable. He's used to conditions. He grew up in Barbados, played a lot of cricket there as a youngster, and he wanted to entertain, and entertain he did. As you said, he was helped a lot with the balls that were served down, and as you say, you don't want to punish them. Don't want to punish them? You do want to punish them, sorry. But listen, he was destructive. He did what because at the beginning we were saying, Butler's batting at 3, but this is what he can do, and it just lengthens that, doesn't it, with him batting at the top of the order. The one would say, look, now Will Jackson, we all know what he can do, but it hasn't quite happened for him on this tour so far. He's obviously got tomorrow to come again and then 3 other games, but he will need to get a score soon, otherwise he's going to be under pressure, even though he's a very talented kid.
I mean, the interesting thing about that innings is, having watched him play a lot for England and, in domestic cricket as well, and the IPL, that wasn't one of those brutal Phil Salt innings. If anything, he just waited for poor balls. And every time they gave him one, he took that on and he played a smart shot. Whereas, sometimes watching him for KKR or England, he gets a little bit too ahead of himself. Where he's trying to hit about 3 6s a ball, right? That wasn't even that kind of innings. He, in the middle pit, he was like, well, I'm just going to wait for a half tracker if it comes. So I think that's a very good sign for him, because that's the other side that we need to see. There's some issues with England batting when they're always in, top gear. When the opposition is just playing like that, just allow them to make those mistakes, and that's very smart.
So Phil Salt will make a lot of headlines for the innings, but there is another headline from an England point of view today, and that was in the bowling half. Reece Topley. Reece Topley had bowled 2 overs and 2 balls, then came in to bowl his next one, and at this point it was raining. His front foot, as he went to deliver, slid on the crease line in a bit of area where it started to get worn away. He slipped, went down holding his knee. The players then left the field for 35 minutes because of the rain, and we weren't sure if we would see Reece Topley back. And he did do some work with the physio to get himself loose, practice, and said, yeah, OK, I can give it a go. He came back in, bowled 1 delivery that got hit for 6, and he went straight off again. So his figures were 2.4 overs, 0 for 26. But as he left the field and got to the steps to go up to the dressing room, got hold of a plastic chair and smashed it over the rail of the steps into the pavilion. Barry Wilkinson said on commentary at the time, that's probably going to be quite a large fine for him. I'll tell you, if they fine him for that, then we're going to launch a crowdfunder to get it paid for him, because that's not dissent, it's not anything. That is a man who has been beset with injuries, thinking, that is another one, and that is nothing to do with me, it's not my fault. He slipped because it was wet, and you could just... Anyone who's played any kind of sport at level knows, Alex Tudor, exactly how Reece Topley is feeling. 100%,
and that's that sort of empathy, isn't it? It's like, look, knowing his story, knowing what he's gone through. Listen, he's had a lot of injuries, been ravaged through injury. He's worked hard to get himself back in. He's got to go. He's gone in there. It's raining, and generally you would come off. But in T20, the umpires want to keep the game moving forward, so they've kept him out there. He's landed in the foothole. In doing so, he's slipped, and his right leg, as his brace front leg, has turned towards sort of fine leg, and it's jarred his knee, and he's gone down. He's felt it straight away. He's thinking, oh, I hope this is not too serious, because he was in a lot of pain. They then come off because obviously it needs a situation like that for the umpires to say, rah, it's not safe, come off. He's tried to bowl in between, coming back out. He's tried to bowl the ball. Gerard and I were sort of saying, I wonder what that delivery was that Rovman Powell hit him straight back over mid off for 6, because it didn't really have anything off it. He obviously knew from that time that he can't get through, and in that frustration, he went off. As he walked off, as he said, he picked up a chair and decided to go to town with it. But that wasn't through anything else than frustration and him thinking, oh, don't tell me this is happening to me again. It was nothing that he could have done. He would have prepared himself, but as you said, it was raining quite heavily. He's landed. He's a big lad. He's 6'6", and he's landed. His foot has gone. He's jarred his knee. And you're just thinking, please, Lord, tell me it's nothing more serious than that.
Well, let's hope it's good news on the physical front. We'll hopefully get some news when we speak to the England camp after the game. We'll bring that to you, of course. And we'll do it all again tomorrow. Back with you from 7:30 once again for match number 2 of this series. It's 8 o'clock first ball in all of these matches, the 4 remaining T20s. Tomorrow, the second game, once again in Barbados, before everything moves on to St Lucia for the final 3 games. So England are 1-0 up in this series thanks to an 8-wicket victory, chasing down 183 to win in only 16 overs and 5 balls. They've cantered there thanks to an absolute masterclass from Phil Salt.